There comes a moment in every life when the weight of the present feels heavy enough to crush the hope of tomorrow. Many of you listening right now have endured seasons of silence, seasons of confusion, and nights when the darkness seemed louder than the light. And deep inside, you've asked, now, will things ever change for me? You've prayed in the quiet corners of your room. You've wept tears that no one else has seen. And still, it feels as if heaven has remained silent. But hear me today with every ounce of conviction in my spirit. God is about to do something extraordinary in your life. Not someday in your imagination, not far off in a distant future, but in His perfect timing, closer than you realize, nearer than you can comprehend. God is turning the page of your story. Do not believe the lie that your greatest days are behind you. Do not let the enemy of your soul whisper defeat into your ears. For God has not brought you this far to abandon you. He has not carried you through fire, but through storms, through heartbreak, only to leave you standing at the edge of despair. No, God is a God of completion. And when He begins a work in you, He sees it through until it is greater, brighter, stronger, and more powerful than you could ever have imagined. You may say to yourself, but I've lost too much, I've made too many mistakes, I've been overlooked too many times. And yet, let me remind you, God is not limited by your past. God is not restricted by your failures. God is not bound by the opinions of men. He is the author of your life, the one who speaks light into darkness, the one who calls things into being that did not exist before. And when He says He will do something incredible for you, there is no power in heaven or earth that can stop Him. Think of how many nights you have spent awake rehearsing the pain of what went wrong. And think of how many mornings you have risen with the weight of yesterday still on your shoulders. And yet, here you are, still breathing, still standing, still waiting. That is not an accident. That is the hand of God keeping you alive for something far greater than what you've seen. That is the mercy of God saying, hold on, I'm not finished with you yet. When God moves, He does not move halfway. He does not sprinkle blessings like crumbs. He pours them out until they overflow. When God lifts you, He does not lift you to the level of your expectation, but to the level of His greatness. And you must understand His greatness has no limits. His power knows no end. The same God who carved rivers through deserts, who spoke the galaxies into existence, is the same God who is about to move in your life. I want you to feel this truth deep within you. What you have seen so far is not the measure of what God has in store. Your life is not defined by the battles you fought, but by the victories God is preparing for you. Some of you listening right now are closer to a breakthrough than you realize. You are standing on the edge of a miracle, and you don't even know it yet. The very thing that looks like a setback, the very thing that feels like rejection, may be the preparation for something you could never have received if you hadn't gone through this season. So lift your head, square your shoulders. Do not let despair write the ending to your story, because God holds the pen and He is writing something incredible. Perhaps you've asked, why has God allowed me to go through this suffering? Why has He let me walk through these valleys? And the answer is not always clear in the moment. But understand this, when God allows you to be pressed, it is because He is producing something within you that cannot come any other way. The oil only flows when the olive is crushed. The diamond only shines after intense pressure. The seed only grows after it has been buried. Do not despise the pressing, because it is the sign that God is preparing you for glory. There are people listening right now who have been waiting for years, waiting for a door to open, waiting for a relationship to be restored, waiting for healing in your body, waiting for provision in your finances, waiting for peace in your home, and you've thought, maybe it's too late, maybe God has forgotten me. But let me tell you, God's timing is perfect. He is never early and He is never late. And when He moves, what seemed impossible will become unstoppable. Imagine the moment when suddenly, without warning, the answer you've prayed for arrives. Imagine the shift when the burden that has weighed on you for years is lifted in a single day. Imagine the joy when the very thing that looked like it would destroy you becomes the testimony that strengthens you. That is the kind of incredible thing God is preparing. But here's the key. You must believe. Faith is not a casual hope. It is a conviction. Faith says, even when I can't see it, I know God is working. Even when I don't feel it, I trust His hand. Even when everything looks against me, I know He is for me. That kind of faith moves mountains. That kind of faith unlocks doors. That kind of faith receives the incredible from God. Right now, some of you are listening with tears in your eyes because you know these words are for you. You've been on the verge of giving up. You've been tempted to stop praying, to stop hoping, to stop believing. But let this be your sign today. God has not forgotten you. God has not abandoned you. God is going to do something incredible for you. And the waiting will not be in vain. The very storm that tried to break you will be the wind that pushes you into destiny. The very fire that tried to consume you will be the furnace that refines your character. The very voices that doubted you will be silenced when God lifts you higher than they ever thought possible. This is not just inspiration. This is the truth of God's nature. He is a God who delights in turning mourning into dancing, ashes into beauty, despair into joy. He is a God who specializes in the impossible. And the same God who moved for others before you will move for you. When God chooses to act in your life, it is not a small thing. It is not ordinary. It is not just another day in the calendar. It is a divine interruption of the ordinary patterns of your life. A sudden turning that no human could predict. God does not move without purpose. And when He moves, everything around you shifts. People who once overlooked you begin to notice. Doors that had been bolted shut for years begin to swing open with ease. Paths that seemed blocked suddenly clear, and what once felt like a lifetime of waiting collapses into a single moment of divine breakthrough. But let me tell you this, before God does something incredible for you, He often allows you to walk through seasons that test your faith, seasons that demand perseverance, seasons that strip you of pride, that break the false securities of your heart and force you to depend on Him alone. It is not because He wishes to harm you, but because He desires to strengthen you for what He is preparing. A vessel must be tested before it can carry weight. A soldier must be trained before entering the battlefield. A heart must be humbled before it can be exalted. God is preparing you even now, and the very challenges you are enduring are shaping you into the person who will be able to handle the blessing when it arrives. Think of the silence you have endured, the times you prayed and felt as though the heavens were shut. That silence was not God's absence. It was His way of stretching your faith, for faith is not proven when everything is easy. Faith is proven when nothing makes sense, and yet you still hold on. Faith is born when the night is darkest, when the weight is heaviest, when the answer is nowhere in sight. And yet, if you are still here, if you are still listening, it means your faith has not died. It may have been shaken. It may have been tested. but it has not been destroyed. And that faith is the very thing God will honor as He prepares to do something incredible for you. Do not underestimate what God can do in a single moment. A life of sorrow can be rewritten in one day. Years of struggle can be reversed in an instant. Generations of brokenness can be healed by one act of His power. God does not need decades to change your story. He only needs a moment. And that moment may be closer than you realize. What you call delay, God calls preparation. What you call denial, God calls direction. What you call silence, God calls strategy. You see only the waiting, but God sees the perfect alignment of all things coming together for your good. And let me tell you, when God's moment arrives, it will not be hidden. You will not need to question whether it is happening. You will know because everything within you will testify, this is the hand of God. The peace you could not manufacture will settle upon you. The strength you could not conjure will rise within you. The opportunities you could not create will appear before you. And the same people who doubted your survival will witness your rising. There is someone listening right now who has carried disappointment for years. Every time you believed something good was coming, it slipped through your hands. Every time you thought you were close to a breakthrough, another setback appeared. And now you hesitate to believe again because you fear being disappointed once more. But hear me, disappointment is not the final word. God's word is the final word, and His word over you is life, hope, and victory. Do not let the wounds of yesterday steal the promise of tomorrow. Do not let fear rob you of faith. God is not limited by the pattern of your past. He is about to break that pattern and establish something entirely new. And do not think for a moment that what God is preparing for you is small. When God moves, He exceeds expectations. When God restores, He restores in abundance. When God elevates, He lifts higher than you could ever climb on your own. You may think you are asking for just enough to get by, but God is preparing more than enough. You may be praying for survival, but God is preparing overflow. You may be asking for healing in one area, but God is preparing wholeness in every area. That is the nature of God, to do exceedingly abundantly beyond what you can imagine. But here is the truth. You must embrace what God is about to do for you is not only for you. When God blesses, He blesses with purpose. He blesses to make your life a testimony. He blesses so that others who are watching will see His greatness. Your story is not yours alone. It is a message written by God to show His power to the world around you. When people see where you came from, when they see the pain you endured, when they see the obstacles you face, and then they see the victory God brings you into, they will know this was not human effort. They will know this was the hand of God. So do not despise the small beginnings. Do not despise the hidden seasons. Do not despise the days of waiting. For in those days, God is laying the foundation for something so incredible that when it comes, you will not even remember the pain of the waiting. It will be swallowed up in joy. And hear this, no enemy can stop what God has ordained. No opposition can cancel what God has written. No force of darkness can undo what God has established. What is for you will not pass you by when it is appointed by God. People may try to stand against you. Circumstances may rise against you. Fear may whisper against you. But when God says it is time, nothing and no one can resist His command. Right now, there are unseen battles being fought on your behalf. Right now, God is arranging circumstances you cannot see. Right now, He is positioning people you have not met preparing opportunities you have not imagined, orchestrating details you cannot comprehend. And in the right moment, all of these threads will converge, and you will step into a season that feels like destiny itself has opened before you. But do not miss this. Your role is to remain faithful. Your role is to keep believing. Your role is to keep walking even when the road is unclear. Because faith is not passive. It is active. Faith is choosing to speak hope when your heart feels heavy. Faith is choosing to act with integrity when no one is watching. Faith is choosing to plant seeds even when the soil looks barren. Faith is standing on the promises of God, even when every circumstance seems to contradict them. And when you walk in that kind of faith, you position yourself for the incredible that God is about to release. You may feel small. You may feel forgotten. You may feel insignificant compared to others. But let me remind you, God delights in lifting the humble. God delights in using the overlooked. God delights in showing greatness through those the world has dismissed. You do not need the approval of people when you have the favor of God. You do not need the applause of crowds when you carry the promise of God. One word from Him will do more for your life than a lifetime of striving on your own. There are moments when life makes you feel like everything is slipping away, like you are standing on ground that is crumbling beneath your feet. You feel powerless, you feel exhausted, and you wonder if you can endure one more day. But let me speak with the fire of conviction in my heart. You are not standing alone. God is holding you even now. And the very ground that feels like it is collapsing will be the soil from which your victory grows. What looks like the end is often the beginning. What looks like loss is often preparation for gain. And what looks like defeat is often the very stage upon which God reveals His power. You see, when God prepares to do something incredible for you, He will allow circumstances to strip away every false security. He will let the things you thought you needed fall from your grasp so that when He blesses you, there is no confusion about where it came from. It will be clear. Not by my strength, not by my wisdom, not by my plans, but by God alone. He does this so that your heart will remain anchored in Him, not in what He gives. For if the blessing becomes your focus, you will forget the one who is the source of it all. God is not only preparing to give you something, He is preparing your heart to carry it with humility and gratitude. I want you to understand this truth. The magnitude of the blessing is tied to the depth of the preparation. The greater the calling, the deeper the refining. That is why some of you have walked through valleys longer than others. That is why you have been tested in ways you cannot explain. That is why your prayers have seemed to take longer to be answered. It is because God is preparing you for something that is greater than you imagine. You are not waiting for something ordinary. You are waiting for something extraordinary. And extraordinary things require extraordinary preparation. But listen carefully. Do not let the waiting weaken you. Let it strengthen you. Waiting is not wasted when you trust God. Waiting is the training ground of faith. It is in the waiting that you learn patience, endurance, trust, and hope. It is in the waiting that you grow roots that will keep you standing when the winds of blessing blow. Because let me tell you, blessing comes with weight. Favor comes with responsibility. Opportunity comes with opposition. If you are not rooted deeply in God, the very thing you prayed for could overwhelm you. But God loves you too much to give you what will crush you. He prepares you so that when the blessing comes, you will not just receive it, you will sustain it. Some of you listening right now are surrounded by voices telling you that it is over for you, that you will never rise again, that your story has already been written. But I tell you this with boldness: only God decides the ending of your story. People may predict, but God determines. Circumstances may suggest, but God declares. And when God declares a blessing over your life, no power in existence can revoke it. What He opens, no one can close. What He decrees, no one can cancel. What He begins, no one can undo. So lift your faith higher than your fear. Fear says, I don't see a way. Faith says, God is the way. Fear says, it's over. Faith says, it's only beginning. You must decide which voice you will listen to. For the voice you listen to will determine the future you walk into. If you tune your ear to the whispers of despair, you will sink. But if you tune your ear to the promises of God, you will rise. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten you. He knows your name. He knows your pain. He knows every detail of your journey. Every tear you've cried, He has seen. Every burden you've prayed, He has heard. Every burden you've carried, He has felt. You are not invisible to God. You are never forgotten by Him. Even in the moments when people fail to notice you, God sees you completely and knows you intimately. This same God, who understands your heart better than you ever could, is preparing something extraordinary with your name on it. And when it arrives, it won't just meet your needs, it will go far beyond them. It won't just answer your prayers, it will erase every trace of doubt. It won't just lift your spirit, it will elevate everyone connected to you. Because when God blesses, the impact always overflows. When His hand moves in one life, others are transformed by the overflow of that grace. So never think your breakthrough is meant for you alone. It's for your family, your circle, your community, for everyone who will witness His glory shining through your life. Your testimony will become a light that draws hearts back to God. But hear this, when God begins to elevate you, not everyone will rejoice. Some will question it, others will envy it, and a few may even resist it. But do not be shaken. Their response has no power to change what God has already ordained for you. Their doubt does not diminish your breakthrough. Their resistance cannot undo what God has established. Keep your eyes on God. Do not be distracted by voices of negativity. Do not be swayed by the opinions of people. What God is doing in you is bigger than what others can understand. And remember this, the incredible thing God is about to do is not just about outward success. It is about inner transformation. It is about peace where there was once anxiety. It is about hope where there was once despair. It is about strength where there was once weakness. It is about faith where there was once fear. The greatest miracle is not always what happens around you. It is what happens within you. And when God changes your heart, when He renews your mind, when He strengthens your spirit, no circumstance can take that away. I say again with urgency in my spirit, prepare yourself. Get ready. Do not grow weary in doing good. Do not let discouragement take root. Do not allow bitterness to poison your heart. Because in the very moment you feel like giving up, you may be standing at the threshold of your breakthrough. Many quit too soon, many stop one step before the promise. But if you hold on, if you remain steadfast, you will see the hand of God move in ways that will leave you in awe. The time is coming when you will look back on every trial, every delay, every unanswered prayer, and you will see how it was all necessary. You will realize that what felt like abandonment was actually protection. What felt like silence was actually preparation. What felt like rejection was actually redirection. God wastes nothing. Every part of your journey is woven into the masterpiece He is creating with your life. And soon, very soon, you will stand as living proof that God is faithful, that God is powerful, that God is able. The same God who sustained you in the valley will lift you to the mountain. The same God who held you in the storm will bring you into the calm. The same God who allowed you to be tested will crown you with triumph. And when that moment comes, you will not be able to contain your gratitude. For you will know deep in your soul, only God could have done this. There is a reason you feel that's stirring in your heart right now. It is not random. It is not coincidence. It is God whispering to you that your time is coming. For too long you have carried burdens that were never meant to define you. For too long you have allowed the voices of doubt, fear, and failure to echo louder than the promise of God. But hear this with certainty. What God has spoken over your life is stronger than what anyone else has said about you. The Word of God cannot be silenced. It cannot be canceled. It cannot be reversed. It will accomplish its purpose. And when God begins to move, He does not consult your enemies. He does not ask the permission of those who doubted you. He does not check the record of your failures to decide if you qualify. God looks at the faith within you, even if it is only the size of a flicker, and He says, "That is enough. I can use that because what matters is not the size of your strength, but the greatness of His power. When His hand is upon you, your weakness becomes the stage for His strength." Some of you have walked through doors that closed suddenly in your face, and you felt the sting of rejection. You thought those doors were the answer, but God shut them because He has a greater door waiting. And the door He opens, no one can close. You may have lost what you thought was your future, but God was saving you from what would have destroyed you. Every closed door has been divine protection. Every delay has been divine direction. Every no has been a setup for a greater yes. God knows the desires of your heart. He knows what you have prayed in silence, what you have carried in secret, what you have never dared to share with another soul. And He has not ignored you. Even when you felt unheard, He was listening. Even when you felt forgotten, He was working. Even when you felt abandoned, He was closer than you realized. That is why you are still here. That is why you are still standing. That is why you have not been consumed by the fire or destroyed by the storm. Because God has been sustaining you all along. And let me tell you, there is a shift coming, a divine turning, a moment when the weight you've carried for so long will lift and you will walk lighter than you have in years. A moment when the darkness that has hovered over your mind will break and light will flood in. A moment when the opportunities you thought were lost forever will reappear better than before, shaped by the hand of God. And when that moment arrives, it will not just feel like change, it will feel like destiny. But here is what you must understand. God is not only working on what He will give you, He is working on who you are becoming. Because if He gives you the blessing before He strengthens your character, the blessing could overwhelm you. If He opens the door before you are ready to walk through it, the very opportunity meant to elevate you could crush you. God is wise. He knows when to release, and He knows when to hold back. What feels like delay is often His mercy preparing you to stand under the weight of what is coming. Think of it this way. A tree that grows overnight cannot withstand the storm. But a tree that grows slowly, its roots deepening with each season, can weather anything. God is planting you deeply so that when He raises you up, you will not be shaken. Others may rise quickly and fall just as quickly, But your story will be different because when God builds, He builds to last. And when God blesses, He blesses to overflow. Right now, you may feel like your life is scattered, like the pieces don't fit together. But God is weaving a tapestry you cannot yet see. The disappointments, the struggles, the victories, the losses, they are all threads in His design. From your perspective, it looks chaotic. From His perspective, it is a masterpiece in progress. One day you will step back and see how every piece had a purpose, and you will realize nothing was wasted. Do not underestimate the season you are in. Even if it feels hidden, even if it feels quiet, even if it feels small, God is doing something within you that will echo for the rest of your life. Hidden seasons are holy seasons. They are the places where God shapes you, where He molds you, where He strengthens you away from the eyes of the world. And when the time is right, He will bring you out of hiding and set you in a place where His glory will shine through you for all to see. And when God does this, it will not just be about your personal advancement. It will be about His purpose unfolding in the earth. Because what God is preparing to do in you is connected to something bigger than you. Your breakthrough will inspire someone else's faith. Your victory will open the door for someone else's hope. Your story will carry the evidence that God is still alive, still powerful, still moving in the lives of those who trust Him. So hold on, my friend. Do not let go now. You are closer than you think. The pressure you feel is not the signal of destruction. It is the sign of birth. Something is being birthed in your life that will change everything. And just as a mother endures the greatest pain right before the child is born, so too the intensity of your trial is often greatest right before the breakthrough comes. The darkness is deepest just before the dawn. You may not see the dawn yet, but God sees it. He has already appointed it. And when that light breaks, nothing will be able to hold it back. Your night will give way to morning. Your sorrow will give way to joy. Your waiting will give way to fulfillment. And in that moment, you will stand as undeniable proof that God keeps His promises. There are moments when the human soul grows weary under the weight of waiting. And yet it is in that waiting where some of God's greatest works are hidden. You may think the delay means denial, but in truth, the delay is preparation. God never gives a blessing half-formed. He never pours out His abundance into a vessel that has not been strengthened to hold it. What may feel like emptiness now is simply the hand of God clearing the ground, preparing the soil so that when the seed of His promise bursts forth, it will not wither. It will not die, but it will flourish in ways beyond your comprehension. Hold steady, for God is closer than you imagine, and His timing is not late, but precise, unfolding exactly when your life is ready to contain the incredible thing He is about to do. When God moves, He does not merely change circumstances. He transforms destinies. You may think you are asking Him only for provision, but He is preparing you for influence. You may think you are crying for healing, but He is shaping you into a testimony that will lift others out of despair. You may think you are pleading for an open door, but God is constructing an entire pathway that will carry you far beyond the limits you thought possible. He never gives according to the size of your request. He gives according to the size of His greatness. That is why you cannot measure the coming blessing by your present condition. For His abundance is not limited by what you see, but determined by who He is. The human heart often underestimates what God has planned. Because we judge by what is in our hand, we look at the lack, the insufficiency, the closed doors, and we begin to think this is all there will ever be. But God does not operate within the narrow vision of man. He sees the full span of your days. He sees not only where you are, but also where He is taking you. And when God decides to do something incredible, it will not fit into the confines of your imagination. It will stretch you. It will lift you. It will set you on a foundation so much higher than you thought possible that even those around you will know. It could only have been the hand of God. Never mistake silence for absence. When the heavens seem quiet, when the answers do not rush in, it is then that God is often arranging the pieces in ways you cannot perceive. Think of the mighty rivers hidden underground flowing unseen, yet carrying life and strength beneath the surface. So it is with God's work in your life. Just because you cannot hear the roar does not mean the river is not moving. Just because you cannot trace His hand does not mean He is not guiding every step. And when that hidden work breaks forth, when that underground river bursts into the open, it will not come as a trickle, but as a flood, carrying you into a new season that no force on earth can hold back. Do not let the voice of doubt steal what God has prepared. Doubt will tell you it is impossible. Fear will whisper that it is too late. The past will accuse you of being unworthy. But God is not bound by your doubts. He is not intimidated by your fears, and He is not limited by your past. His mercy reaches beyond your mistakes. His power stretches beyond your weakness, and His will overrides every obstacle that tries to stand in the way. If God has decided to do something incredible in your life, then no person, no failure, no circumstance, and no force of darkness can cancel it. What He has written for you will come to pass in His time. You must lift your vision higher. Stop looking only at what is in front of you and start believing in the unseen reality of what God has already set in motion. Your current job, your current struggle, your current pain, none of these are the full story. They are only chapters in a book whose ending has already been authored by God. And when He turns the page, you will discover that every struggle had a purpose. Every tear watered the ground for a new harvest, and every season of waiting positioned you perfectly for the breakthrough to come. God delights in lifting the humble, in raising the overlooked, in bringing light out of darkness. Perhaps you have felt forgotten, passed over, or ignored by those around you. But hear this truth: God has not forgotten you. He has etched your name into His plan. And at the appointed time, He will cause the very doors that were once closed to swing wide open. He will cause opportunities you never pursued to come running toward you. He will cause people who once dismissed you to stand in awe at what He has done in your life. And when that day comes, you will know it was not by your striving, not by your cleverness, not by your strength, but by the sheer goodness and power of God. Do not shrink your prayers to match your circumstances. Lift them to match God's greatness. Do not limit your expectations to what you think is possible. Expand them to what God has promised. For He is the one who parts seas, who moves mountains, who brings life where there was death and light where there was darkness. If He could breathe stars into existence, do you think He cannot open a way for you? If He could form the oceans and command their waves, do you think your situation is too difficult for Him? No. The same God who shaped the universe is the God who is about to shape your future with His own hands. There are times when God allows the weight of life to press against us, not to destroy us, but to deepen our roots. A tree that grows in calm weather may look tall, but when the storm comes, it is easily broken. Yet a tree that has been tested by winds, pushed by storms, and soaked by rains grows roots so deep that no force can topple it. In the same way, God is strengthening your spirit through what you face now. The pressure you feel is not punishment. It is preparation. The storms you endure are shaping you to carry the blessing He is preparing to release. And when that blessing comes, you will not just hold it. You will steward it with wisdom, stability, and strength because God has made you unshakable. Every struggle you have endured, every tear you have cried, and every silent prayer you have whispered has not gone unnoticed by God. He has counted every tear, and each one has watered the soil of a new season that is about to burst forth. Sometimes you wonder why the night feels so long, but the dawn is never far away. God does not abandon His people in the darkness. He allows the darkness so that when the light breaks, you will recognize it as His hand and not your own. The pain you feel today will become the testimony you proclaim tomorrow, because God is going to do something incredible that will redeem every moment of sorrow you have endured. Do not let the lies of the enemy convince you that your story is finished. As long as God gives you breath, He has not completed His work in your life. He is the author of your days, and no one can close the book He has written for you. What you see now may look like an ending, but God is crafting a new beginning. When He writes the next chapter, it will overflow with redemption, restoration, and abundance beyond measure. What feels like ashes in your hands today will be turned into beauty by the power of His will. God's plan for you is not fragile, and it is not easily broken. People may fail you. Circumstances may shift. Doors may close. But the purpose of God remains. His promises are not bound by time, and they are not limited by human decisions. What He has ordained cannot be canceled by the rejection of others. He is the one who lifts one up and brings another down. And when He decides to raise you, no opposition will stand. Trust that the timing of God is perfect. Though it may seem slow to you, His timing is aligning every detail so that when He releases the blessing, it will arrive complete, without flaw, and right on time. So often we look at the size of our problems and forget the greatness of God. We measure the mountain and feel small. We see the storm and feel weak. But God is greater than every mountain and stronger than every storm. He is not intimidated by what overwhelms you. In fact, He often chooses the impossible situations to display His power. The Red Sea could not part by human hands, but it parted when God commanded. The barren fields could not produce by human effort, but they flourished when God sent His rain. Likewise, what looks impossible in your life today will become possible when God moves. And when it happens, you will know it was His doing and His alone. God is not only preparing blessings for you, He is preparing you for those blessings. If He were to pour everything out before you were ready, it could crush you. But because He loves you, He builds your character, strengthens your faith, and develops your endurance so that you can hold what He is about to place in your hands. Do not despise the process, for the process is what ensures the promise will last. Every delay is working for your good. Every challenge is sharpening your spirit, and every setback is positioning you for a greater comeback, because God never wastes a moment in your journey. When God decides to elevate you, He does it in such a way that even your enemies cannot deny His hand. Those who doubted you will be forced to watch as He blesses you openly. Those who spoke against you will see the undeniable evidence of His favor upon your life. And you will not have to boast or prove yourself, because the greatness of God will speak louder than any words you could say. When He lifts you, He makes sure the world knows it was Him and not your own power. That way, all the glory belongs to Him alone. And so I tell you with every ounce of conviction within me, lift your head, open your heart, and steady your faith. For the God who formed the heavens and the earth is not finished with you. He has seen the tears you cried when no one was watching. He has heard the prayers you whispered when you thought they faded into silence. And He has carried the weight you thought you bore alone. Every step you have taken, every valley you have crossed, every storm you have endured has been preparing you for this very moment. Do not let fear chain you. Do not let doubt silence you. And do not let despair blind you. For God is on the move, and when He moves, nothing remains the same. The doors that were locked will swing open. The walls that stood tall will crumble, and the burdens that crushed your spirit will be lifted. What seemed impossible will bow to His command, and what seemed lost will be restored in greater measure than you can fathom. This is not the time to shrink back. This is not the time to give in to weariness. This is the moment to trust with every fiber of your being that the same God who commanded light to pierce the darkness, who told the oceans where to stop, and who breathed life into humanity, is about to move mightily in your story. And when He does, it won't be common, or it will be astounding, unmistakable, and forever etched in your heart. So move forward with confidence. Stand firm in faith. Let your spirit awaken with expectation, for the God who rules over all creation has already written a new chapter that's ready to unfold in your life. And when it unfolds, you won't just witness His power. You'll dwell in the overflow of His glory. Something extraordinary is coming your way, carrying the unmistakable touch of God's hand. Believe it, embrace it, declare it, for the season of His greatness over your life is closer than you can imagine. There are seasons in life when you feel as though you're about to break. Times when your soul cries out, "Sarah, I can't keep going." You push yourself through the hours, and even the night feels like a weight pressing down. You lie awake staring at the ceiling, your heart pounding with unanswered questions. Does anyone see me? Does anyone know how exhausted I am? Does anyone care? Hear me clearly. God sees you. God knows. God understands. And He has not left you in this battle. You may think your tears go unnoticed, but every drop is counted by the One who created you. You may feel your pain is too hidden or too small for Him to notice, but He knows the depths of your heart better than you do. The world may pass you by. People may dismiss you, but God is watching every step you take, every battle you fight, and every moment you wonder if you can endure another day. He has seen you fall on your knees in exhaustion. He has heard the groaning of your spirit when no words would come, and He knows that even now you are weary. Yet, hear me clearly, your weariness is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of God's strength being made real in your life. Some of you have been carrying burdens for so long that your back feels permanently bent beneath their weight. You smile on the outside, but inside you feel like crumbling. You have tried to be strong for your family, for your friends, for the world, but deep within you whisper, "I am tired. God, I don't know how much more I can take." And I declare to you this truth: you do not carry this load alone. God is standing over your life. He is not blind to your pain, and He is not deaf to your cries. The fact that you are still here, listening, breathing, holding on, is evidence that God has not forsaken you, that His hand is still upon you, and that He has kept you when you could not keep yourself. Do not mistake God's silence for His absence. There are seasons when you may not hear Him, when the heavens feel like brass and your prayers seem to bounce back unanswered. But even in the silence, He is working. Even in the waiting, He is shaping. Even in the stillness, He is strengthening. And what feels like abandonment is often preparation. God is preparing you for something greater than you can see right now. He allows your struggle not to crush you, but to build you. He allows your weariness not to destroy you, but to bring you to the point where His power can be revealed in your weakness. And if you could see what God is preparing for you beyond this struggle, you would not give up. You would not let despair consume you. You would rise again even with trembling knees, because you would know that the God who sees you also sustains you. Some of you think, "But I am too weak. I have nothing left to give." That is when God's strength shines the brightest. You see, God is not impressed by how long you can hold yourself together. He is moved by the heart that says, "I am tired, but I will not let go of you." He is moved by the one who admits their weariness, but still clings to Him in trust. Your exhaustion is not a sign of failure. It is an invitation to lean deeper into the one who never grows weary. God never slumbers. God never sleeps. God never grows tired. And when you are at the end of yourself, He is at the beginning of His mighty power in you. Do you know why God allows you to face seasons of struggle? It is not because He delights in your pain. It is because He knows that struggle is the soil where faith takes root. Struggle is the ground where endurance is formed. Struggle is the furnace where character is purified. And struggle is the very place where you come to know God in ways you never could when life is easy. You do not truly know God as your sustainer until you have walked through days when you had no strength left of your own. You do not truly know God as your provider until you have been in the valley of lack. You do not truly know God as your comfort until you have tasted the depths of sorrow. And you do not truly know God as your protector until you have stood in the face of storms that could have destroyed you but did not. For the storms reveal His shelter. The nights reveal His watchfulness. The valleys reveal His hand carrying you through. I want you to pause and think about this. The very fact that you are still alive today, despite everything you have been through, is the testimony that God has been with you all along. There were moments you thought you would break, yet you did not. There were nights you thought you would drown in sorrow, yet you rose with the dawn. There were days when you said, "I cannot," yet somehow you did. That was not your strength alone. That was God sustaining you when you could not sustain yourself. And if He has carried you this far, why would He let you go now? If He has seen you through battles before, why would He abandon you in this one? If He has been faithful yesterday, will He not be faithful today? You may be tired, but God is not tired of you. The enemy of your soul would love for you to believe that your struggle means God has forgotten you. He whispers lies in the night. You are alone. No one cares. Not even God sees you. But those lies are broken in the light of truth. The truth is that God knows your name. He knows your story. And He knows your struggle. He has numbered the hairs on your head. He has charted the course of your life. He has written your days before one of them came to be. And nothing about you escapes His gaze. And if God has taken such care to create you, will He not also take care to sustain you? Do not give in to the lie of despair. Lift your eyes, weary one. Lift your head, exhausted heart. God has not left you. He is closer to you now than you realize. My friend, listen to me with your whole heart. Weariness is not a sin, but it can be a dangerous place if you let despair take root. God knows that you are tired, and yet in that tiredness, He offers you a deeper invitation. It is in your exhaustion that God is calling you to surrender. You see, when you are strong, you often think you can manage life on your own. You rely on your own plans, your own wisdom, your own ability to push forward. But when you are worn thin, when you are broken down and stripped of every illusion of self-sufficiency, that is when you can finally see that your life has always depended on God. Your weakness does not drive Him away. It draws Him near, because it is in your weakness that you finally allow Him to be your strength. You may look at the world and see others moving ahead with ease, while you are struggling simply to take another step. You may ask, why is my journey so hard? Why does the path I walk feel so steep? Do not be deceived by appearances. God does not measure your life by how fast you run, but by how faithfully you endure. He does not reward those who never grow weary. He rewards those who, though weary, refuse to quit because they trust that He is carrying them. The strongest souls are not those who never stumble, but those who stumble and rise again because they know God is their support. Your struggle is not evidence of God's neglect. It is proof that He is molding you into something greater than comfort could ever produce. Consider this. A tree that grows in gentle weather may appear tall and beautiful, but its roots are shallow. When storms come, it falls quickly. But the tree that grows in the harsh winds, that endures the scorching sun, that fights through storms and rains, that tree drives its roots deep. It may look weathered, but it stands unshaken, so it is with your soul. The struggles you endure, the nights you spend crying out to God, the days you drag yourself forward in weariness, these are the storms that drive your roots deep into Him. They anchor you so that when greater winds come, you will not be moved. What you think is breaking you is in fact building you. What you see as weakness is strengthening your foundation in God. You may be asking God, when will this end? How much longer must I carry this burden? And though He may not give you the answer you seek, He gives you something greater, His presence in the midst of it. If God has not lifted the struggle yet, it is because there is still something He is doing within you. The waiting is not wasted. The fatigue is not meaningless. God does not allow suffering without purpose. Every step you take in weariness is shaping your character, sharpening your faith, teaching your heart to rely on Him more fully. And when the time is right, God will lift that burden, and you will see why the struggle was necessary. You will look back and realize that what once seemed unbearable was in fact the very thing that prepared you for where He was leading you. Do not despise the season of being tired. Do not think that God has overlooked you because you feel drained. Even in your exhaustion, He is watching over you with tenderness. He knows when your energy is spent, and He knows how to renew you. There is a strength that does not come from sleep or rest. It comes only from God. It is a strength that rises from within, a peace that steadies the trembling heart, a courage that keeps you walking when you would rather collapse. This is not human willpower. It is divine sustenance. And that strength is available to you when you stop fighting in your own might and start leaning wholly on Him. I say to you now with conviction, do not confuse tiredness with defeat. You may be tired, but you are not finished. You may be weary, but you are not abandoned. You may feel empty, but you are not forgotten. God's eye is upon you. His hand is underneath you. His compassion is around you. And His power is within you. You are not defined by your exhaustion. You are defined by the God who sustains you through it. As long as you are breathing, God is not done with you. As long as you are standing, even if trembling, God is still working through you. As long as your heart beats, your struggle has meaning, because God does not waste pain. And let me remind you, your tiredness is seen not only by God, but also by the ones watching your life. There are people who see you press forward despite your weariness, and they are inspired. Your endurance is not just for yourself. It is a testimony for others who will one day face their own storms. When they see you walk with God through your struggle, when they see you hold on even when you are exhausted, they will realize that the same God who carried you can carry them too. Your struggle has ripple effects far beyond what you imagine. You may think you are barely surviving, but in truth, you are planting seeds of courage in others who are silently watching. God is using your weariness as a light to guide others toward His strength. There will come a day when you will look back on this season, and you will not remember it as the time you were most tired, but as the time you came to know God most deeply. For in your weakness, you encountered His sustaining power. In your despair, you discovered His unshakable hope. In your emptiness, you experienced His endless supply. And in your brokenness, you were drawn into His wholeness. Struggle does not separate you from God. It draws you closer to Him if you will let it. Weariness is not a curse. It is an invitation to rest, not in your own ability, but in God's unending strength. There are moments in your journey when the weight you carry feels almost unbearable, when your shoulders ache not from the labor of your hands, but from the unseen battles within your soul. You whisper in the darkness, "God, do you see me? Do you know how tired I am?" And though your voice trembles, though your words are weak, know this with all certainty: God has heard you. He has counted every sigh. He has measured every sleepless night, and He has seen every step you have taken while weary. You may feel invisible to the world, but you are never invisible to God. Tiredness is a language that God understands, for He knows the frame of your being. He knows that you are but dust. And yet He breathes His strength into that dust and calls you to rise. You may be pressed down, but you are not destroyed. You may be at the edge of your endurance, but you are not forsaken. God has written endurance into your spirit because He has written Himself into your very being. And when you feel that you cannot take another step, it is often in that very moment that He carries you, though you may not even recognize it. I want you to understand something that will change the way you see your struggle. Your tiredness is not a sign that God has abandoned you. It is a sign that you are human and that you are being invited into the divine strength of the One who never grows weary. God does not call you to be superhuman. He calls you to lean on Him. He does not expect you to always run. Sometimes all He asks is that you stand anchored in trust, even if your legs shake beneath you. You may not have the strength to leap forward today, but you have the strength to stand still and hold on to God's hand. And in that simple act of holding on, you are stronger than you realize. Think of how God has worked in your past. There were seasons where you thought, "This is the end, I cannot go any further." And yet, here you are, not because you never felt weak, not because you never felt weary, but because God carried you. Do you think He brought you through all those valleys, all those storms, all those nights of despair, only to leave you now? No. He is the same God who kept you before, and He will keep you again. The God who sustained you yesterday is the God who sustains you today. And He will be the God who sustains you tomorrow. When you are tired, the enemy will whisper lies to you. He will say, "If God truly cared, you would not feel this way. If God truly loved you, you would not be this weary." But do not listen to those lies. For the truth is that God's love does not shield you from struggle, it sustains you through it. His love does not always take the weight away immediately. It gives you the power to endure under it. And while others may see your weariness as weakness, God sees it as the place where His strength can be revealed in the greatest measure. Do you not know that some of the most powerful moments in your life will come not when you are at your strongest, but when you are at your weakest? For it is then that you discover that God's hand has been under you all along. You may not feel it in the moment, but when you look back, you will see that in the times you were crawling, God was lifting. In the times you were stumbling, God was steadying. In the times you felt you had no more to give, God was supplying from His endless wealth. That is why you are still here. That is why despair did not consume you. That is why hopelessness did not bury you, because God did not let go of you. And let me tell you, your struggle is not meaningless. Every tear has purpose. Every night of exhaustion is weaving something eternal into your soul. God does not waste pain. He does not waste weariness. He uses it to refine, to shape, to carve into you the strength and endurance that no easy life could ever produce. What you are enduring today will become the testimony that strengthens someone else tomorrow. You are not only being sustained for your own sake, you are being sustained so that others may see through you the power of God to uphold a weary soul. I want you to imagine something. A runner in a race, exhausted, drenched in sweat, legs burning with fatigue. To the crowd, he looks ready to collapse. But what the crowd cannot see is the coach's voice calling from the sidelines, urging him onward, reminding him that the finish line is near. That is what God is doing for you. To others, you may look like you cannot go on. To yourself, you may feel as though you will fall at any moment, but God is whispering into your soul, keep going. I see your struggle. I know you are tired, but I am with you, and you will finish this race because my strength is carrying you. There is a mystery in the way God works. He does not always remove the burden, but He always gives the strength to bear it. He does not always calm the storm immediately, but He always anchors the soul that trusts in Him. And while you may be longing for the struggle to end, God is longing for you to know Him more deeply through it. For it is in the darkness that you learn to see His light most clearly. It is in the weakness that you learn to lean on His strength most completely. It is in the exhaustion that you learn to rest in Him most fully. There is something sacred about the struggle that you face when no one else is watching. The world only sees your public strength, but God sees your private battles. He sees you when you are alone and weary, when the mask comes off and your soul whispers, I am tired. He sees the weight you carry that you cannot explain to anyone else. And because He sees, He understands in a way no one else can. Others may look at your life and never grasp the heaviness you endure, but God knows. He knows the exact measure of your strength. He knows the breaking point of your heart. And He knows how to keep you from being crushed even when you feel like you're on the verge of collapse. God is not indifferent to your pain. He is not distant from your exhaustion. When you feel like no one notices how hard you are fighting, He notices. When you think no one appreciates the sacrifices you make just to keep moving forward, He appreciates it. When you wonder if your cries vanish into the void, He hears every soundless sob, every silent plea. And what you cannot see is that even as you struggle, He is weaving something far greater than you could imagine. Your tiredness is not wasted. Your struggle is not pointless. It is part of the divine design shaping you into a soul that is unshakable. Do not think for a moment that because you are weary, you are weak in the eyes of God. On the contrary, your weariness is proof that you are still fighting. You have not given up, though every part of you has been tempted to quit. You may feel drained, but that feeling itself reveals the courage that has kept you pressing forward. If you were weak, you would have surrendered long ago. but the very fact that you are weary proves that you have endured. And God delights in those who, even in their exhaustion, choose to stand firm in faith. I want you to hold on to a powerful truth. The most extraordinary victories often emerge from the hardest battles. Diamonds form under immense pressure. Gold shines brightest after enduring the fire. And unshakable souls are shaped in the furnace of exhaustion. If God has allowed this season of hardship, it is because He is refining you for something far greater. He is teaching you to depend not on your limited strength, but on His limitless power that never fades. You were never designed to carry the weight alone. You were created to lean on Him, to draw from the source that never runs dry, to find the peace that surpasses understanding and the courage that stands firm when storms roar. Listen closely. God isn't asking you to hide your weariness. He doesn't expect you to fake a smile or pretend everything is okay. He welcomes your honesty. He calls you to pour out your heart, to tell Him of your fatigue, your fears, your frustrations. Because in that sacred place of transparency, His comfort becomes real. The heart that conceals its pain from God only deepens its sorrow, but the one that exposes its weakness before Him is the one that finds renewal. God already sees your struggle, yet when you confess it to Him, you invite His strength to flood your soul like a river in the desert. Think of how the seasons work. Winter strips the trees bare, the cold winds blow, and life seems absent. But beneath the frozen ground, unseen to the human eye, roots are strengthening, preparing for the coming spring. In the same way, your season of weariness may look barren, but beneath the surface, God is deepening your roots. He is anchoring you so that when the season of renewal comes, you will not only survive, but flourish. Your struggle today is preparing the strength you will need for tomorrow. Your exhaustion now is setting the stage for a fresh wave of God's sustaining power. You must not measure your worth by how much energy you have left. You must measure it by the God who holds you in your weakness. People may judge you by your performance, by how much you accomplish, by how well you appear to hold everything together. But God does not judge you by appearances. He looks at the heart that clings to Him even in exhaustion. He looks at the soul that refuses to give up even when it feels it has nothing left to give. That heart, that soul is precious to Him beyond measure. Do not let your tiredness deceive you into believing that you are at the end of your story. Many times, the moments when you feel most drained are the very moments right before breakthrough. Just as the night is darkest before the dawn, so your spirit may be heaviest before God unveils His deliverance. Hold on in the weariness, for the God who has carried you thus far will not leave you stranded. His strength is not seasonal, it is eternal. His care is not conditional, it is constant. His presence is not fleeting, it is unchanging. Lift your weary heart and say within yourself, God sees, God knows, God will not leave. Those words are not empty, they are truth. And when you speak truth into your weariness, your soul begins to rise again. You may still be tired, but your spirit will find a new fire. You may still feel the weight, but you will know that you are not carrying it alone. And that knowledge changes everything. It turns despair into hope. It transforms exhaustion into endurance. It awakens within you the unshakable realization that the God who sees your struggle also holds your future. And one day when you step out of this season and look back, you will see clearly what you cannot see now. That every weary night, every heavy step, every tear-stained prayer was a thread in the tapestry of God's perfect plan. You will see that the struggle that nearly broke you was the very thing that built you. You will see that your weariness was the ground where His strength took root, and you will give thanks not for the pain itself, but for the God who met you in it and never let you go. There are seasons in life when your spirit whispers what your lips are too weary to say. You rise in the morning, but the weight of yesterday has followed you into today. You carry burdens no one else sees, responsibilities, disappointments, wounds of the heart. And you think to yourself, if I must face another day like this, I will collapse. But I tell you now, God has already seen those secret cries. He knows the exact measure of your weariness. He knows the heaviness of your soul before you even open your eyes. And though you may feel like you are walking alone, you are not. God's presence surrounds you more closely than the air you breathe. Do not mistake fatigue for failure. Do not confuse exhaustion with defeat. When you are tired, it is not a sign that you are losing. It is a sign that you have been fighting. The body grows weary. The mind becomes drained. But the spirit anchored in God remains unbroken. That is why you are still standing even now. You have been knocked down, but not destroyed. You have walked through fire, but you were not consumed. You have cried yourself to sleep, but you awaken again this morning. And why? Because God's hand has kept you when your own strength would have given out. There is a depth of wisdom that only comes through struggle. Comfort never teaches what hardship teaches. Ease never molds the soul as struggle does. And though you despise the heaviness now, one day you will see it for what it truly was, an instrument in the hand of God, shaping you into something unshakable. Just as the potter applies pressure to the clay to form it into a vessel of beauty and strength, so God applies the pressure of life to mold you into the person He designed you to be. You may not understand why you are being pressed, why you are being stretched, why you are so tired of carrying this weight, but trust this. The hand upon you is not there to crush you. It is there to form you. There is a sacred purpose in every sleepless night, in every weary sigh. Even your tears are not wasted. They are collected by God as testimony of your endurance. The world may look at you and see only weakness, but God looks at you and sees resilience, faith, and the courage to keep going when everything inside you screams to stop. He sees you not for the state you are in now, but for the strength He is bringing forth through you. And when others would give up on you, God does not. He does not tire of you even when you are tired of yourself. He does not walk away from you when you feel empty. He remains steadfast and unchanging, carrying you when your legs can no longer hold you. Listen closely. Your weariness can either drive you into despair or drive you into the arms of God. One path will drain the little strength you have left. The other will renew you with strength from a source that never runs dry. Which will you choose? If you cling to despair, you will collapse under the weight. But if you lean into God, you will find a rest that no sleep can provide, a renewal that no human encouragement can achieve, a strength that rises from the very depths of His presence. Even the strongest among us grow tired. Even the mightiest warriors eventually feel weak. Do not think that being weary makes you less in God's eyes. It makes you human, and it makes you ready to experience His divinity in your weakness. God never demanded that you be unshakable. He only asks that you remain faithful. He never asks that you never grow tired. He only asks that in your tiredness, you do not let go of Him. And when you cling to Him in your exhaustion, you will discover that He has been holding you all along. I tell you this with conviction. There will come a moment when the very struggle that exhausts you today will become the testimony that strengthens you tomorrow. You will say, if I survived that season, I can survive this one. You will realize that every weary night was preparing you for a dawn brighter than you imagined. You will see that the hands of God were beneath you the entire time, keeping you from falling into despair. And when you see that, your tiredness will not be a memory of defeat, but a testimony of victory. You must learn to see your exhaustion through the lens of faith. Do not see it as a curse. See it as a sign that you have been entrusted with a battle worth fighting. Do not see it as proof that you are alone. See it as proof that God is refining you for something higher. Do not see it as the end. See it as the very place where God begins. For when you reach the end of yourself, you have reached the beginning of God's strength. And His strength is inexhaustible. His power does not wane. His endurance does not fade. His presence does not diminish. When you feel the weight of the world pressing against your chest, when the silence of the night echoes louder than any noise around you, when your strength feels poured out like water upon dry ground, remember this: God has not left you to drown in your weariness. He is the one who keeps your heart beating when you think it cannot endure another moment. He is the one who places light in the darkness, even when your eyes have grown too tired to see it. Your exhaustion does not mean you are forsaken. It means you are in the place where God's power is about to be revealed. There is a hidden wisdom in tiredness. It teaches you what comfort never can. It strips away illusions, peels back pride, and reveals where your true reliance lies. When you are strong, you think you can carry yourself. But when you are tired, you learn that only God can carry you. When your voice grows silent, you learn that He hears what you cannot even say. When your body weakens, you find that His strength does not weaken. And when you finally surrender the illusion that you can hold everything together, you realize it has always been His hands keeping it from falling apart. God is not distant from the weary. He is closest to them, for it is in the cries of the exhausted that His presence is most deeply felt. Do not despise this season of heaviness, for it is carving into you a capacity to experience God in ways you never could in times of ease. You may think you are being diminished, but you are being deepened. You may believe you are being emptied, but you are being prepared to be filled with something greater. Think of how the soil must be broken before the seed can take root. The earth must be turned over, torn apart, disturbed from its comfort, before new life can rise from it. In the same way, your heart must sometimes be broken open through struggle, your life unsettled by the weight of trials, so that God can plant within you strength that cannot be shaken. What feels like breaking is often the very process of becoming. Do not let despair deceive you. Weariness whispers lies that you cannot go on, that God has forgotten you, that your struggle has no purpose. But truth speaks louder. God does not abandon those who lean on Him. He does not grow weary, nor does He faint. His power flows to the one who refuses to let go, to the one who says, though I am tired, I will still trust. Though I am broken, I will still believe. Though I cannot see the way, I will still walk by faith. That act of surrender does not weaken you. It transforms you into a vessel through which God's strength flows. Hear this: your tiredness is not the end of your story. It is the very stage upon which God shows that His might is greater than your limits. He takes the one who says, I cannot, and lifts them to places where they declare, God has done it through me. He takes the one who feels overlooked and proves that His eye has never left them. He takes the one who thinks their strength is gone and clothes them with endurance that stuns even themselves. That is the mystery of His power. It shines brightest in the darkest hour. It strengthens most where weakness resides. It lifts highest those who feel lowest. So when you wake up tomorrow and feel the same heaviness pressing down, do not despise the day. Instead, whisper within your soul, God, I may be tired, but you are not. I may be weak, but you are strong. I may not know how to continue, but you have already written the path ahead. And watch as your spirit slowly begins to rise. Watch as hope flickers back into flame. Watch as the weariness that once threatened to break you becomes the very evidence that God is working in you. For the truth is this, it was never about your strength. It was always about His. And when you finally realize that, you will stop measuring your ability to endure by how much energy you have left. And you will start measuring it by the greatness of the God who sustains you. Then, even in the midst of exhaustion, you will find peace. Even in the midst of struggle, you will find rest. Even in the midst of tears, you will find the assurance that you are not abandoned. There are moments when your body aches from the weight of life's responsibilities, when your heart feels stretched thin, and when your mind can hardly take another thought without breaking. It is in these fragile places that God whispers louder than the noise of the world. My child, I see you. I know you are tired, but I am with you. Never believe for a moment that your fatigue goes unnoticed. God watches every tear. He knows every sleepless night. He hears every silent cry you dare not speak out loud. The world may think you are strong because you keep moving, but God knows how heavy the load really is. And He is the one who carries what no human eye can see. Struggle has a way of stripping us down, making us think we are alone, forgotten, or invisible. But God's gaze never wavers. He sees you when you drag yourself out of bed with no strength left. He sees you when you smile in public, but collapse in private. He sees you when you feel like giving up. But keep pressing forward anyway. Every ounce of perseverance, every tear shed in secret, every moment of choosing faith over despair is known. You are not unseen, and you are not abandoned. God is closer to the weary than you could ever imagine. And let me tell you something with conviction. Weariness is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of humanity. You were not created to carry endless burdens on your own shoulders. You were created to lean on God. He alone is infinite in strength. He alone never grows tired. He alone sustains the world with the power that never diminishes. So when you say, I cannot go on, you are closer than ever to realizing the truth that God never asked you to go on without Him. He asked you to trust Him, to lean on Him, to pour out your heart before Him. For when you reach the end of yourself, you have just reached the beginning of His strength. There is a purpose in this exhaustion. God does not waste struggle. The very tiredness that feels like you're undoing is shaping your soul, humbling your heart, and preparing you for a breakthrough you cannot yet see. Just as dawn always follows the night, rest will follow the labor. God is not merely watching your struggle from a distance. He is working within it, orchestrating the unseen, weaving together strength out of weakness, and laying a foundation for a testimony that will one day inspire others who are walking the very same road. You must not mistake silence for absence. Just because God has not removed the weight does not mean He has abandoned you under it. Sometimes He allows you to feel the strain so that you will discover the depth of His support. Sometimes He allows you to walk through valleys so you can learn that His presence shines brightest in the low places. Sometimes He withholds immediate relief because the lesson you gain in struggle will become the very anchor of your faith in storms yet to come. Look back at your life. Have you not seen times before when you thought you could not go on, and yet here you are? Did God not sustain you when you thought it was the end? Did He not open doors you could not have opened on your own? Did He not comfort you when no one else understood? Those moments were not accidents. They were reminders that the same God who carried you then is carrying you now, and He will carry you still. And hear this truth: you are not defined by your tiredness. You are defined by the God who strengthens you in it. You may be weary, but you are not broken. You may be pressed, but you are not crushed. You may be exhausted, but you are not abandoned. The same God who spoke the heavens into existence bends low to lift you up. The same God who set the stars in place places His hand upon your shoulder and says, "I will sustain you, my friend." Lift your eyes for a moment from the dust of your struggle and look toward the heavens. Because the same God who set the stars in place has not forgotten you in your weariness. He has measured every step you've taken. He has heard every cry you've released in the silence. And He has gathered every tear as testimony that you have endured even when it felt impossible. You might be exhausted, but God never grows weary. You may feel like you've reached your limit, yet God has none. He remains your everlasting strength, your eternal shelter, your constant presence. He will not leave you in this place. Don't let despair close your story. Let faith rise and declare, "I may be weary, but God restores me. I may be weak, but God empowers me. I may be burdened, but God delivers me." You are not forgotten. You have been chosen to witness God's power in ways that only the weary can comprehend. When the night feels endless, remember, the dawn is already approaching. When the weight feels unbearable, know that God is already lifting it from you. When your steps begin to stumble, trust that He is carrying you forward. Your story is not one of defeat. It is a testimony of God's sustaining hand. The same God who has held you this far will never release you now. Trust in Him. Lean on His strength and walk in peace, because though you may feel tired, you are never alone. God is with you, and His power will never fail. When God is getting ready to bless your love life, the first sign is often that the ground beneath you starts to tremble. The storms you believed were long gone seem to rise again. Old hurts reopen. Old doubts whisper their way back into your heart. And sometimes even those you once trusted begin to turn away. But this is not a sign that God has left you. It is proof that He is preparing the way for something greater. Every time God gets ready to release a blessing, especially in the sacred realm of love, He first clears out the false, the distractions, and the obstacles that would keep you from receiving His best. So if you find yourself in a season where relationships are falling apart, where the ones you thought would stay forever suddenly walk away, don't lose heart. It's not rejection. It's divine protection. God knows what you cannot see. He knows the hidden intentions, the unseen traps, the weight of a heart that is not aligned with yours. He knows who will honor your spirit and who will crush it. And before He blesses your love life with the partner He has ordained for you, He will allow the false ones to fall away, no matter how much you thought you needed them. The blessing of love is not light. It is not something God gives casually. It is one of the most profound gifts He can bestow upon a soul to unite two people in purpose, in destiny, in truth. But before that blessing comes, there is always a refining. You will be tested. You will be stretched. You will be purified, because God will not allow you to enter a divine union with a broken, bitter, or half-hearted spirit. He prepares you just as He prepares the one He has chosen for you. And the preparation often feels like loss. But what feels like loss is actually the chiseling away of everything that cannot stay with you in the next chapter. When God is about to bless your love life, you may notice that isolation begins to surround you. The friends who once invited you everywhere, the voices that once kept you distracted, may grow silent. That silence is not loneliness, it is God's classroom. It is in the quiet seasons that God shapes your discernment, strengthens your patience, and builds the character that will sustain the love He is sending your way. Do not mistake the silence as punishment. It is the sacred ground where you are learning to depend not on human approval, but on divine direction. And let me tell you this with all the authority of truth. When God ordains someone for your life, there is nothing in this world that can keep them away. But when God removes someone, there is nothing you can do to make them stay. And so when you feel the sting of someone walking away, let your heart not cling to them. Instead, lift your eyes to God and say, "If this is not from you, take it away. And if you have something better, prepare me for it." That surrender is the key that unlocks the blessing. Because God does not bless stubbornness. He blesses obedience. When God is about to bless your love life, the enemy will fight you harder than ever. You will face temptations, counterfeits, and illusions that look good on the outside, but are hollow on the inside. They will appear at the very edge of your breakthrough, trying to convince you to settle. But hear me clearly, counterfeits always come before the real blessing. They are the enemy's last attempt to trap you before God releases what He has prepared. If you settle for what looks good, but is not from God, you will miss what is truly divine. That is why discernment in this season is everything. You must learn to see not with your eyes, but with your spirit. And if you wonder how you will know the difference, understand this. What comes from God will bring peace, not confusion. It will strengthen your faith, not weaken it. It will lift you closer to Him, not pull you away. A love that is blessed by God will not manipulate. It will not deceive. It will not drain you of joy. Instead, it will feel like alignment, purpose, and truth. That is the hallmark of divine love. It bears the fruit of peace. But you cannot receive such love until you yourself are transformed. Many ask God for a blessed partner, but remain unwilling to become the kind of person who can carry such a blessing. You cannot pray for someone loyal while you still entertain disloyalty. You cannot ask for someone who honors you while you dishonor yourself. You cannot plead for someone who walks in faith while you are still chained by fear. God will not give you what you are unprepared to protect. And so when He is about to bless your love life, He begins first with you. He works on your heart, your mind, your habits, your character, because He knows the weight of the blessing, and He will not allow you to destroy it through immaturity. So if you feel like God is pressing on your weaknesses right now, if He is convicting you of patterns you need to release, do not resist. That is the refining fire. That is the evidence that He is getting you ready. The season of preparation may feel heavy, but the blessing will outweigh the pain. The partner He is shaping for you will not just be someone to walk beside you in comfort, but someone who will ignite your purpose, fuel your destiny, and stand with you in every storm. That kind of love cannot be rushed, and it cannot be fabricated. It can only be given by God in His timing, in His way. And remember this truth, Tom, timing is everything. You may think you are ready now, but God sees what you do not see. He knows the years ahead, the battles you have not yet faced, the lessons you still need to learn. And so when God delays, it is never denial. It is protection. It is alignment. It is love in its purest form. because He refuses to give you something too soon and watch it crumble under the weight of unpreparedness. When God is about to bless your love life, something begins to stir inside you that words cannot fully capture. It is as though your spirit senses a shift long before your eyes can see it. The heart becomes restless, not because it is empty, but because it knows it was made for something more. You begin to feel an awakening, a call to rise above mediocrity, a longing to step into a love that carries divine weight. And let me tell you, this stirring is not a mistake. It is the evidence that God Himself is moving, preparing, and aligning something greater than what you have ever known. God does not simply match two people. He weaves destinies. He intertwines paths with a purpose that extends beyond the fleeting emotions of attraction. When He blesses your love life, it is not just for your happiness. It is for the fulfillment of His design. That is why, before He releases this blessing, He often disrupts the patterns you once thought were normal. The relationships that were built on shallow foundations begin to collapse. The desires you once chased begin to lose their grip. God purges what is unworthy of the next chapter. And though at times it feels like heartbreak, it is in truth the greatest mercy of all. Understand this. When God strips away, He is never leaving you barren. He is clearing the space for something divine. He knows the weight of what He is about to place in your hands, and He will not allow it to be contaminated by what is unworthy. So, if you are watching doors close in your love life, rejoice, because closed doors are often the first sign that God is about to open one no man can shut. When God is about to bless your love life, He also tests your trust. He allows you to walk through seasons where you cannot see the full picture, where questions outweigh answers, where the silence feels endless. Why? Because love ordained by God requires faith. And faith must be cultivated before it is rewarded. If you cannot trust God in the unseen, how will you trust Him to sustain what He gives you? The waiting season is not a punishment. It is a classroom of faith. It teaches you to lean not on your own understanding, but to rest in the assurance that God is never late, never careless, never indifferent. And mark this, the blessing of love from God is not just about finding a partner. It is about finding alignment. Alignment with your destiny, alignment with your values, alignment with the deepest calling God has placed within you. That kind of love will not compete with God in your heart. It will complement His presence in your life. It will not distract you from your purpose. It will amplify it. And that is why many relationships fall apart before the true one arrives, because God refuses to let anything lesser take the place of what He has destined for you. Now let me speak directly to the battle many face. When God is preparing to bless your love life, the enemy seeks to intercept it. He sends counterfeit after counterfeit. People who look the part but lack the heart. They may speak with charm but carry deception. They may promise love but deliver chaos. These counterfeits always appear right before the blessing, because their purpose is to tempt you into settling. But hear this clearly. What God sends will never require you to sacrifice your peace, your dignity, or your closeness to Him. It will never come wrapped in confusion, lies, or constant turmoil. If it is from God, it will be steady, it will be whole, and it will resonate with the truth in your spirit. When God is about to bless your love life, He also strengthens your discernment. Suddenly, what once enticed you no longer satisfies. The same games that once pulled you in now repel you. The flattery that used to blind you no longer moves you. Why? Because God is sharpening your vision. teaching you to see beyond appearances, guiding you to recognize the difference between the glitter of temptation and the gold of divine love. That shift in your spirit is not accidental. It is preparation. God is equipping you to protect what He is about to release. Another sign that God is about to bless your love life is the healing of old wounds. You may find yourself confronting past hurts, revisiting old memories, and dealing with pains you thought were buried. Do not resist this process. God cannot pour fresh love into a heart still poisoned by yesterday's bitterness. He brings those wounds to the surface not to shame you, but to cleanse you. He exposes the brokenness not to condemn you, but to heal you. And only when that healing flows can you fully receive the love He has prepared. Because divine love is not meant to be built on brokenness. It is meant to be built on wholeness. And let me declare this: God's timing is perfect. He will not let you miss what belongs to you. The love He ordains for you will not pass you by, even if it feels delayed. That delay is not rejection. It is orchestration. God may be working on you, or He may be working on the one He has chosen for you. He may be aligning circumstances, removing obstacles, or preparing the environment where your paths will meet. And when it all comes together, it will not be forced. It will flow. Because when God writes the story, there is a divine ease, a rhythm that cannot be manufactured. You may find yourself tempted to compare your journey to others. You may wonder why friends are marrying, why others are posting pictures of love while you sit alone. But hear me, comparison is the thief of trust. What God is preparing for you is unlike what He is preparing for them. Their story is theirs. Yours is written by the author of time Himself. And when it arrives, it will be so uniquely tailored to you that no comparison will even make sense. God's blessing for your love life will not be ordinary. It will be a reflection of His intimate knowledge of who you are and what you need. When God is about to bless your love life, He also calls you to higher standards. He removes the tolerance for games, dishonesty, and half-hearted love. He places within you a holy dissatisfaction with anything less than His best. That dissatisfaction may feel painful, but it is actually a safeguard. It ensures that you will not settle for what is beneath the divine. So if you find yourself restless in relationships that once seemed acceptable, give thanks. That restlessness is God's way of saying, I am preparing something greater. And finally, when God is about to bless your love life, you will sense a peace that surpasses logic. It may not come with fireworks or drama. It may come with quiet certainty. A stillness in your spirit that whispers, this is it. This is the blessing I prepared for you. Peace is the seal of God's approval. And when that peace floods your heart, you will know that all the waiting, all the loss, all the pain was not in vain. When God is about to bless your love life, He begins to reorder your entire existence. Suddenly, the things that once occupied your attention lose their grip. The shallow pursuits that used to fill your time feel empty, and you start craving something deeper, something purer, something real. That shift is not random. It is God pulling your heart into alignment with His greater plan. Because love that comes from Him cannot be built on distraction. It must be built on focus, on clarity, on purpose. And when God is preparing to release that blessing, He draws you away from the noise so that you can hear His voice more clearly. You see, love is not just about affection. It is about assignment. When God sends someone into your life, it is not only to satisfy your emotions, it is to strengthen your mission. That is why the preparation feels so demanding, because He is not only preparing you for romance, He is preparing you for responsibility. Divine love carries weight, and that weight requires maturity. The person God is sending is not just a companion. They are a partner in destiny. They are someone who will walk with you in faith, who will carry the load with you when life grows heavy, who will remind you of God's promises when doubt tries to silence your hope. And if you are not ready for that kind of love, you will mishandle it. So God works on you first, molding your character, refining your spirit, and teaching you how to love in a way that reflects His truth. When God is about to bless your love life, do not be surprised if He calls you into a season of surrender. He may ask you to release relationships you still cling to. He may nudge you to let go of habits that erode your worth. He may urge you to stop seeking validation from people and start finding it in Him alone. That surrender is not easy. It tears at the flesh. It challenges the ego. It breaks the comfort of routine. But without surrender, there can be no blessing. God cannot pour new wine into old wines. He cannot release a divine love into a heart that is still cluttered with compromise. Surrender clears the ground, making space for the seeds of love that He Himself intends to plant. And let me speak plainly, the love that comes from God is unlike any other. It does not manipulate. It does not drain you of your joy. It does not chain you with fear. Instead, it nourishes. It uplifts. It breathes peace into your soul. And that is why the enemy tries so hard to counterfeit it. The enemy knows that if you experience love as God intended, you will walk in a power and unity that threatens every dark force. So before the blessing arrives, you will often face distractions, temptations, and false promises designed to lure you away. This is why you must stay anchored in God, because only His voice can reveal what is real and what is deception. When God is about to bless your love life, He increases your sensitivity to truth. Suddenly, the charm of empty words loses its power. The thrill of superficial connection fades. What you begin to crave is substance, honesty, and depth. That craving is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is God training your heart to hunger for what truly lasts, so that when the right one comes, you will not miss them by chasing what is temporary. This training season may feel lonely, but loneliness in God's hands is never wasted. It becomes a refining fire and burning away illusions and preparing you for something enduring. Another sign that God is about to bless your love life is the restoration of hope. Maybe you thought your time had passed. Maybe betrayal left you broken. Maybe rejection convinced you that a love was not meant for you. But just when despair tries to settle in, God begins whispering hope back into your heart. He reminds you through small signs, quiet nudges, and undeniable confirmations that your story is not finished. That stirring of hope is not imagination. It is divine preparation. God revives your faith because He knows the blessing is near, and He will not allow you to enter it with a defeated spirit. When God is preparing you, He often humbles you. He shows you the flaws in your own heart, not to condemn you, but to heal you. He reveals the areas where pride has clouded your judgment, where selfishness has poisoned your actions, where fear has shackled your choices. And though the process stings, it is necessary, because love blessed by God cannot be carried on the back of arrogance, insecurity, or fear. It requires humility, patience, and trust. The humbling season may feel like breaking, but it is actually building. God is building you into the kind of person who can love selflessly, who can forgive freely, who can stand firmly and hear this truth. When God finally unveils the one He has prepared for you, it will not be a random encounter. It will be a divine appointment. Every detail will fall into place, not by coincidence, but by orchestration. You will look back and see how every delay, every heartbreak, every lonely night was preparing you for this moment. You will see that nothing was wasted because every tear watered the soil where your blessing would grow. God is not a God of accidents. He is a God of design. And when He designs love, it is flawless in its timing, powerful in its purpose, and undeniable in its presence. When God is about to bless your love life, your entire atmosphere begins to shift. You carry yourself differently. You speak differently. You think differently. Not because you are trying to impress anyone, but because God has awakened a new confidence in you. That confidence is not pride. It is the awareness of your worth in Him. And that awareness is what draws the right one into your life. Because true love can only recognize you when you first recognize yourself as a creation of God's purpose. And let me remind you, God's blessing and love is not fragile. It does not crumble under pressure. It does not dissolve in adversity. It is forged in the fire of His will, anchored in His truth, and sustained by His strength. That is why it is worth waiting for. That is why it is worth enduring the trials, resisting the counterfeits, and embracing the preparation. Because when the blessing comes, it will be more than you ever imagined. It will be love that points you closer to God. Love that sustains you through storms. Love that reflects the beauty of His design. When God is about to bless your love life, the atmosphere around you begins to shift in ways that cannot be explained by logic alone. Suddenly, conversation that once left you confused lose their power. And people who once drained your energy no longer feel connected to your path. This is not coincidence. It is God drawing a line between what was and what will be. He is closing doors to protect you from distractions. And at the same time, He is opening windows that pour light into your spirit. That light is His signal that you are moving closer to something sacred. You see, love blessed by God is not ordinary. It does not arrive through luck or chance. Everything is orchestrated by God, and before the blessing arrives, He begins to align your inner world with the outer reality He is shaping for you. He refines your desires, redirects your attention, and even stirs dissatisfaction with anything that falls short of His will. That restlessness you've been feeling is not random. It is divine preparation. God never intends for you to settle comfortably in relationships that drain your purpose. He wants you to crave a love that bears His signature, a connection that reflects His wisdom, His strength, and His glory. When God is preparing to bless your love life, He often places you in the sacred discipline of waiting. Waiting may seem silent, but it is one of faith's most powerful classrooms. In that season, you learn to tell the difference between impulse and divine direction, between simple desire and spiritual discernment. You come to understand that timing is not about when you want something, but when you're truly ready to carry it. Many believe love is about finding someone to end their loneliness. But God knows it's about finding someone who helps you fulfill a divine purpose. That kind of purpose cannot be hurried. And so He teaches you patience, because what is rushed seldom endures. But what is prepared by God stands unshaken. In this preparation, God also strengthens your identity. He teaches you who you are without a partner, so that when the blessing comes, you do not lose yourself within it. You cannot receive divine love if you are still desperate for human validation. So God strips away the need for constant approval. He teaches you to walk in dignity, to stand in confidence, to see your worth, not through the eyes of others, but through His design. And once you know who you are in Him, you will not settle for anyone who cannot see you the way He sees you. And let me declare this with boldness. When the blessing is near, opposition increases. The enemy tries to attack your mind with doubt. He whispers lies that you will always be alone, that your past mistakes have disqualified you, that you are unworthy of true love. Those are not the words of God. They are chains meant to keep you from stepping into your destiny. But when you resist those lies and stand firm in God's truth, you prove that you are ready for the blessing. Because love from God cannot be embraced by a heart still bound by fear. It can only be received by a heart anchored in faith. Another sign that God is about to bless your love life is the sharpening of your vision for the future. Where once you may have drifted without direction, suddenly you begin to see clarity in your calling. You start to understand the kind of partner who can walk with you and the kind who cannot. This clarity is not arrogance. It is divine revelation. God is showing you that love is not just about companionship. It is about agreement. Two lives walking in opposite directions cannot build a future together. So He reveals your purpose before He reveals your partner. That way, when love arrives, you will not compromise destiny for desire. When God is preparing to bless you, He also tests your stewardship of love in small ways. How do you treat others? How do you forgive? How do you handle disappointment? These small tests reveal whether you can carry the greater blessing. Because if you cannot show kindness to those around you now, how will you nurture the one He sends? If you cannot forgive small offenses, how will you protect a bond through greater storms? God examines the heart not to shame you, but to equip you. He knows that love without maturity collapses under pressure, so He matures you before entrusting you with His gift. When God's blessing is close, you will also notice an increase in inner peace even before the person arrived. Peace is God's way of steadying you, of preparing your heart so you will not be swayed by distractions. This peace allows you to walk with patience because you know what is coming cannot be stolen or delayed beyond its appointed time. That calm assurance is the evidence that God has already set things in motion. And when that peace fills you, it becomes a shield against desperation. You no longer chase after people who cannot see your worth because you know that what God has prepared will recognize you without you having to beg for recognition. Let me tell you this, when the blessing finally arrives, you will know it. There will be no endless cycles of doubt, no constant battle between love and confusion. What God sends will bring clarity, not chaos. It will confirm your spirit, not drain it. It will carry peace, not turmoil. It may still require effort, but it will not feel like bondage. Instead, it will feel like a sacred partnership where two lives intertwine under God's guidance. That is why the season before the blessing is so vital. It teaches you the difference between what merely excites you and what truly edifies you. And perhaps the most powerful truth of all is this: when God blesses your love life, the blessing will not only transform you, it will ripple outward. Others will see the strength, the peace, the unity, and they will know it was not built by human effort alone. They will see that your love carries the fragrance of God's presence, and it will inspire faith in others because divine love is not just personal. It is a testimony. It reveals to the world that God's design is always higher, always pure, always stronger than anything we could construct for ourselves. When God is about to bless your love life, He often takes you through a valley that looks nothing like the promise. He allows you to stand in the place where nothing seems to move, where prayers feel unanswered, where silence echoes louder than words. And yet that silence is not abandonment, it is preparation. God is building in you the strength to stand alone before He entrusts you with the strength to stand together. Because if you cannot be whole in Him when you are by yourself, you will not recognize the wholeness He brings through another. Love ordained by God is not built on desperation. It is built on completeness. Two whole people rooted in Him come together not out of need, but out of alignment. That is why the season before the blessing often feels like breaking, because God is stripping away the illusions that you need another person to complete you. No, God Himself is your completion. The one He sends will not fix your soul. They will complement your soul. They will not be your Savior. They will be your partner. And when you enter love with that awareness, you will no longer cling to people out of fear. You will walk with them out of purpose. When God is about to bless your love life, He changes the way you see relationships entirely. What once looked like love, chaotic passion, constant pursuit, endless drama suddenly looks like counterfeit. You begin to crave stability, honesty, and peace. You realize that love should not feel like a battlefield, but like a refuge. That awakening is God teaching you the language of divine love. Because when the real one arrives, it may not come with endless fireworks, but it will come with peace that silences doubt. And that peace is the evidence of His hand. God is not careless with matters of the heart. He knows the power of love to shape destinies, to build families, to impact generations. That is why He takes so much time to prepare it. If He is delaying, it is because He is perfecting. If He is withholding, it is because He is protecting. If He is pruning, it is because He is positioning. You may not understand it in the moment, but when the blessing comes, you will look back and see. Now I see. Now I understand why it had to be this way. And let us not overlook this. When God blesses your love life, the blessing is not meant to end with you. It is meant to overflow. The love He gives you will be so strong, so resilient, so rooted in Him that it will touch everyone around you. People will see how you honor each other, how you stand together, how you endure storms without collapsing. And they will know this is not ordinary. They will know this love carries the seal of God's approval. That testimony alone will change hearts because divine love preaches without words. When God is about to bless your love life, He equips you with wisdom you did not have before. Suddenly, you begin to see red flags where once you saw potential. You begin to set boundaries where once you tolerated chaos. You begin to say no to things that waste your time because you know your heart is worth more than gains. That wisdom is a sign. It means God is shaping you into someone who will not waste His blessing. He does not give His treasures to those who will treat them carelessly. He gives them to those who have learned to value what is holy. Sometimes the preparation feels like loneliness, but it is not loneliness. It is refinement. It is in solitude that you hear God the clearest. It is in solitude that you discover who you are without noise. It is in solitude that you strengthen your relationship with Him so that when love arrives, it will not distract you from Him. It will drive you deeper into Him. That is why God calls many into a season of aloneness before the blessing. He wants you to love Him first so that you can love another through Him. And when God is about to bless your love life, He will bring tests of faith. You will face moments where you are tempted to compromise, to lower your standards, to accept less than what He has promised. Those tests are not to break you. They are to prove you. Every time you choose faith over fear, obedience over desperation, trust over panic, you are declaring to God that you are ready. The tests may feel harsh, but they are doors. Each door you pass through brings you closer to the blessing. When the blessing finally comes, it will not only heal what was broken, it will make you forget the pain of waiting. The joy will overshadow the tears. The peace will outweigh the storms. The purpose will silence the confusion. And you will know without a shadow of doubt that it was God. You will recognize His hand in the timing, in the details, in the peace that surrounds it. And in that moment, every disappointment will turn into testimony. Every delay will turn into praise. When God is preparing to bless your love life, He does not simply rearrange your circumstances. He transforms your very spirit. He does not just bring you a partner. He first reshapes your heart to recognize what is real and to reject what is counterfeit. Many ask why the waiting feels so long, why prayers seem delayed, why doors appear closed. But understand this, God does not waste time. Every delay in your life has been a tool in His hand. Every silence has been a lesson in disguise. And every unanswered longing has been a furnace refining your soul. He is not merely concerned with giving you what you want. He is invested in making you ready for what He knows you need. And so before He blesses your love life, God will often lead you into seasons where you learn to depend entirely on Him. He strips away attachments that were weakening you. He removes relationships that were leading you astray, and He exposes desires that were never aligned with His purpose. Do not misinterpret the pruning as punishment. It is protection. Do not misinterpret the silence as absence. It is preparation. God in His wisdom does not rush what is sacred. He is weaving together a future where the love He ordains will not collapse under pressure, but will stand unshaken because it was birthed in His timing. When God blesses your love life, the love that arrives will not mirror the world's definition. It will not be built on fleeting emotions or shallow appearances. It will be anchored in patience, in trust, in respect, mutual growth. This kind of love cannot be manufactured by human effort. It is sustained by divine alignment. It is not just about two hearts beating together. It is about two souls walking in purpose. Two spirits recognizing that God is at the center. When you find such love, you will know it did not come from chance or coincidence. It came from the hand of the Almighty. But hear this truth before the blessing comes, that God often allows counterfeit loves to cross your path. Why? Because He wants you to learn discernment. He wants you to experience what is unstable so you can recognize stability. He wants you to encounter what is empty so you can value what is full. He wants you to see what fades so you can treasure what endures. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every disappointment, it is not wasted. It is training. It is God's way of sharpening your vision so that when the blessing finally arrives, you will not overlook it. You will not take it for granted, and you will not let it slip away. Understand this also. When God is about to bless your love life, He elevates your standards. What you used to tolerate, you can no longer accept. What once felt exciting but hollow, you now recognize as a distraction. This shift is not arrogance, it is alignment. God is showing you that your heart is too precious to be wasted on what does not carry His approval. And if you feel the world calling you to compromise, stand firm, because compromise today becomes regret tomorrow. But faithfulness today becomes testimony tomorrow. The love that comes from God will not leave you questioning your worth. It will affirm it. It will not drain your soul. It will strengthen it. It will not pull you away from God. It will draw you closer to Him. That is how you will know For true love from God is never in competition with God. It is an extension of His goodness in your life. And when it arrives, you will feel the calm assurance that what He has joined together cannot be undone by man. So while you wait, do not let impatience sabotage your destiny. Do not let loneliness drive you into the arms of those who were never meant to carry your soul. Do not confuse activity with progress. Trust that God is not withholding. He is arranging. Trust that He is not ignoring you. He is protecting you. Trust that He is not delaying for no reason. He is writing a story that will be worth every tear and every prayer. And when the moment comes when God releases the blessing, it will not come quietly. It will shift your life in ways you never imagined. You will see how every detour led you here, how every ending birthed a new beginning, how every season of silence prepared you for a love so loud in purpose that it drowns out every doubt. That love will not just change your days, it will transform your future. It will stand as evidence that God is faithful, that God rewards those who wait, that God fulfills what He promises. So hold on with unwavering faith. Keep your heart anchored in God, for He is the only foundation that can sustain true love. When He is at the center, no storm can destroy, no trial can separate, no enemy can succeed. And when God blesses your love life, you will finally see what it means to be loved not only by a person, but through the will of the one who created love itself. My friend, hear this with all the weight of eternity pressing upon it. When God is about to bless your love life, nothing in this world and nothing in the unseen realm can stand against it. What God ordains cannot be stolen. What He seals cannot be broken. And what He blesses cannot be cursed. You may have walked through lonely nights. You may have carried tears that no one saw. You may have felt forgotten and overlooked, but God has not abandoned you. He has been writing your story, shaping your heart, preparing your path. And when His appointed time arrives, the love He brings will silence every doubt and heal every wound. Do not let impatience push you into the counterfeit when the real blessing is near. Do not let fear convince you that you are unworthy of what God has promised. Do not let the whispers of doubt drown out the truth of His faithfulness. Stand firm, hold fast, keep your eyes lifted to the one who sees the beginning and the end. For when God moves, He moves with precision. When He opens the door, it will be undeniable. When He unites hearts under His hand, the union will carry His peace, His strength, and His purpose. Rise above the shadows of your past, let go of every chain of bitterness and regret, and open your heart with renewed expectation. The blessing that's coming your way is not merely about love, it is about purpose. It is about God showing you that He truly knows the deepest desires of your heart and takes joy in fulfilling them at exactly the right moment. You are not waiting for nothing. You are waiting for God. And when His blessing arrives, it will surpass everything you've imagined. It will magnify His name and prove that no season of waiting is ever wasted when it's spent in faith and trust. So lift your spirit high and get ready, because the blessing is closer than you realize. Hold tightly to your faith. Keep your heart clean and walk faithfully in obedience. When God moves in your love life, it won't just transform your relationship. It will transform your entire life. And you will stand as a living testimony that those who put their trust in God are never disappointed. When God ordains for you to be with someone, no power on earth, no plan of man, and no obstacle in your path can stop it from unfolding. There will be moments when it feels like you're walking through delays, disappointments, or unexpected turns. Yet when God begins to move, nothing can hinder what He has already decided. People may misunderstand your journey. Circumstances may weigh heavily on your spirit. Even your own heart may waver in doubt. But God is greater than it all. And when He writes your story, it is sealed with eternal ink, unchanged, unshaken, and untouched by any human hand. So many people spend their lives chasing after others, desperately trying to hold on to relationships that were never meant to be, while ignoring the quiet voice of God that whispers, "Wait, trust, I know what is best for you." If God wants you with someone, you won't have to manipulate, you won't have to beg, and you won't have to compromise who you are to keep them. What God joins together is sealed by His will. And when He ordains a bond, it will not be broken by the winds of circumstance. That truth must settle into your heart like a fire that burns away all doubt and fear. But let me tell you, when you take matters into your own hands, when you force connections that are not aligned with God's plan, you will always find yourself restless, unsatisfied, and weary. Because what is born out of your own effort will require your constant striving to keep alive. But what is born of God carries His power and peace. There is a vast difference between a bond made by human desire and a bond crafted by divine wisdom. One can crumble overnight while the other withstands every storm. You see, the real test of faith is not in whether you can dream big or ask boldly. The real test of faith is whether you can trust God's timing when His silence seems long, and whether you can surrender your will when your heart wants something desperately, but His wisdom says not yet, or even not this one. That is where many stumble, because they confuse their longing with God's leading. But if you trust Him enough to guide your steps, you must trust Him enough to guide your relationships. When God wants you with someone, He will prepare you in ways you do not expect. He will stretch you, refine you, and even break pieces of pride within you so that you can be ready to honor that person. And not with selfishness, but with sacrifice. Not with insecurity, but with strength. God does not simply give you what you want. He gives you what will glorify Him and what will bring out the best in you. That is why sometimes God withholds, not because He is punishing you, but because He is protecting you from premature unions that would destroy your destiny. I have seen people rush into relationships and call it love, but without God at the center, love becomes fragile, easily broken by time and trial. But when God is in it, there is a weight, a peace, a certainty that no storm can uproot. That is why you must be patient. Patience is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of trust. To wait on God is to declare that you believe His plan is worth more than your impatience. To wait is to worship. To wait is to say, God, I trust you to give me the right person in the right way at the right time. Do not mistake loneliness for a sign that God has abandoned you. Loneliness can be a classroom where God teaches you who you are in Him, so that when He brings someone into your life, you are not clinging to them out of emptiness, but loving them out of fullness. God does not want you to worship the one He sends. He wants you to worship Him first, so that you can love them without making them your idol. And when you reach that point of maturity, you will recognize that the greatest gift God can give you is not someone who completes you, but someone who walks with you as you both complete the assignment He has placed on your lives. Listen carefully. The person God has for you will not pull you away from Him, but will push you closer to Him. The person God has for you will not feed your weaknesses, but will strengthen your character. The person God has for you will not just match your preferences, but will align with your purpose. And when you see that kind of alignment, you will know this is not an accident. This is not chance. This is God's hand at work. When God wants you with someone, He will orchestrate circumstances that seem impossible. Opening doors no man could open, closing doors you once thought you needed, and weaving a story that leaves no doubt about His involvement. But here is the challenge. Will you let go of what you think you need so that God can give you what He knows you need? Too many hold on to temporary attachments because they fear the silence of waiting. They settle for less because they doubt that God can give them more. They chain themselves to people who diminish their spirit rather than elevate it. And then they wonder why peace is absent from their hearts. My friend, peace is the evidence of God's presence. If you cannot find peace in a relationship, perhaps God is telling you that it is not from Him. When God wants you with someone, He will not create chaos in your spirit. He will not make you question your worth. He will not force you into a bond that robs you of joy. God's gifts bring peace, not torment. And if what you are experiencing is constant turmoil, it may not be God's gift. It may be your choice. That is why discernment is vital. Do not just follow your emotions, follow the voice of God. Do not just seek chemistry, seek destiny. Do not just ask, do they make me happy? But do they make me holy? Do they sharpen my faith? Do they challenge me to walk closer with God? And let me remind you, when God wants you with someone, He will make both of you ready. It will not be a one-sided struggle where one person is dragging the other along. It will be two hearts prepared by God, drawn together by Him, moving in the same direction. That does not mean it will be free of challenges. Every relationship has its tests, but the foundation will be solid because it rests on God, not on human effort. When storms come, you will not fall apart because the one who brought you together will hold you together. When God wants you with someone, He will arrange the path so that your steps align without confusion, without manipulation, and without compromise. There is a divine order in the universe that flows from His will, and when you surrender your life to that order, you will see how He moves people, opportunities, and circumstances like pieces on a chessboard. What you once thought was coincidence will reveal itself as divine strategy. The people you meet, the timing of conversations, the unexpected doors that swing wide open, all of it will show the unmistakable fingerprints of God. You may look back one day and say, yeah, I could not have planned this. This was not my doing. This was God. But hear me clearly. God does not want you to chase people who are not meant to be in your life. God does not want you clinging desperately to those who are determined to walk away. When someone exits your life and you know you have given your best, trust that God is redirecting you. He will never remove someone without a purpose. He will never allow a door to close without holding the key to something better. And if God wants you with someone, you will not have to beg them to stay because God Himself will incline their heart toward you and your heart toward them in a way that no human power can undo. The mistake so many make is believing they must fight in their own strength to secure what is already secured by God. They waste their energy worrying, comparing, competing, and striving when God is saying, rest, be still, I will work on your behalf. Faith is not passive, but faith knows when to stop forcing and start trusting. And when it comes to the relationships ordained by God, you must learn to rest in the assurance that what He has willed cannot be snatched away. Sometimes God keeps two people apart not because they are not meant for each other, but because the timing is not yet right. He may still be shaping their hearts, removing pride, healing old wounds, or preparing them for the responsibility of love that honors Him. Do not mistake a delay for a denial. When God finally brings the two paths together, it will not feel rushed. It will not feel forced. It will feel appointed. It will carry the weight of destiny. If you find yourself waiting, do not let bitterness take root in your soul. Do not let impatience turn into despair. Use this season to become the person who is ready to receive the blessing God has for you. Prepare your character, sharpen your faith, deepen your trust. Because when God wants you with someone, He is not only preparing them for you, He is preparing you for them. And when two people who have been shaped by God meet at the right time, the union will not only bless their lives, it will bless everyone around them. You see, God's vision is always bigger than our vision. We think about companionship, affection, and personal happiness, but God thinks about legacy, purpose, and destiny. When He joins people together, it is not just for comfort, it is for calling. He wants the union to be a testimony of His power, a reflection of His wisdom, a beacon of His love. And that kind of union is not shallow. It is not built on fleeting emotions or passing attraction. It is built on faith, trust, and obedience to God. So many are chasing after surface-level connections while ignoring the deeper foundation that only God can lay. But if you want the relationship God intends for you, you must be willing to let go of appearances, let go of worldly measures, and let go of temporary pleasures. God will not give you something that looks good but destroys your soul. He will give you what glorifies Him and fulfills your life's assignment. And when that person walks into your life, you will know, not because they are perfect, not because everything is flawless, but because you sense the hand of God weaving your stories into one. When God wants you with someone, He will not only confirm it through peace in your heart, but through alignment in your purpose. You will find that your strengths complement each other. Your weaknesses are covered by each other, and together you are stronger for His plan than you could ever be apart. That is why you cannot measure God's plan by your preferences alone. You must measure it by His higher purpose. Do not ask only, "Do I want this?" Ask, "Does God want this for me?" Because if He wants it, no amount of delay, no voice of doubt, no scheme of the enemy can take it away. Let me remind you of something. God is not in a hurry, and He is never late. His timing is always perfect. You may be praying, waiting, and wondering when your answer will come. But God is orchestrating details you cannot see. He is aligning hearts, opening opportunities, shifting circumstances. And when the appointed moment arrives, everything will fall into place with such clarity that you will wonder why you ever doubted in the first place. When God wants you with someone, the clarity will drown out confusion, the peace will silence fear, and the joy will erase the years of waiting. But here is the question you must face. Do you trust God enough to let Him choose for you? Or are you still clinging to your own picture of how things should be? Many pray for God's will, yet secretly demand their own. Many say, "God, I trust you," but then run back to relationships that only break them. If you truly believe God knows best, then you must release your grip on what is not from Him, even if it hurts. Sometimes the greatest act of faith is letting go. Do not fear letting go of the wrong people, because the right ones will never need to be forced. Do not fear being alone, because God will never leave you. And do not fear the future, because the same God who holds the stars in the heavens holds your life in His hand. If God wants you with someone, He will not let you miss them. You will not have to chase endlessly. You will not have to compromise your values. God Himself will align your steps in ways you could never arrange on your own. That is why you must cultivate discernment in prayer. You must listen to God more than you listen to your emotions. Feelings can blind you, but God will never mislead you. Ask Him for wisdom. Ask Him for clarity. Ask Him for strength to walk away from what is not meant for you so you can walk fully into what is. And when you surrender completely, you will see how He orchestrates your life with such beauty that you could never have written the story yourself. There is freedom in trusting God. There is freedom in believing that you do not have to control everything because He already does. There is freedom in knowing that if God wants you with someone, it will happen not through desperation, not through manipulation, but through divine alignment. And in that freedom, you can live with peace, hope, and expectation, knowing that the author of your life is also the architect of your relationships. When God wants you with someone, He does not just bring two lives together. He brings two purposes together. He intertwines your storylines in a way that brings honor to Him, so that your union becomes more than just companionship. It becomes a testimony. It becomes living evidence that God is sovereign, that His wisdom is higher than ours, that His ways are perfect even when ours are flawed. This is why you must not underestimate the seriousness of God's hand in your relationships. When He ordains something, it carries eternal significance. It is not random, it is not shallow, and it is not without reason. Many people spend their years chasing after temporary connections, blinded by appearance, swayed by charm, and deceived by surface attraction. They tie themselves to people who may please their eyes but destroy their soul. They pursue those who excite their emotions but rob them of peace. And yet they still wonder why their spirit feels unsettled. But when God is the one who ordains your connection, there will be no need to question whether your soul is safe. You will know because peace will cover you like a shield. You will sense that God is not just permitting this bond, but blessing it. When God wants you with someone, He will guard your heart in the waiting. He will not let the right person pass you by, nor will He let you miss the appointed moment. He may keep you hidden for a season, not because He has forgotten you, but because He is preparing you for the unveiling. Sometimes the delays are not about punishment. They are about positioning. God positions you where you need to be so that when the right person appears, the soil is ready, the timing is ripe, and the union can flourish. And hear me, this union will not come at the expense of your values. God will never give you someone who pulls you away from Him. God will never bless a relationship that demands you compromise your faith, your integrity, or your calling. The person He has chosen will strengthen your devotion, not weaken it. They will push you closer to God, not away from Him. They will inspire you to rise higher, not drag you lower. This is the seal of God's hand upon a relationship. It magnifies His presence rather than diminishes it. Do not believe the lie that you must chase or manipulate to keep someone who is truly meant for you. If God wants you with someone, they will be drawn to you by His design, not by your desperation. They will see in you what God has placed there, and their spirit will recognize the alignment. There is no need to play games, no need to lower your worth, no need to beg for attention. What is God-given will not require you to sacrifice your dignity. What is God-sent will not leave you restless or insecure. God's gifts come wrapped in peace. And when He sends someone into your life, His peace will be the wrapping around it. But you must understand this truth. God's plan is not just about your happiness, it is about your holiness. It is not just about who makes you feel good in the moment, but who helps you grow into the person He created you to be. That is why some people who once felt perfect for you were removed from your path. It was not because you were unworthy, but because they were unfit for the journey God designed for you. Trust that He is always protecting you from something that would have harmed your destiny. And when He finally says yes, it will make sense why all the others had to leave. When God wants you with someone, it will not just bless your heart, it will bless generations. Because God does not think in moment, He thinks in legacies. He sees how your union will impact your children, your community, even people you may never meet. He sees how two lives aligned in His will can shine as a beacon to others who are searching for hope. And this is why you must not settle for less than what God has for you. The stakes are too high. Your life is too precious. Your purpose is too great to waste on someone who was never meant to carry it with you. Do not confuse temporary attraction with eternal assignment. Do not mistake a fleeting feeling for a God-ordained destiny. If it is from God, it will endure the tests of time. If it is from God, it will withstand storms. If it is from God, it will not fall apart under pressure. Because what God ordains, He also sustains. You will not have to hold it together by your own strength. His strength will hold you both. But here is where you must be honest with yourself. Are you truly ready for what you are asking God for? Are you ready to love unselfishly, to give without holding back, to forgive quickly, to sacrifice joyfully, and to serve faithfully? Because when God sends someone into your life, He is not sending them to fill your emptiness. He is sending them so that together you can fulfill His purpose. And purpose requires maturity. Purpose requires discipline. Purpose requires a heart that has learned to trust God above all else. So let this season of waiting refine you. Let it strip away your pride, your fears, and your impatience. Let it teach you to anchor your identity in God alone so that when the right person arrives, you are not clinging to them as your source, but welcoming them as your partner. Because if you look to a human being to complete what only God can complete in you, you will place a burden on them they were never designed to carry. And that is why so many relationships fail. Not because God is unfaithful, but because people expect humans to give what only God can give. When God wants you with someone, He will not just align your paths. He will align your hearts. He will give you both the grace to understand each other, the patience to endure each other's weaknesses, and the strength to celebrate each other's strengths. And when challenges come, and they will come, His presence will be the glue that holds you together. This is why you must make God your foundation. Now, before the relationship ever arrives, build your life on Him. And when the right person joins you, they will find stability, not chaos. I tell you with conviction, the greatest relationships are not built by human wisdom, but by divine guidance. They are not the result of trial and error, but of prayer and obedience. And when God is the one who writes your love story, it will be a story that points back to Him. People will look at your life, at your union, and they will say, "Surely this is the work of God." And that is the kind of testimony He wants for you. And that is why you must not compromise. Trust Him. Trust Him in the silence. Trust Him in the delays. Trust Him in the disappointments. Because every detour is leading you closer to the destination He has prepared. Every closed door is protecting you from heartbreak. Every season of loneliness is putting in you the strength to love with purity when the time comes. Nothing is wasted in God's plan. And when the right moment arrives, you will see how every tear, every prayer, every waiting season was part of His perfect design. When God wants you with someone, He will place a conviction in your heart that no opinion, no gossip, and no resistance from others can remove. You may encounter voices that doubt, You may face criticism from those who do not understand. But when God confirms something in your spirit, you can walk with assurance. That assurance is not arrogance, it is faith. It is the quiet confidence that comes from knowing the one who created time itself is also the one who holds your future. And when He holds your future, no hand on earth can alter what He has written. Let this truth sink deep into your heart. God is not a God of confusion. When He unites two hearts by His will, His peace becomes the anchor that keeps them steady. That peace guards your mind when doubt tries to whisper. It steadies your heart when everything around you feels uncertain. People may not understand, circumstances may not line up the way you expect, but if it truly comes from God, His peace will silence every distraction. Never underestimate the power of peace. It is one of the clearest signs that you are walking in rhythm with His purpose. Yet peace does not mean everything will be perfect. Even when God ordains a relationship, there will still be challenges. There will still be moments of misunderstanding, differences to overcome, and storms to endure. The difference is that when God is in it, the challenges will not break you. They will build you. The storms will not scatter you. They will strengthen you. Because what God joins together, He also equips. He provides the patience, the wisdom, and the grace needed to stand firm. When the winds blow strong, when God wants you with someone, He will open your eyes to see beyond the surface. You will no longer be blinded by fleeting appearances or temporary emotions. Instead, you will see the depth of their character, the alignment of their values, and the calling upon their life. You will recognize that this person is not just a partner for your comfort, but a partner for your destiny. And in that recognition, you will be moved not by selfish desire, but by a holy responsibility to cherish, protect, and nurture what God has given you. Do not be deceived into thinking that everything labeled love is from God. The world offers imitations, distractions, and counterfeits. The world glorifies passion without commitment, attraction without purpose, intimacy without responsibility. But God does not give you counterfeits. He gives you truth. He gives you substance. He gives you a love that endures because it is anchored in Him. That is why you must test everything against His wisdom. Do not measure by appearances. Do not measure by emotions alone. Measure by the standard of God's Word, God's will, and God's peace. Sometimes God will even allow heartbreaks to protect you from what you thought you needed. You may cry. You may wrestle with disappointment. But later you will see that His no was a greater mercy than your desired yes. He removes what was never meant to last so that you can be free to receive what He is destined to endure. Trust that His protection is active even when you do not understand it. He sees the unseen. He knows the hidden motives. He understands the future consequences. And because He loves you, He will guard you from ties that would strangle your spirit. When God wants you with someone, you will not have to question your worth. They will honor you, not diminish you. They will uplift you, not tear you down. They will see you not as a possession, but as a gift entrusted to them by God. And you will do the same for them, because when a relationship is rooted in God, it is marked by mutual respect, sacrificial love, and unwavering commitment. These qualities do not come naturally. They are cultivated by God's Spirit working in two surrendered hearts. Think about this. The same God who placed the stars in the heavens, who ordered the seas, who commands the sun to rise and set, is the same God who has the power to align two lives for His purpose. If He can govern the universe, do you not believe He can govern your relationships? If He can orchestrate galaxies, do you not believe He can orchestrate your steps to meet the right person at the right time? Too often we limit God by our doubt, forgetting that His power is infinite. But when you release control into His hands, you give Him room to work miracles. And make no mistake, when God unites two lives, it is a miracle because it is more than two people coming together. It is two journeys converging, two callings intertwining, two destinies merging for the glory of God. This is why the enemy fights so hard against God-ordained unions. He knows that when two people aligned with God come together, they are a force too powerful to be broken easily. That is why you must stay vigilant in prayer even after God brings you the one He has chosen. Prayer will be the shield that protects your union. Prayer will be the anchor that holds you when life shakes you. But let us not forget, God is not only concerned about who you are with, but also about who you are becoming. You cannot ask Him to give you someone who is faithful if you are not cultivating faithfulness in yourself. You cannot ask Him for someone who is kind, patient, and honest if you are not willing to grow in kindness, patience, and honesty. God often answers prayers for the right partner by shaping us into the right partner. And this shaping can be uncomfortable. It can stretch us, humble us, and refine us. But the refining is necessary because God does not simply give blessings. He prepares us to carry them well. When God wants you with someone, He will not give you a person to complete your identity. He will give you someone to complement the identity He has already formed within you. This is why you must first find your worth in Him, not in another human being. If your value is anchored in God, you will never place the weight of your self-worth on another's approval. And when two people, each rooted in God, come together, they can love each other freely, not out of need, but out of abundance. I tell you with urgency, stop settling for less than what God has spoken over your life. Stop chasing relationships that drain your spirit. Stop trying to force what God has already said is not for you. Your life is too precious. Your calling is too great. Your destiny is too important. When you trust God's will in this area, you will see that His plan far exceeds your imagination. He knows you better than you know yourself. He knows what kind of partner will bring out the best in you. He knows what kind of relationship will glorify Him through your life. And when He delivers that gift, it will leave no doubt that it came from His hand. When God wants you with someone, He will use even the smallest details of life to align your path with theirs. What seems like chance encounters are in fact divine appointments. A conversation that begins casually can open the door to a lifelong bond. A delay, a redirection, or even what feels like a setback can position you to cross paths with the one God has prepared. Nothing is wasted in His plan. Every step, every detour, every closed door has its purpose. And when the time is right, all those seemingly random moments will weave together into a tapestry so beautiful that you will know only God could have authored it. But while you wait for that alignment, remember this: God will never bless a union that pulls you away from Him. No matter how appealing someone may look, no matter how persuasive their words may sound, if their presence in your life causes you to compromise your values or distance yourself from God, then that is not from Him. God's gifts never compete with His place in your heart. What He gives you will lead you closer to Him, not further away. This is the test that separates what is from Him and what is from human desire. When God wants you with someone, you will not have to manipulate circumstances or force outcomes. He is the one who turns hearts, opens doors, and brings favor where none existed before. Striving in your own strength creates exhaustion, but trusting in God creates peace. And that peace is one of the clearest signs of His hand at work. The right person will not come through endless striving or anxiety, but through the quiet assurance that God has orchestrated this connection. Now understand that timing is everything. Even if God intends two people to be together, He may not bring them together until both are ready. Sometimes He must first strip away pride, heal wounds, or develop spiritual maturity before the bond can flourish. If He gives it too soon, it may crumble under the weight of unprepared hearts. This is why waiting is not wasted. It is preparation. And when you embrace this season of waiting, you allow God to refine you into someone who is ready to honor the gift He is about to give. It is not enough to pray for the right person. You must also pray to be the right person. Too many focus only on what they want in someone else, but neglect what they need to become themselves. God often delays His blessing not because He is withholding, but because He is still shaping. He is teaching you patience, humility, faith, and endurance, so that when the relationship comes, it is not destroyed by immaturity. When God wants you with someone, He prepares you both in secret before He reveals you to each other. And hear me on this, when the right person arrives, you will not need to constantly question your worth. They will see you through the eyes of honor because their heart has been prepared by God to value you. They will treat you with respect. They will walk with integrity, and they will cherish the bond as something sacred, not disposable. That kind of love cannot be manufactured by human effort. It is planted by God. And when He plants it, it grows strong, rooted in purpose, watered by faith, and sustained by His grace. But there is a warning here as well. Do not let desperation blind you to discernment. Loneliness can tempt you to cling to relationships that are harmful simply because you fear being alone. But remember, being alone with God is far better than being tied to someone who drains your spirit. God uses seasons of solitude to teach you that your ultimate source of fulfillment is Him, not another person. And when you learn that, you will no longer chase people to fill a void only God can fill. You will enter relationships from a place of wholeness, not emptiness. And that wholeness will allow love to flourish without fear. When God wants you with someone, it will not always look like what you imagine. He may send someone who does not fit your checklist, someone who challenges your assumptions, someone who draws out the parts of you that needed growth. God sees beyond your preferences. He sees your purpose. He knows who will stand with you in trials, who will sharpen your faith, who will walk with you through valleys and mountaintops. Do not reject God's choice because it does not fit your shallow desires. Trust His wisdom over your own. God's plan for your life is not fragile. It cannot be undone by someone else's rejection, nor can it be ruined by your past mistakes. If God has destined someone to walk with you, that plan will stand. You may stumble, you may delay, but His purpose will prevail. Stop living in fear that you have missed your chance or that your story is over. Breathe, God is still writing. And when He brings the right person, it will not be too late. It will be right on time. There is something powerful that happens when two lives surrendered to God unite. Their union becomes more than personal happiness. It becomes a force for good. It becomes a light to others, a testimony that inspires faith, a partnership that impacts generations. This is why the enemy works so hard to destroy God-ordained unions. He knows the power of two people walking in agreement with God. He knows the influence, the stability, the legacy they can create. But when God is at the center, no weapon formed against them can prosper. Their bond will stand because it is built on the rock that cannot be shaken. When God wants you with someone, no force on earth can prevent it, no circumstance can block it, and no delay can destroy it. His hand is sovereign, His will is supreme, and His wisdom is flawless. You do not need to fear the future, for the author of your story has already written it with care. Every disappointment was preparing you. Every tear was watering the soil of your faith. Every unanswered prayer was shaping you for the blessing to come. God does not waste anything, and He does not forget His children. The person God has for you will not come to take you away from Him, but will come to walk beside you toward Him. Together you will become stronger, more faithful, more resilient, because the union will be built not on shallow attraction, but on the foundation of divine purpose. That bond will endure storms because it was crafted by the one who controls the winds and calms the seas. That love will not fade in the trials of life because it is rooted in God's everlasting strength. So hold your head high. Do not settle for less than God's best. Do not allow impatience to sabotage your destiny. Trust Him. Trust His timing. Trust His wisdom. And when the day comes that God unites you with the one He has chosen, you will understand why the wait was necessary, why the detours were vital, and why His way was always higher than yours. Lift your heart in faith and say within yourself, God, I surrender my plan. I surrender my desires. I surrender my impatience. I trust you fully. I choose to wait for what you have prepared for me, trusting that it will surpass anything I could imagine. And because when I choose to wait, peace begins to rise within me. I know the same God who created the heavens and the earth is guiding each of my steps, aligning every detail of my path, and preparing a future filled with purpose. And when that moment finally comes, when He brings you together with the one He has written into your story, you will look back and see that His timing was not only perfect, it was proof of His endless love for you. You will know deep in your heart that you are exactly where He wants you to be, walking beside the one He chose for you, safely held in His care. Have you ever prayed, believing you were asking God for something great, only to later discover that He had something far greater waiting for you? My friend, God is not a God of small portions. He is not bound by your vision, your requests, or your understanding. When you bring your petitions before Him, He is already preparing to give you more than you could ever imagine. The problem is, too many of us pray with hesitation, expecting crumbs from a feast. We ask for a drop when God wants to give us the ocean. We ask merely to survive when He intends for us to overflow. We ask for just enough to make it through, but God is planning to open the windows of heaven and pour out blessings so abundant you will not have room to contain them. Hear me today with conviction deep in my soul. God is going to give you more than you asked for. There is a divine difference between what you think you need and what God knows you are ready to receive. When you pray, He looks beyond the words from your lips and sees the longings of your heart. He sees the potential within you that you have yet to recognize. You may ask Him for strength to make it through a storm, but He is already determined to make you victorious over that storm. You may ask Him for bread to feed your hunger, but He has determined to set a feast before you. You may ask Him for one door to open, but He is preparing to tear down the walls so that many doors open in your favor. That is the God you serve. The God of abundance, the God of power, the God who gives more than you ask for. But let me remind you, before God gives, He prepares. He shapes you, molds you, and tests you so that when the blessing comes, you are not destroyed by it, but strengthened through it. Sometimes you wonder why your request seems delayed, why the answer has not yet come, but the truth is this: God is not denying you. He is preparing you, because what He is about to give you is not small. It is beyond what you thought possible. If He gave it to you too soon, you would not be ready to handle it. But when the time is right, you will see that the delay was not denial. It was divine preparation for a blessing greater than your expectation. Too often we shrink our prayers down to the size of our fears. We say, God, if you could just help me get through this day, when God is wanting to help you conquer every day of your life. We say, God, if you could just help me pay this one bill, when God is wanting to set you free from financial struggle altogether. We say, God, if you could just bring me one friend, when God is preparing an entire community of support around you. Our problem is not that God cannot answer, it is that we do not ask boldly. And even when we do, His answer still exceeds our request. Because God is not a God who barely meets needs. He is a God who overwhelms you with His goodness. Think of your own life. How many times have you prayed for one thing and God gave you something far greater? You asked for guidance, and He gave you wisdom. You asked for survival, and He gave you victory. You asked for peace in one area, and He gave you joy that overflowed into every part of your being. God does not measure His blessings by the size of your request. He measures them by His own limitless capacity. That is why your future is brighter than your past. Your potential is greater than your present. And your blessings are going to exceed your prayers because God is going to give you more than you ask for. But do not misunderstand, this is not about selfish desire. It is about divine purpose. God blesses you not only to meet your needs, but to overflow into the lives of others. When you ask Him for strength, He gives you more than enough so that you can strengthen someone else. When you ask Him for provision, He gives you more than enough so you can become a source of provision for others. When you ask Him for peace, He gives you more than enough so that your peace radiates into the hearts of those around you. God always gives with purpose, and His purpose is always greater than your vision. That is why you will find yourself receiving blessings you didn't even know to ask for, because God has already seen the road ahead and He is preparing you for more. You may be walking through a season where it feels like your prayers have gone unanswered. You've asked and you've waited and still nothing seems to change. But hear me today. God has not forgotten you. He has not ignored your prayer. He is simply aligning the pieces in ways you cannot yet see. What you think is a delay is actually God arranging something far greater. He is not only preparing to answer your request, He is preparing to exceed it. You may think you are waiting on God, but in truth, God is waiting on you to be ready to receive more than you ask for. I want you to imagine standing before a vast storehouse filled with blessings. You may have come to the door asking for one small item, but God intends to open the door wide and say, "Take it all, for it is yours." That is the reality of faith. You are asking for one thing, but God is preparing everything. You think you're praying for enough strength for today, but God is preparing strength for a lifetime. You think you're praying for one opportunity, but God is preparing doors you didn't even know existed. You think you're praying for healing in one part of your life, but God is preparing restoration in every area of your life. God is going to give you more than you asked for. And let me tell you something. You must begin to think differently about your prayers. Stop coming before God as if He is limited. Stop asking Him for crumbs when He has prepared a banquet. Stop doubting whether He can do it when His very nature is power and abundance. Begin to believe that the God you serve is not a God of barely enough, but a God of overflowing more. Begin to speak your prayers with boldness, not fear. Begin to trust that even if you don't see the answer yet, the blessing is already in motion. And when it comes, it will be greater than what you asked for. There are moments in life when we kneel down weary and burdened, and we whisper the smallest of prayers. Our hearts cry out for relief, for a glimmer of hope, for the simplest touch of mercy. And while we are there speaking words that barely scratch the surface of our need, God is already arranging blessings that stretch far beyond our imagination. That is the mystery of His greatness. He does not respond according to the size of your prayer, but according to the richness of His power. You may ask for a single drop, but He sends a river. You may ask for one door, but He gives you an entire path. You may ask for survival, but He gives you dominion. God is preparing to give you more than you asked for. The human mind is limited. It sees only what is in front of it, only what seems possible by human strength, only what can be measured by sight. But God is not confined by what you see. He operates in the unseen. He is shaping events behind closed doors, moving hearts you have never met, arranging opportunities you never anticipated, and setting in motion blessings that will find you. When the time is right, you think you are praying for today, but God is preparing tomorrow, next year, and the decades to come. When He gives not just for the moment, but for the journey ahead. Sometimes we ask timidly as though God is reluctant to bless us. But the truth is, He delights in giving. He is the source of abundance, and His giving is never shallow. When you pray, you are not convincing Him to be good. You are aligning yourself with the goodness that He has always been. The blessing was already in His nature long before you even thought to ask. The moment you whispered your prayer, He already knew the greater plan He had for you, and it was far beyond the boundaries of your request. This is why you cannot measure God by your present circumstances. Do not look at the size of your struggle and think that God's answer will be small. Do not let your limited resources deceive you into believing that your future will be limited as well. God is not bound by the scarcity you see around you. When He decides to bless, He creates doors in walls, rivers in deserts, and light in darkness. He specializes in exceeding human expectation. What you think is the end is only the beginning of His work. What you thought was enough is only a fraction of what He intends to pour into your life. I tell you, God has a way of turning your little into much. You may feel as though your resources, your talent, your influence are too small to matter, but in His hands the small becomes multiplied. You asked Him to help you endure, but He intends to make you flourish. You asked Him to provide the bare minimum, but He intends to fill your cup until it overflows. You asked Him to strengthen your weak heart, but He intends to make you unshakable. That is the greatness of God. He never stops at what you requested. He always goes further. But hear this clearly. God's abundance is not only about material wealth or outward success. His blessings touch every dimension of your existence. When you ask for peace, He gives a calm that no storm can break. When you ask for guidance, He gives clarity that carries you through every decision. When you ask for forgiveness, He gives a freedom that lifts the weight of guilt from your soul. When you ask for protection, He gives a shield that not only covers you, but surrounds those you love. His blessings are holistic: mind, body, spirit, and destiny. He does not bless one corner of your life and leave the rest empty. No, He fills every space with His goodness, more than you could ever hold. There are some of you listening who have grown discouraged because the answer to your prayer has not yet arrived. You have knocked and the door did not open. You have sought and the way was not made clear. You have asked and there has been silence. But let me assure you, God's silence does not mean God's absence. While you wait, He is building. While you wait, He is shaping. While you wait, He is multiplying what you asked for so that when the blessing comes, it will not simply meet the need, it will overflow. God is not giving you less because you are waiting longer. He is giving you more because the preparation is greater. And when the blessing comes, it will carry with it a weight of glory that makes every moment of waiting worthwhile. You will look back and realize that the delay was part of the blessing. You will see that the doors you thought were closed forever were closed only so better doors could open. You will understand that the prayers you thought were ignored were actually being answered in ways beyond your understanding. And you will realize that God was not withholding from you. He was preparing to give you more than you asked for. This is why you must not give up in prayer. Too many people quit just before the blessing arrives. They ask once or twice, and when the answer does not appear immediately, they turn away. But you must hold on. If He promised abundance, He will deliver it. If He promised guidance, He will provide it. If He promised strength, He will manifest it. The God you serve cannot lie, cannot fail, cannot fall short. If He said He will give, then not only will He give more than you dared to request. And let me tell you, there are times when God blesses you without you even asking. There are moments when He interrupts your life with goodness that you did not even think to pray for because He knows what you need before you ask. He knows the future that lies ahead, and He equips you for it before you arrive there. That is why some of the greatest blessings in your life will be the ones you never saw coming. The ones that leave you in awe, saying, I never even thought to ask for this. That is the mark of God's abundance. He surprises you with more. Think of the fields that bloom in spring. The farmer plants seeds expecting growth, but when the rains come, the harvest multiplies beyond what he imagined. He planted one seed, and yet the soil brings forth many. That is what God does with your prayers. You plant them in faith, and He multiplies them into a harvest greater than you imagine. You may ask for a single seed, but He brings forth a field. That is the way of God. Always more, always greater, always beyond. There are some of you who have been asking God for healing. They've been carrying pain, whether in your body or in your heart, and your prayer has been simple. God, just take away this burden. But let me tell you something today. God is not only able to heal the pain, He is able to restore what was broken, to renew what was lost, and to strengthen you in ways you never thought possible. You may be asking Him for relief, but He is preparing renewal. You may be asking Him to take away the ache of one moment, but He is preparing to give you a lifetime of strength. That is how God works. When you ask for enough to survive, He gives you enough to thrive. Some of you have been asking for guidance. You've been saying, God, just show me one step, just show me one way out of this confusion. But God is not interested in showing you just a single step. He is interested in illuminating your path. He is preparing to give you clarity, wisdom, and discernment that not only carries you through this moment, but shapes your future. You may have asked for direction for today, but He is preparing direction for your lifetime. You may have asked for an answer to one problem, but He is preparing to give you wisdom that becomes a guiding light in every season of your life. God never stops at what you request. He carries you beyond it. There are others who have been praying for provision. You've been asking God to help you pay one bill, to meet one need, to carry you through one crisis. But let me declare this truth. God is not simply the God of just enough. He is the God of overflow. You may have asked Him for one piece of bread, but He is preparing a table before you. You may have asked for enough to get by, but He is preparing to lift you into a place where you are no longer scrambling for survival, but living with dignity and fullness. And when He provides, it will not only be for you, it will be so that you can become a vessel of blessing to others. Because God does not pour into you for your sake alone. He pours into you so that His abundance may flow through you to touch the world around you. You see, God thinks generationally. When He blesses you, He blesses through you. When He answers your prayer, He is already considering your children and your children's children and those who will be touched by your legacy. That is why His blessings are greater than your requests. You ask for enough to survive your lifetime, but God gives enough to shape lifetimes beyond you. You ask for enough to carry you through today, but God gives enough to carry generations. His vision is larger than your vision. His plans stretch further than your horizon, and His blessings extend beyond the span of your imagination. But here's what you need to realize. God often gives you far more than what you ask for, though at first it may not appear as a blessing. He permits trials. He allows your faith to be stretched. He brings seasons that test the deepest core of your endurance. And you may wonder, this isn't what I prayed for. Yet I tell you, even those moments of hardship are part of the greater answer. Because the strength born in those trials is far richer than the comfort you desired. The wisdom forged through the struggle is greater than the ease you requested. The resilience discovered in the waiting is more precious than the quick fix you thought you needed. God always gives more than you asked for, even when His gift comes wrapped in pain, for within that pain lies preparation. Within that trial lies transformation. And within that storm, God is building your unshakable faith. When you finally stand on the other side of what you went through, you will look back and say, I asked for God to carry me. And He did not just carry me. He made me stronger. I asked for Him to give me peace. And He gave me a deep, unbreakable calm that I never thought possible. I asked for Him to remove the obstacle. And He gave me the power to climb mountains I never imagined I could face. That is the abundance of God. He will always leave you saying, this is more than I asked for. Let your heart be lifted, because the God who made the heavens and the earth does not give sparingly. He is not bound by human limitations. He is not confined by your doubts or restricted by your fears. He gives according to His infinite power, not according to your finite vision. So when you come before Him, do not come with the mindset of scarcity. Do not pray as if He has to ration His goodness. Do not limit your faith by the size of your request. Come boldly. But even then, know this. No matter how bold your prayer may be, His answer will still exceed it. Some of you have been praying for deliverance from fear. You have been asking God to simply calm your anxious heart. But hear me now. God does not want to merely soothe you for a moment. He wants to uproot the very chains of fear and replace them with unshakable courage. He wants to transform your spirit so that you walk into rooms with confidence, so that you face challenges with faith, so that fear no longer has a grip on your life. You asked Him for temporary relief, but He is preparing permanent freedom. That is more than you asked for. Some of you have been asking for love, for companionship, for someone to walk this journey of life with. And maybe you prayed for just one person to care for you, to stand by you. But God's love is deeper than any human bond, and His blessings are broader than your request. He will not only send people into your life who care for you, He will send relationships that sharpen you, that build you, that carry you into your purpose. He will surround you with those who lift your spirit, who align with your destiny, who reflect His goodness into your life. You ask for one connection, but He is preparing a network of support, a family of faith, a circle of encouragement. That is more than you asked for. Do not measure God's giving by your asking. Your asking is the seed, but His giving is the harvest. Your asking is the spark, but His giving is the fire. Your asking is the riverbank, but His giving is the flood that overflows beyond its edges. This is why the Scripture tells us that God's ways are higher than our ways, His thoughts higher than our thoughts. Because while you are praying in the language of limitation, He is answering in the language of infinity. While you are asking with the vision of today, He is giving with the vision of eternity. There are times when you pray and you think the answer will come in a straight line. You imagine that God will respond in the exact way you picture at the exact time you expected. But God does not operate according to human imagination. He operates according to His limitless wisdom. And because His wisdom is greater than yours, His answers are greater than your requests. You asked Him to open one path, but He created a way through the wilderness. You asked Him to lift one burden, but He gave you the strength to rise above them all. You asked Him to bless one corner of your life, but He is preparing to transform the whole of your existence. God is not a God who works in fragments. He is a God who works in fullness, in wholeness, in completeness. Think of how the rain falls from the sky. A farmer may pray for enough rain to water his crops, but when the heavens open, the rain does not just touch one field. It spreads across the land, feeding rivers, filling valleys, nourishing soil beyond what he thought about. That is how God blesses. He takes your request, your single field, and He causes the rain to fall so broadly that it covers more than you ever imagined. You thought you were asking for one answer, but His response nourishes every part of your life. And there are times when you ask God for something and He withholds it. Not because He is denying you, but because what you asked for was too small compared to what He is preparing. If He gave it to you when you asked, you would settle for less than His best. You may have asked Him for a simple job, but He is preparing a career that will shape your destiny. You may have asked for one opportunity, but He is preparing influence far greater than you envision. You may have asked for the strength to make it through the valley, but He is preparing to set you on the mountain. His withholding is not punishment. It is positioning. He is positioning you to receive more than you asked for. Do not be deceived by the silence of God. Silence is often the soil in which the greatest blessings are growing. While you think nothing is happening, God is arranging everything. While you wait, He is building a foundation so that when the blessing comes, it will not crumble under its own weight. Too often people want the blessing without the preparation, but a blessing without preparation is a burden. God loves you too much to give you something you cannot handle. So He stretches you, develops you, disciplines you, and strengthens you. And when He finally places the blessing in your life, it will not crush you. It will carry you higher. Some of you are asking God to remove the storm. But hear me, sometimes God does not remove the storm. He increases your capacity to stand in the storm. You asked for the storm to pass, but He gave you peace in the middle of it. You asked for the winds to stop, but He gave you the ability to walk through the winds without fear. You asked for calm skies, but He gave you the courage to fly above the clouds. That is more than you asked for, because storms will come again. And now you will be equipped not just for this storm, but for every storm that follows. God does not merely rescue you. He transforms you so that you become unshakable. Some of you have asked God to bless your hands. You said, God, help me work, help me build, help me create. But God does not only bless your hands, He blesses your vision. He blesses your spirit. He blesses your relationships. He blesses your opportunities. He blesses the hidden parts of your life that no one else can see. You may have asked for success in one area, but God is preparing to expand your territory. He is preparing to enlarge your capacity so that you will not only do well in one place, you will prosper in many places. That is why He is stretching you, because the container of your current life is too small for the blessing He is preparing. Understand this: God is not limited by your past. You may think your mistakes disqualified you. Your failures ended your chances. Your history changed your future. But God does not measure your blessing by your past. He measures it by His power. You may have asked Him for a second chance, but He is preparing a new beginning. You may have asked Him to cover your shame, but He is preparing to clothe you in honor. You may have asked Him for a little redemption, but He is preparing a restoration so great that the people will look at your life and say, only God could have done that. When God blesses, it will not just satisfy you. It will astonish you. It will leave you in awe. It will silence your doubts and silence your critics. Because when He moves, He does so in a way that leaves no room for anyone to say it was by your strength or by chance. His blessings carry the mark of His greatness. They are so much more than you ask for that you cannot help but point upward and declare this is from God. So lift your expectation. Stop praying as if you are asking a reluctant giver. Stop living as if you are begging for scraps. You are speaking to the Creator of the heavens and the earth, the one who owns every resource, the one who holds every opportunity, the one who commands every door. He is not withholding from you out of lack. He is preparing to release abundance that only His hand could provide. I tell you, there is nothing in your life too small for God to touch, and nothing too large for Him to handle. You may think your prayer is too insignificant, but God cares about the details. And you may think your problem is too big, but God is bigger still. Whatever you bring to Him, He takes it and multiplies His goodness over it. And when He answers, it will always carry more than you thought to ask for. Let this truth sink into your heart. Every time you pray, you are sowing a seed into the eternal soil of God's abundance. You may not see the harvest immediately, but when it comes, it will always be multiplied, because God is not a God of subtraction. He is a God of increase. He is not a God of just enough. He is a God of more than enough. And when He gives in such a way that you will look back at your original request and realize it was far too small for the greatness of what He had planned. There comes a moment in every life when you realize that what you asked God for was too small compared to what He was preparing. You look back and see how limited your vision was, how narrow your request sounded, how cautious your prayer seemed. And then you realize that God in His mercy did not stop at the boundary of your words. He took your small prayer and stretched it. He took your limited request and expanded it. He took your faint whisper and transformed it into a testimony that speaks louder than your own voice ever could. This is the nature of God. He listens to your prayer, but He answers according to His greatness, not your weakness. You see, God does not deal in fragments. He does not pour half a blessing. He does not give a partial answer. When He moves in fullness. When He gives until it overflows. You may come to Him asking for healing in your body, but He brings healing to your mind, your heart, your relationships, your spirit. You may ask for provision in one area, but He arranges provision across areas you didn't even think to consider. You may ask for clarity in one decision, but He opens your eyes to see your entire purpose. His blessings are whole, complete, covering every corner of your existence. That is why they always exceed what you ask for. Do not measure God's response by your request. Measure His response by His character. And what do we know of God's character? That He is abundant in mercy, overflowing in compassion, limitless in power, faithful in every promise. That means when you come before Him, you are not approaching scarcity. You are approaching abundance. You are not approaching reluctance. You are approaching generosity. You are not approaching uncertainty. You are approaching the unshakable certainty of the Creator of all things. And because that is who God is, His giving will always stretch further than your asking. Think of how the sun rises each morning. Did you ever pray for light to return to the earth? Yet God, without fail, paints the sky with beauty every day. And He doesn't just give light, He gives warmth. He gives growth to the earth. He gives energy for life itself. That is a picture of how He blesses. He never gives you only what you think you need. He surrounds it with more. You asked Him for strength, and He wrapped it in courage. You asked Him for peace, and He clothed it in joy. You asked Him for a way out, and He turned it into a new beginning. That is the kind of God you serve. But here is the challenge. Will you have faith big enough to receive it? Because when God gives you more than you asked for, it requires faith to step into it. Some people pray for a blessing but shrink back when it comes because it feels too big, too heavy, too beyond their comfort. They prayed for a small door to open. But when God swings wide the gates, they are afraid to walk through. You must remember that God will never give you a blessing He has not already prepared you to handle. If He opens the door, He has already strengthened your legs to walk through it. If He places the opportunity in front of you, He has already equipped your spirit to carry it. What looks overwhelming to you is already accounted for in His plan. Do not let fear cause you to reject what you prayed for. Too many people ask God for abundance but are only prepared to receive enough for survival. Too many ask for freedom but cling to the chains of their old life because they are familiar. Too many ask for growth but resist the stretching because it feels uncomfortable. Hear me. When you ask God for something, prepare for Him to answer in ways that stretch you. He will enlarge your territory, expand your influence, deepen your faith, and strengthen your character. His answer is not only about the blessing, it is about transforming you into the person who can steward that blessing. And here is another truth. When God gives you more than you ask for, it is not only for your benefit, it is for the lives connected to you. God blesses you so that through you others may be blessed. He strengthens you so you can strengthen others. He provides for you so you can provide for others. He fills your heart with peace so you can carry peace into places of chaos. You may have thought your prayer was only about you. But God's answer always extends beyond you. That is why it is more than you ask for, because it must overflow into others. Consider the river. A single drop may satisfy a moment's thirst, but a river flows beyond one person, beyond one need, beyond one time. It sustains entire communities, generations, nations. When you pray, you may be asking for a drop, but God is preparing a river. And that river will not only refresh you, it will refresh those around you. That is why His blessings are so great, because they are designed to flow through you, not just to you. And let me speak to those who feel as though God has overlooked them. You have prayed for years and the answer has not yet come. You have cried in the night wondering if He has heard you. Let me assure you, God has heard. Not a single tear has fallen without His knowledge. Not a single word has been spoken without His awareness. But He is preparing something so much greater than what you asked for that the waiting will make sense. When the blessing arrives, when the door finally opens, you will see why the other stayed closed. When the provision finally comes, you will understand why it took this long. When the answer finally appears, you will realize that your small prayer was transformed into a divine plan. Do not despise the waiting season, because it is in the waiting that God builds the capacity to receive. A small container cannot hold a great blessing. So while you wait, God is enlarging your container. He is stretching your faith, deepening your trust, refining your character, and preparing you to handle more. You may have asked for something yesterday, but He is preparing to give you something tomorrow that requires a stronger version of you. So trust the process, because the waiting is not wasted. It is part of the blessing. And when the blessing comes, let it remind you of this truth. God always gives more than you ask for, because He wants you to see His greatness. He wants your life to be a testimony, a living example of His abundance. He wants the world to look at you and say, "There is no way this happened by chance. This is the hand of God." He wants your story to become a beacon of faith for those who are doubting, a reason for the hopeless to believe again, a reason for the weary to keep praying. That is why He blesses beyond your request, because your life is meant to reflect His greatness. And now I tell you, when you rise from this place, rise with the certainty that God has already gone before you. Do not carry your fears into tomorrow, for tomorrow has already been shaped by His wisdom. Do not cling to yesterday's disappointments, for yesterday was only a stepping stone toward the greatness He has hidden within you. Walk forward with your head lifted high, not because of who you are, but because of who God is. He is the one who raises the lowly, the one who heals the broken, the one who provides when there seems to be no provision, the one who opens doors that no power on earth can shut. Let your life testify that God is enough. Let your words echo His truth. Let your steps declare that you trust Him, even when you cannot see the road ahead. And when life's challenges arrive, and they will, don't face them with fear, but with unshakable confidence that your victory has already been written by God. For every weight you carry, He has already stored strength. For every loss, He has prepared abundance. For every dark night, He has promised a radiant dawn. So rise tall, live courageously, love without limits, and trust Him completely. You were never created to live in fear, but to walk in faith. He didn't call you merely to survive. He called you to thrive beneath His loving care. Lift your heart toward Him, and you'll discover a peace that no storm can shake, a strength no trial can destroy, and a hope untouched by time. Step forward now, not as one uncertain, but as one chosen, carried and protected by the Almighty. And may every breath you take remind you that all power, all glory, and all victory belong to God alone, forever and always. My dear friends, let me ask you something that reaches deep into your soul. How many times has anger stolen the peace that once rested in your heart? How many sleepless nights have you spent replaying the harsh words spoken to you, the unfair way you were treated, or the injustice you never deserved? How many moments have you allowed your spirit to tremble because of people, circumstances, and situations you could never control? Anger is a thief. It steals your calm. It unsettles your thoughts. It clouds your vision and pulls you away from the power of God working in your life. But today I stand before you to speak a truth that can set your soul free. You do not have to live in anger. You do not have to carry the weight of offense. You do not have to be chained to the storms that rage around you. With God, you can remain unshaken. With God, you can rise above every insult, every wound, and every trial, walking in peace that no force of darkness can take away. The world will tell you that anger is natural. The world will say it's only human to be upset. But God calls you to a higher life. He calls you to a peace that passes all understanding. He calls you to a calm spirit that no storm can shake. He calls you to walk through fire without being burned, through waters without being drowned, through insults without being wounded, through betrayal without being broken. No. This is the life of the one who has placed their trust fully in God. Think about this, my friends. Anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. When you allow your spirit to be provoked, you are not harming your enemy. You are harming yourself. You are disturbing the temple of peace that God has given you. And when you let others control your emotions, you are handing them power over your life. Do not give anyone that power. Do not let their words, their rejection, their lies, or their cruelty dictate your peace. God has already given you peace. And no man can take away what God has placed in you unless you allow it. You must understand something deep today. Anger is not just an emotion. Anger is an opening. When you open your heart to anger, you invite destruction, confusion, and regret. How many homes have been torn apart by a single outburst of rage? How many friendships have been shattered because of words spoken in fury? How many destinies have been delayed because anger clouded judgment and caused someone to walk away from the path God set before them? Anger destroys more than it ever builds. Anger divides more than it ever unites. Anger steals more than it ever gives. But God offers you something greater. God offers you a spirit of stillness, a spirit of endurance, a spirit that no storm can stir. My beloved, the reason many people live in anger is because they try to fight every battle in their own strength. They want to prove their point. They want to defend their name. They want to strike back at those who hurt them. But let me tell you a truth that will liberate your soul. You do not need to fight for yourself. You do not need to defend yourself. You do not need to avenge yourself. God is your defender. God is your shield. God is your protector. And when you trust Him, you can let go of every grudge, every resentment, every irritation, because you know He will fight for you in ways you never could. Imagine the strength of a person who cannot be provoked. Imagine the power of a soul who smiles in the face of insults, who remains calm in the face of lies, who stands tall while others fall into rage. That person is unshakable because their anchor is God. That person does not need revenge because they know God is their justice. That person does not waste energy on anger because they are too busy walking in peace, too focused on their purpose, too committed to their calling. That is the person God wants you to become. Do you know why anger rises so quickly in the human heart? Because the mind is focused on self. How dare they treat me this way? How dare they disrespect me? How dare they ignore me? But when you shift your focus from self to God, anger loses its grip, because then it is no longer about you. It is about Him. It is no longer about your pride. It is about His plan. It is no longer about your image. It is about His will. And when you live for God, no insult can shake you. No betrayal can break you. No injustice can blind you. You walk free because your eyes are lifted higher than the offense in front of you. Think about the calmness of the ocean deep below the surface. The winds may roar, the waves may crash, but down in the depths there is silence, there is stillness, there is peace. So it must be with your soul. The storms of life will rage. People will disappoint you. Circumstances will shake. But when you are rooted in God, you live from the depths, not from the surface. You live from that unshakable peace that cannot be touched by the winds of life. And let me tell you something, my friends. The enemy wants you angry. He wants you easily provoked. He wants you distracted by every insult, disturbed by every rejection, agitated by every obstacle. Why? Because when you are angry, you cannot hear the voice of God. When you are bothered, you cannot see the path of God. When your heart is stirred with rage, you cannot walk in wisdom. Anger clouds your spirit, but peace clears your vision. Stillness sharpens your ears. Calmness prepares your heart to receive God's guidance. If you truly want to walk with God, you must learn to master your emotions. You must refuse to be controlled by anger. Let me give you this truth. Anger is a choice. Being bothered is a choice. People can provoke you, but they cannot force you to respond. Circumstances can press you, but they cannot make you react. The choice is always yours. And when you choose peace, when you choose calmness, when you choose to rest in God instead of reacting to men, you rise above every situation. You become untouchable. You become unstoppable. You become unbreakable. Now I want you to ask yourself, what has anger cost you? How many opportunities have you missed because you walked away in rage? How many relationships have been damaged because of words spoken in irritation? How much peace has been stolen because you could not let go of what someone said or did? My friend, it is time to stop letting anger win. It is time to stop letting irritation control you. It is time to live free. And that freedom comes when you surrender your emotions to God. You cannot master your anger in your own strength. You cannot silence your irritation by willpower alone. You need God. You need His Spirit of peace. You need His strength to remain calm when everything inside you wants to explode. You need His hand to steady you when others push you toward rage. And when you lean on Him, when you call upon Him, when you rest in Him, you will find a stillness that no man, no problem, no storm can ever take away. My friends, listen closely, for what I am about to share has the power to transform your life. Anger is not simply an emotional reaction. It is a spiritual battle. The moment you allow anger to rise unchecked in your heart, you give permission for darkness to cloud your judgment, for confusion to enter your mind, and for bitterness to take root in your soul. Anger is like fire. It starts small, but if left uncontrolled, it burns through everything you have built leaving behind ashes where beauty once stood. When your heart is anchored in God, when your spirit is filled with His peace, that fire cannot ignite. It dies before it consumes. It fades before it spreads. Do not be deceived. Anger does not make you strong. Many people confuse anger with power. They think shouting louder, reacting quicker, or fighting harder shows strength. But true strength is not in losing control. It is in keeping control. True strength is not in raising your voice. It is in keeping your spirit calm. True strength is not in striking back. It is in standing still, knowing that God will fight for you. The strongest man or woman is not the one who can win every argument, but the one who refuses to be shaken by any argument. Consider this. When someone insults you and you stay calm, you have already won. When someone lies about you and you choose silence, you have already triumphed. When someone tries to provoke you and you remain unbothered, you have already defeated them. Why? Because you have proven that your peace is not in their hands. It is in God's hand. You have shown that your emotions are not controlled by the chaos of people, but by the stillness of God. That, my friends, is victory. That is mastery. That is freedom. But here lies the truth. Anger often rises because the heart is too attached to this world. When your pride is in what people say, their words will wound you. When your confidence is in how people treat you, their rejection will anger you. When your security is in material things, their loss will disturb you. But when your heart rests in God, when your worth comes from Him, when your security is in His plan, then nothing in this world can shake you. People can talk, but you will not be moved. Circumstances can change, but you will not be broken. Storms can come, but you will remain calm. Ask yourself, what is anger worth? Does it heal the wound? Does it undo the insult? Does it fix the problem? No, my friends. Anger does nothing but harm. But peace, peace, peace rebuilds. And peace is what God desires for you. If you want to live above anger, you must value your peace more than your pride. You must value your calm more than your need to be right. You must value your connection to God more than your desire to get even. When God becomes your treasure, you will not waste yourself on petty battles. Some of you have carried anger for years. Anger toward a family member who wronged you. Anger toward a friend who betrayed you. Anger toward life for not going the way you dream. But hear me today. Anger is a weight, and you cannot fly with God while carrying heavy burdens. Anger is a chain, and you cannot walk freely into your destiny while shackled to resentment. Release it. Let it go. Place it in God's hands. He knows how to deal with those who wronged you. He knows how to turn injustice into victory. He knows how to transform your pain into purpose. You do not need to carry it anymore. And let me tell you something powerful. People are watching how you respond. The world is filled with angry voices, bitter hearts, and restless spirits. But when they see you calm in the storm, when they see you peaceful in the face of attack, when they see you steady when others would crumble, they will know that God is with you. Your peace will preach louder than your words. Your calmness will shine brighter than your arguments. Your stillness will testify of God's power more than your anger ever could. Understand this, my beloved. Anger makes you look small, but calmness makes you look great. Anger lowers you, but stillness elevates you. Anger binds you to your emotions, but peace sets you free to live above them. Every time you choose calmness over irritation, you are stepping into greater strength. Every time you refuse to be bothered, you are stepping into greater freedom. Every time you surrender your frustration to God, you are stepping into greater victory. And let me remind you, God sees what others cannot see. He knows the insults you endured. He knows the betrayals you suffered. He knows the pain you carried in silence, and He will reward your calmness. He will honor your restraint. He will bless your patience. Do not think that your silence goes unnoticed. Do not think that your peace is wasted. God records every tear you held back, every word you refused to speak in anger, every battle you surrendered to Him. And in His perfect time, He will repay you with blessings that far outweigh the pain you endured. My beloved friends, let me speak to you as one who knows the storms of life, as one who has felt the sting of betrayal, the sharpness of insult, the weight of injustice. The temptation to anger comes swiftly in such moments. It rises like a flood, threatening to drown your peace and sweep you into words and actions you will later regret. But hear me, you are not helpless against this flood. You have an anchor, and that anchor is God. When your heart clings to Him, no wave of emotion can drag you away. There is a wisdom that God whispers to the soul willing to listen. Not everything requires a response. Not every insult deserves an answer. Not every provocation needs a reaction. Sometimes the greatest show of strength is silence. Sometimes the most powerful move is to stand still. Sometimes the highest wisdom is to walk away. The one who knows that God sees, that God records, that God repays, such a one can remain unbothered, for they know the final outcome rests not in their hands but in His. The world will mock this kind of peace. People will say you are weak for not fighting back. But weakness is not in holding your tongue. Weakness is in being controlled by it. Weakness is not in staying calm. Weakness is in losing your composure at every small irritation. Weakness is not in surrendering your anger to God. Weakness is in being enslaved by it. Do not confuse noise with strength. Do not confuse rage with power. The calm spirit is the strongest spirit because it is the spirit most aligned with God. Think of a mountain standing tall against the winds. The winds howl, the storms beat upon it. The rains fall, but the mountain does not move. It does not bend to the storm. It does not cry out in rage. It simply stands unshaken, immovable, majestic. This is how your heart must be when rooted in God. Let the insults come. Let the storms rage. Let the trials fall. You will remain like that mountain, standing firm. For your foundation is not in man, but in God. And let me tell you something powerful. When you stop being controlled by anger, you begin to see life more clearly. Anger is like a fog. It clouds your vision. It distorts your judgment. It blinds you to the truth. But peace clears the fog. Stillness opens your eyes. Calmness allows you to see the hand of God working even in what seemed unfair. When you are calm, you can hear His guidance. When you are still, you can discern His will. When you are unbothered, you can recognize His purpose even in your pain. There is a secret to never being angry again, and it is this. You must trust God with everything. Trust Him with your reputation. Trust Him with your relationships. Trust Him with your battles. Trust Him with your pain. Anger often rises because we think we must fix everything ourselves. We think we must prove ourselves, defend ourselves, fight for ourselves, but when you know God is your defender, when you know God is your vindicator, when you know God is your shield, then you can rest. You can let go. You can remain calm. For you know the battle is no longer yours. It belongs to Him. Let me remind you, anger is not just an emotional issue. It is a test of faith. Every time someone offends you, you are faced with a choice. Will you trust your emotions, or will you trust God? Will you let anger lead you, or will you let God guide you? Will you react to man, or will you rest in the one who created man? This is the moment where your faith is truly tested. Not when the waters are still and everyone treats you kindly, but when life begins to press you, when people push your limits, when storms close in from every side. It is in those moments your response reveals where your trust really lives. And I tell you this, trust God. Trust Him enough to remain silent when your heart burns to speak back. Trust Him enough to smile even when sorrow tries to steal your peace. Trust Him enough to walk away when your pride begs you to stay and argue. Trust Him enough to stay calm when everything in you wants to explode. Trust Him enough to place your anger in His hands and never reach for it again. That, my friend, is faith in motion. That is walking with God in quiet strength and holy power. Some of you may say, but you don't understand what they did to me. You don't know the depth of my pain. You don't know how sharp the sting of betrayal truly was. And you are right. I may not know the details of your pain, but I do know this. God knows. He saw it. He heard it. He recorded it. And He will deal with it. Nothing escapes His eye. No injustice goes unnoticed. No insult goes unheard. No betrayal is overlooked. God will handle what you cannot. And when you trust Him, you will no longer need to carry the weight of anger. You can place it fully in His hands. My dear friends, do not let the bitterness of others become bitterness in you. Do not let the poison of their words become poison in your soul. Do not let the fire of their anger ignite a fire within you. Instead, let your calmness be the water that quenches it. Let your silence be the wall that stops it. Let your peace be the shield that deflects it. When you respond with anger, you join them in their chaos. But when you remain calm, you rise above their storm. Remember this: every moment you choose peace, you are building strength. Every time you refuse to be bothered, you are gaining victory. Every instance you surrender anger to God, you are stepping into a higher level of freedom. Anger keeps you bound to the actions of others, but peace connects you to the power of God. And I ask you, which is greater, to be bound to man or to be connected to God? Choose wisely, for your choice will determine your peace. My friends, there is a mystery about anger that many overlook. Anger does not always roar like thunder. It often begins as a whisper. It creeps into the heart in small moments. Irritation at a careless word, frustration at an unmet expectation, agitation at a minor delay, and if left unchecked, these whispers grow into storms that steal your peace. This is why you must guard your heart in every moment. Do not wait until anger has already erupted to control it. Stop it when it first appears. How? By immediately turning to God. Call on Him when your heart begins to stir. Remember His greatness when your pride begins to flare. Rest in His plan when your patience begins to fade. For the one who turns to God quickly will not be overtaken by anger. Anger thrives in hearts that feed it. The more you replay the insult in your mind, the stronger it grows. The more you focus on the wrong done to you, the heavier it becomes. But if you feed your heart with God's truth, if you dwell on His promises, if you remember His power, anger starves. It loses its grip. It cannot survive in a soul filled with remembrance of God. That is why the one who keeps God at the center is the one who walks in unshakable peace. You see, anger is not just about what others do. It is about how you choose to see. Two people can face the same offense. One becomes bitter, the other remains calm. One is consumed by rage, the other rests in peace. What makes the difference? The lens through which they see. If your lens is focused only on yourself, you will feel attacked at every word, offended at every slight, disturbed at every circumstance. But if your lens is focused on God, you will see higher. You will understand that nothing touches you unless He allows it. You will recognize that even what seemed like an attack can be used for your growth. You will rise above offense because your eyes are fixed on God, not on man. My dear friends, never forget every trial is a teacher. Every offense is a test. Every irritation is an invitation to grow stronger in God. When someone tries to provoke you, that is not a moment to lose control. It is a moment to gain mastery. When someone speaks against you, that is not a time to explode. It is a time to prove that your spirit is anchored. When life presses you, it is not to break you. It is to reveal the strength God has placed within you. So instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What is God teaching me through this?" That shift in perspective will transform your anger into wisdom, your irritation into growth, your trial into triumph. Let me give you this truth. Anger is temporary, but its consequences are lasting. A single word spoken in rage can wound for years. A single decision made in anger can alter a lifetime. A single act done in fury can destroy what took decades to build. But when you remain calm, when you pause before reacting, when you surrender your emotions to God, you protect yourself from destruction. You guard your destiny from regret. You keep your path clear for the blessings God has prepared for you. Do not sacrifice your future on the altar of a moment's anger. There is also another angle, my beloved. Anger often rises when we forget who truly holds control. We get upset because things do not go our way. We become restless because people do not act as we expect. We feel disturbed because situations unfold differently than we plan. But who said you are in control? Who told you that everything must go according to your will? It is God who rules. It is God who decrees. It is God who decides the outcomes of every matter. When you remember this, you stop fighting what you cannot control, and you start trusting the one who controls all. Anger fades because trust grows. Irritation dies because faith rises. Disturbance leaves because surrender takes its place. Understand, peace is not the absence of problems. It is the presence of God in the midst of them. If you wait for life to be perfect, to find calm, you will wait forever. If you wait for people to treat you right before you have peace, you will never know peace. True peace is not found in people or circumstances. It is found in God alone. When He fills your heart, nothing external can shake your internal calm. When He anchors your soul, no storm can uproot your peace. That is why you must seek Him daily. Lean on Him deeply. Trust Him fully. For in Him is the secret to living a life unbothered. And remember this, my friends, every time you overcome anger, you weaken the grip of the enemy in your life. Every time you choose calmness, you frustrate the one who wants to see you lose control. Every time you remain unshaken, you prove that your spirit is stronger than the storm. This is not just about self-control. It is about spiritual victory. When you master anger, you are declaring that nothing, no insult, no betrayal, no trial is greater than the God who lives within you. My friends, I want you to understand something that will revolutionize your life. Anger is not only an attack on your peace, it is an attack on your destiny. Every time you lose yourself in anger, you lose time, you lose clarity, you lose opportunities, you lose the chance to hear the whisper of God guiding you forward. How many destinies have been delayed because someone reacted in anger instead of resting in God? How many doors have been closed because of a single outburst? How many blessings have been pushed away because a heart chose rage instead of patience? Do not let anger sabotage what God has prepared for you. When you remain calm, you open yourself to God's timing. You allow Him to orchestrate events in ways you could never imagine. You see, anger wants to rush, to react, to act out of impulse. But peace waits. Peace trusts. Peace endures. And it is in that waiting, in that trusting, in that enduring that God works most powerfully. When you let go of anger and lean into calmness, you are saying to God, I trust you more than I trust myself. I trust your plan more than my emotions. I trust your timing more than my desire for control. And my friends, when you trust Him like that, He will never fail you. Do not think that calmness means passivity. Some people believe that if they stay calm, they are being weak. But calmness is not weakness. Calmness is strength under control. Calmness is a heart that could explode, but chooses to remain still. Calmness is a mind that could seek revenge, but chooses to rest in God's justice. Calmness is the highest form of power because it shows that nothing external can govern your internal world. And when you live like this, people will see a strength in you that is rare, that is unshakable, that is undeniably rooted in God. Now let me tell you something else. Anger often comes when you forget your true identity. You are not defined by what people call you. You are not defined by the insults they throw or the lies they spread. You are defined by God and God alone. When you know who you are in Him, you will no longer be shaken by the words of men. When you know that your value comes from Him, no rejection will diminish you. When you know that your worth is secure in Him, no insult will disturb you. The moment you anchor your identity in God, anger loses its power over you. And listen closely. One of the most dangerous things about anger is that it blinds you to the bigger picture. When you are angry, all you can see is the offense, the pain, the insult. But when you remain calm, you begin to see what God is doing beyond the moment. You begin to see that sometimes He allows certain people to provoke you so you can grow stronger. Sometimes He allows certain doors to close so He can open greater ones. Sometimes He allows certain storms to rise so He can reveal the depth of your faith. If you live in anger, you will miss the lesson. But if you live in peace, you will see the purpose. My beloved, there is a reason God calls you to be slow to anger. It is because anger is quicksand. It pulls you down before you even realize it. But patience, calmness, and trust are like solid ground. They keep you steady. They keep you upright. They keep you moving forward. When you master your anger, you are not just protecting yourself. You are positioning yourself for greater blessings. God honors those who endure with patience. God lifts those who remain calm under pressure. God rewards those who refuse to be shaken by offense. I tell you the truth. Some of the greatest victories you will ever win will not be with your fists or your words, but with your silence, your stillness, your unshakable peace. Because when you refuse to react in anger, you hand the battle to God. And when God fights for you, victory is certain. He can do more in a moment than your anger could ever achieve in a lifetime. So what does it mean to never be angry or bothered again? It means you choose daily to surrender your emotions to God. It means you decide that nothing anyone does is greater than the peace He has placed in you. It means you trust His justice more than your desire for revenge. It means you guard your heart with His wisdom and your mind with His promises. It means you rise above the petty battles of life and fix your eyes on the eternal. My dear friends, imagine living a life where nothing disturbs you. Imagine walking through insults with a smile. Imagine facing betrayal without bitterness. Imagine going through storms without fear. That is not a fantasy. That is the life God wants for you. A life where you are untouchable by anger, unbothered by offense, unshaken by trials. A life where your peace flows like a river, unending, unstoppable, unbreakable. And that life begins the moment you decide to trust God above all else. Let me tell you something deep, something that will pierce your heart if you allow it. The person who controls their anger is greater than the one who conquers a city. Why? Because a city may fall with time, but a heart that is under control can endure for eternity. Anger is like fire. It destroys quickly, leaving ashes in its path. But calmness rooted in the remembrance of God is like water. It nourishes, it heals, it gives life. And when you choose calmness, you are not only saving yourself from destruction, you are creating an environment where blessings can grow. Think about it. Anger makes your heart heavy, your thoughts clouded, and your words poisonous. But calmness makes your heart light, your thoughts clear, and your words life-giving. Anger makes you a slave to others. They push one button and you explode. But calmness makes you free. No one has power over your peace. Anger lowers you to the level of your enemies, but calmness lifts you above them into the safety of God's presence. Do you not see that every time you hold your tongue in anger, you are gaining a victory no one can take away from you? Every time you swallow your pride and remain silent, you are building a fortress around your soul. Every time you choose not to be bothered, you are declaring to the world, my peace comes from God, not from people, not from circumstances, not from anything that can be taken away. That, my friends, is true power. And understand this, God allows trials, insults, and provocations not to break you, but to refine you. Each test of anger is an opportunity to grow in patience. Each insult is an invitation to rise higher. Each betrayal is a lesson that people are temporary, but God is eternal. When someone offends you, ask yourself, why has God allowed this moment? Perhaps it is to show you the limits of your self-control. Perhaps it is to reveal the strength you did not know you had. Perhaps it is to remind you that He is the only one worthy of your full trust. My brothers and sisters, never forget that anger opens the door to regret. How many words have been spoken in rage that cannot be taken back? How many relationships have been destroyed because of one moment of uncontrolled emotion? How many opportunities have been wasted because someone could not stay calm? But when you remain patient, when you choose calmness, when you choose to be unbothered, you are not only protecting your present, you are protecting your future. Some of you have enemies who want to see you lose your temper. They provoke you. They spread lies about you. They try to disturb your peace. Do not give them the satisfaction. Your calmness is your shield. Your patience is your victory. When they see you unmoved, untouched, unshaken, it will frustrate them. And even better, it will draw you closer to God. Because every time you resist anger, you are aligning yourself with His will. Remember, anger does not solve problems, it multiplies them. But calmness creates solutions that anger could never find. Anger blinds you to wisdom, but calmness opens your eyes to divine insight. Anger builds walls, but calmness builds bridges. Anger brings regret, but calmness brings reward. When you choose calmness, you are choosing to live under the shelter of God's wisdom. And let me remind you, true calmness does not mean you will never feel the heat of anger. It means you will never let anger control you. It means you acknowledge the feeling but refuse to act upon it. It means you allow God to take control of your emotions. It means you trust Him to handle what you cannot. That is why the person who masters their temper is stronger than the one who lifts mountains. Because mountains can be moved with force, but the heart can only be moved with surrender to God. So I say to you today, make it your mission to live above offense. Do not let your peace be stolen by trivial things. Do not let your heart be disturbed by every word spoken against you. Guard your peace as if it were treasure, because it is. Guard your calmness as if it were life itself, because without it your spirit will wither. Live in such a way that people look at you and wonder, how is this person so unshaken? And let your answer be, because my peace comes from God. And now, beloved, let this truth sink deeply into your soul. Peace is not the absence of problems. It is the presence of God in the midst of them. Calmness is not weakness. It is strength clothed in wisdom. To never be angry or bothered again does not mean life will never provoke you. It means you will no longer hand your heart over to the enemy when provocation comes. It means you will rise above every insult, every lie, every betrayal, and every disappointment, and declare with quiet strength, my heart belongs to God, and nothing can shake what He has placed within me. When anger comes pounding at your door, let patience be the one who answers. When offense comes whispering your name, let forgiveness rise from the depths of your soul. And when life closes in around you, let your calmness become proof that your faith is anchored in the one who rules over all things. The world may be restless, but your spirit can remain still. The world may shout in chaos, but you can choose the silence that listens for God. The world may flare with anger, but you can rest in the stillness of His presence. Go forward with the confidence that the one who governs their tongue, heart, and mind walks in true victory. Go forward knowing that every breath of calmness brings you closer to the peace only God can give. Go forward unshaken, unafraid, and unwavering, for the Lord Himself is your strength, your shield, and your everlasting peace. Have you ever cried out to God and felt the silence wrap around you? Have you ever prayed with every drop of strength inside you, pleading for a sign, a glimpse, a whisper from heaven, yet all you heard was the echo of your own breath? My friend, hear me now, for what I'm about to tell you will stir your soul and awaken your faith. Sometimes the silence of God is not His absence. Sometimes the silence of God is His deepest lesson. Sometimes silence is His gentle question, will you still trust me, even without the sign you're longing for? We live in a world obsessed with proof. We crave evidence before we dare to believe. We want the light to blaze before we take a single step. We want every door to open before we dare to move. But God does not raise His people to walk by sight. He raises them to walk by faith. And faith is not born in moments of miracles and signs. It is born in the moments when there are no signs at all. When there is nothing to hold on to but the unshakable truth that God is still in control. Do you realize that some of the most powerful moments in your life will come not when God shows you everything, but when He shows you nothing, because that is where trust is forged. That is where you learn to rely not on feelings, not on evidence, not on outward circumstances, but on the character of God Himself. God does not need to prove Himself with sign. He is God whether He gives you a sign or not. He is faithful whether you see it or not. He is working whether you feel it or not. And the question is, will you still trust Him when there is no confirmation, no miracle, no handwriting in the sky? There are people listening to me right now who have been waiting for years for an answer. You've prayed. You've cried. You've begged God for direction, for healing, for provision, and you're still waiting. You've said, God, if you would just show me one sign, I would trust you fully. But here's what I want you to hear. God is teaching you to trust Him without the sign. Because the sign is not what sustains you. His Word is what sustains you. His presence is what sustains you. His promise is what sustains you. Signs can fade. Feelings can change. Circumstances can shift in a moment. But when your trust is anchored in God alone, you are unshakable. God is calling you into a faith that is not fragile, a faith that does not depend on constant reassurance, a faith that is strong enough to stand even in the silence. That is the kind of trust that moves mountains. That is the kind of trust that carries you through the storm. Do not mistake God's silence for abandonment. The silence of God is often the classroom of God. He is teaching you patience. He is stretching your faith. He is stripping away your dependence on what you can see and feel so that you learn to depend fully on Him. Think about it. If God gave you a sign every time you asked for one, you would lean on the sign, not on Him. If God confirmed every step before you took it, you would walk by certainty, not by faith. And yet, it is faith that pleases God. It is faith that transforms lives. It is faith that brings you into the deep waters where miracles happen. There are people who spend their entire lives chasing signs, waiting for proof, waiting for the perfect conditions before they take the first step. And because of that, they miss the blessing. They miss the breakthrough. They miss the joy of seeing what God can do with a heart that says, God, I don't see it, but I trust you. I don't feel it, but I trust you. I don't have the evidence, but I trust you. You see, real faith begins where human logic ends. Real trust begins when the evidence runs out. Real surrender begins when the signs disappear. And that's where God wants to bring you. Not because He delights in withholding, but because He delights in strengthening you. He wants you to have the kind of faith that cannot be shaken by silence. The kind of faith that cannot be destroyed by doubt. The kind of faith that cannot be toppled by delay. Right now, some of you are in the waiting room of life. You're waiting for healing, waiting for provision, waiting for direction, and it feels unbearable at times. But let me tell you something. Waiting is not wasted when God is involved. Waiting is the place where faith grows. Waiting is the place where trust is tested and proven. Waiting is the place where God prepares you for what He has already planned. And when the time is right, when your faith has been refined, He will move in a way that leaves no doubt. It was His hand all along. But until then, He is asking you one question. Do you trust me without a sign? Do you trust me enough to take the step without knowing what's on the other side? Do you trust me enough to keep walking when the path is dark? Kong Chen Sao Kao Hoi. Do you trust me enough to believe that I am working even when heaven seems silent? Kong Chen Sao Kao Hoi. That is the test of true faith. That is the proving ground of trust. You see, if your faith depends on signs, then your faith is shallow. But if your faith is rooted in God's character, then your faith is deep, unmovable, and eternal. And when the storms of life rage against you, you will not be swept away because your trust anchored in something greater than circumstances. It is anchored in God Himself. Let me ask you this: what is stronger? The one who always gets confirmation before moving, or the one who keeps walking in the dark, trusting that God is guiding every step? Which life is richer? The one that only believes when there are fireworks in the sky, or the one that believes even in the silence? Which faith is greater? The one that demands proof, or the one that clings to God without any proof at all? Then, hear me tonight. God is not preparing you for a life of weak faith. He is preparing you for a life of unshakable trust. An unshakable trust cannot be built on signs and wonders alone. It is built in the stillness, in the waiting, in the silence, where you feel nothing yet choose to believe everything. That is where the roots of faith dig deep. That is where your soul learns to lean not on what it sees, but on who God is. And let me tell you, God is faithful whether you feel it or not. That God is good whether you see it or not. God is guiding you whether you understand it or not. There comes a moment when every man and woman of faith must walk without a visible torch lighting the path. It is the night journey of the soul. It is the place where doubt whispers in your ear and fear tells you to turn back. And in that place you must decide, will I trust God even here? Will I move forward even without the sign? Will I hold steady even when the sky is dark? My friend, if you can trust God in the dark, then you will see His glory in the light. But if you only wait for the sign, you will never know the power of pure, raw faith. Signs are temporary, but trust is eternal. A sign may confirm you for a moment, but trust sustains you for a lifetime. God is calling you into a deeper dimension where your faith is not tied to circumstances, but to His eternal power. He is asking you to lift your eyes from the horizon of signs and set your gaze upon Him alone. Because if you can trust God without a sign, then no storm, no silence, no trial will ever shake you from His presence. Think about the times in your life when you felt abandoned, when heaven seemed silent, when every door closed in your face, and yet here you are still standing. Was it the sign that carried you through? Or was it the unseen hand of God holding you when you could not see Him? Do you realize that you would not have made it this far if God had not been guiding you every step of the way? Even in silence, He was speaking. Even in stillness, He was moving. Even in delay, He was working for your good. There is a reason why God sometimes withholds the sign, because He knows how easily our hearts can become addicted to proof. He knows how quickly we shift from worshiping Him to worshiping the experience. He knows that if He gave us constant confirmation, our faith would never grow. So He calls us higher. He says, trust me not because of what you see, but because of who I am. Trust me not because of the evidence, but because of my promise. Trust me not because I prove it every day, but because I am God and I cannot fail. And how powerful it is when a soul reaches that place, when you no longer beg for signs, but instead anchor your life in God's character. When you no longer demand proof, but instead declare, God, I trust you in silence just as much as I trust you in blessing. That is when your life becomes unshakable. That is when peace floods your soul even in the middle of chaos. That is when strength rises in you that the world cannot explain. But listen carefully. This does not mean the silence is easy. The silence of God can test you like nothing else. It can strip away every comfort, every assurance, every crutch you leaned on. It can leave you with nothing but a choice to believe or not to believe. And that is the sacred crossroad of faith. At that crossroad, heaven leans close. At that crossroad, God watches the depth of your trust. And at that crossroad, the strongest declarations of faith are made not with words, but with endurance. Do you understand that when you choose to trust God without a sign, you are declaring something louder than any sermon? You are declaring that God is greater than your need for proof. You are declaring that God's character is enough. You are declaring that His silence is not a prison but a process, not a punishment but preparation. That is the testimony that shakes the foundations of fear. That is the kind of trust that changes generations. Perhaps right now you are in a valley waiting for a sign to tell you what to do next, and all you hear is silence. Do not despise that silence. Do not curse it. Do not run from it. For in that silence, God is shaping you. He is carving away doubt. He is polishing your faith until it shines. He is preparing you for a greater season where your trust in Him will unlock blessings you could never have imagined. And here is the truth. When the sign finally comes, when the breakthrough finally arrives, it will not be the sign that makes you strong. It will be the faith you built in the silence that allows you to stand and rejoice. The sign may confirm what you already believed, but it is the silent trust that will have carried you there. That is why God teaches you to trust without a sign. Because He wants your strength to come from Him, not from circumstances. There is something extraordinary that happens when you stop asking God for signs and start declaring your trust in Him without them. You begin to discover a strength within you that you never knew existed. You begin to rise above fear because you are no longer waiting for circumstances to tell you whether God is with you. You already know He is. You no longer tremble at uncertainty because you are not leaning on what you see. You are leaning on the eternal arm of God. That is when trust becomes unshakable, because it is not built on the fragile foundation of evidence, but on the unchanging nature of God Himself. So many people weaken their own faith because they are constantly searching for a sign. They pray for a dream, a voice, a sudden miracle, something to make them feel secure. But let me tell you, security that comes from signs is shallow and temporary. True security comes from the knowledge that God is who He says He is. Whether or not He shows you anything today, the greatest victories in life come not when you see, but when you believe without seeing. For when you can stand in the silence of heaven and still declare, God is faithful, then you have touched the deepest power of faith. Think about how God develops strength in the natural world. A tree does not become strong because the wind never blows. It becomes strong because the wind does blow. Muscles are not built because there is no resistance. They are built because there is resistance. And in the same way, faith is not strengthened when signs are everywhere. It is strengthened when signs are nowhere. God allows the silence because He is growing you, He allows the waiting because He is stretching you. He allows the lack of information because He is forming in you the kind of trust that can withstand anything. Do you see what God is doing in your life? He is teaching you not to live on emotional highs, but on spiritual depth. He is teaching you not to depend on quick fixes, but on eternal truths. He is teaching you not to crave the visible, but to lean on the invisible, because the visible world will shake, but the invisible power of God will never be shaken. That is why He asks you to trust Him without a sign, because when everything around you changes, you will still have an anchor that cannot move. Let me remind you of something important. Signs are for moments, but trust is for a lifetime. Signs may get your attention for a season, but trust will carry you through every season. Signs may stir your emotions for a day, but trust will give you peace in the middle of the storm. Signs may encourage you for a moment, but trust will hold you steady until your last breath. Do not live your life chasing signs. Live your life anchored in trust, because signs can vanish, but God never does. And here is something you must understand, and trust without a sign is the purest form of worship. When you say, "God, I believe you even when I see nothing," you are offering Him a gift greater than any song, greater than any ritual, greater than any outward act. You are offering Him your heart without conditions. You are saying, "God, you do not need to prove yourself to me. I trust you because you are God." And that, my friends, is the kind of trust that shakes the very gates of doubt and fear. I know there are people listening who are weary. You've prayed and prayed, but the silence has been long. You've begged for a sign, but the heavens seem closed. You've wondered if God has forgotten you. Hear me clearly. God has not forgotten you. The silence is not a sign of neglect. It is a stage of growth. God is not ignoring you. He is investing in you. He is allowing you to build the kind of faith that will sustain you in ways you cannot yet imagine. The silence is shaping you, not destroying you. It is in the silence that you learn to stop asking, "Where is the sign?" and start asking, "Where is my trust?" It is in the silence that you discover the difference between a shallow belief and a deep conviction. It is in the silence that you begin to realize God's presence is not always loud, not always obvious, but it is always there. Just as the roots of a tree grow deeper in darkness beneath the soil, so your faith grows deeper in the unseen work of God. Do not despise the days without signs. Do not run from the seasons of silence. They are holy ground. They are sacred classrooms. They are the hidden chambers where God Himself is at work within you. And one day when you look back, you will see that it was not the signs that made you strong. It was the silence. It was not the confirmations that built your trust. It was the unanswered prayers, the dark nights, the quiet seasons that formed in you the faith you carry now. And let me tell you, when you finally learn to trust God without a sign, you become dangerous to fear. Fear loses its grip on you because fear feeds on uncertainty. But you have learned to trust in the God who never changes. Doubt loses its power over you because doubt demands proof, but you have learned to walk without it. The enemy loses control over you because the enemy thrives on visible discouragement, but you have learned to cling to the invisible power of God. That is why trust without a sign is not weakness. It is victory. Let me tell you something that will ignite your soul. When God asks you to trust Him without a sign, it is not to weaken you. It is to reveal a power within you that only the silence can awaken. The absence of signs is not the absence of God. It is the presence of a deeper lesson. God is not testing you to see if you will fail. He is training you to see if you will rise. And when you rise in the silence, when you stand without a sign, when you declare, God, my trust is in you alone, then heaven itself bears witness that your faith is real. This is the secret many do not understand. A sign can strengthen your moment, but trust without a sign strengthens your eternity. Anyone can believe when the path is lit, but it takes a soul anchored in God to walk forward when the path is hidden. Anyone can rejoice when doors swing wide open, but it takes a heart truly surrendered to God to lift its voice in praise when every door remains closed. That is the kind of faith God is shaping in you. The kind of faith that is not dependent on signs, but rooted in His very being. Do you know why this matters so much? Because life will not always give you signs. You will face situations where there is no clear answer, no open door, no instant solution. If your faith depends on signs, you will crumble in those moments. But if your faith depends on God, you will stand firm no matter what happens. Trust that is dependent on signs is fragile. Trust that is dependent on God is unshakable. There is a depth to trust that only silence can produce. In silence, you are stripped of every crutch, every assurance, every visible reminder, and left only with God Himself. And that is enough. That is more than enough. Because when you discover that God is all you need, then you realize He was always enough. The silence teaches you to see beyond circumstances. It teaches you to believe beyond feelings. It teaches you to walk by faith when your senses scream for proof. That is when your trust in God becomes unbreakable. Hear me. God does not want you to live a life of shallow faith, tossed around by every stance, weakened by every silence. He wants to make you strong. He wants to give you the kind of faith that storms cannot drown, that trials cannot crush, that silence cannot break. And the only way to build that kind of trust is to remove the signs and see if you will cling to Him anyway. That is why you must stop asking, why is there no sign, and start declaring, my trust is in God with or without the sign. Some of you are in the middle of a season where everything feels hidden. You are asking for clarity, but God is giving you silence. You are asking for direction, but the path looks foggy. You are asking for a sign, but nothing appears. Do not be discouraged. God is closer than you realize. Silence is not His retreat, it is His refining. He is refining your heart, sharpening your faith, molding your character. And one day when the silence breaks and the answer comes, you will realize that what God built in you during the silence was far greater than the answer itself. The truth is, God is not only interested in giving you what you ask for, He is interested in making you into who you are meant to become. Signs can confirm a moment, but trust shapes a lifetime. God is shaping you for something far greater than the sign you seek. He is shaping you for endurance, for strength, for spiritual authority, and for a testimony that cannot be shaken by silence. That is why the silence feels so heavy, because the trust it is building is so valuable. Never forget this. Signs may guide you for a day, but trust will carry you for a lifetime. A sign may bring temporary assurance, but trust will give you eternal peace. A sign may help you in one situation, but trust will sustain you in every situation. God does not want you dependent on fleeting confirmations. He wants you anchored in His eternal reality. That is why He is teaching you to trust Him without a sign, because He is giving you something that will last forever. So what should you do when you find yourself in the silence of God? Do not panic. Instead, lift your eyes higher. Say to yourself, God is here even if I do not feel Him. God is working even if I do not see Him. God is guiding even if I do not understand Him. Refuse to let the silence shake your faith. Let the silence strengthen your faith. Refuse to let the absence of signs shake your faith. Let that very silence become the soil where your trust grows deeper. For every moment you choose to believe when nothing is seen, you are building a faith that cannot be destroyed. Do not think even for a second that God is unaware of your struggle. He sees every tear. He hears every prayer. He knows the hidden longings of your heart. And if He allows silence, it is because that silence is the teacher your soul needs right now. Silence is not punishment. It is preparation. Silence is not rejection. It is refinement. Silence is not emptiness. It is fullness waiting to be revealed in its appointed time. There will come a day when you will look back on this season of silence and realize it was one of the most important chapters of your life. You will say, I did not see a sign, but I learned to trust God. I did not hear a voice, but I learned to rely on Him. I did not get the answer I wanted in that moment, but I received something far greater. I received faith that cannot be broken. And that faith will carry you through storms you cannot yet see, trials you cannot yet imagine, and victories you cannot yet comprehend. That is why God is teaching you to trust Him without a sign, because He loves you too much to let your faith remain shallow. He is pulling you deeper, stretching you further, lifting you higher. He is saying, will you trust me when there is no evidence? Will you love me when there is no sign? Will you walk with me when the path is dark? And if your answer is yes, if you will trust Him without the sign, then you will discover that what He gives you in return is greater than any sign could ever provide. When God removes the signs, He is not leaving you blind. He is giving you a vision that cannot be taken away. Signs fade, but vision remains. And vision is not something you see with your eyes. It is something you carry in your spirit. Vision is the certainty that God is guiding you even when your path looks uncertain. A vision is the assurance that God's promises are greater than your present reality. And when you have that vision, you no longer tremble when signs disappear, because you know that your life is built on the solid foundation of God's Word and His faithfulness. Too many people spend their lives chasing proof when what they really need is to cultivate trust. They chase signs like a thirsty traveler chasing a mirage, never realizing that the true oasis is not in the sign, but in God Himself. A sign can refresh you for a moment, but God can sustain you forever. A sign can give you direction for a day, but God can carry you through every day. This is why God withholds signs at times, because He is weaning you off the temporary and drawing you into the eternal. Do not be fooled into thinking that trust without a sign is weakness. No, trust without a sign is the highest form of strength. It is easy to trust when the evidence is clear, but real power is found in trusting when there is no evidence at all. It is easy to move forward when the path is obvious, but real courage is found when you step forward in faith, guided only by the assurance that God is with you. This is why the silence of God is never empty. It is the forge where warriors of faith are made. And let me tell you something even deeper. Signs can sometimes deceive, but trust in God never will. If you rely on signs alone, you can misinterpret them. You can mistake coincidence for confirmation, emotion for direction, and timing for approval. But when you anchor your trust in God alone, you will not be swayed by confusion, because your foundation is not in shifting signs. It is in the eternal rock of His presence. Signs may lead you to questions, but trust in God will always lead you to peace. There is a freedom that comes when you no longer demand signs. You are no longer tossed back and forth by circumstances. You are no longer dependent on feelings. You are no longer enslaved to conditions. You walk in the kind of freedom that says, God, even if I see nothing, I will still move. Even if I hear nothing, I will still believe. Even if I feel nothing, I will still worship. That freedom is the mark of a soul that has discovered the secret of unshakable faith. You see, God is not trying to give you a fragile hope. He is trying to give you a durable hope. And durable hope is not built on what is seen. It is built on what is unseen. Durable hope does not collapse when signs fade. Durable hope stands tall because it knows that God is greater than any sign. That is why the silence is not your enemy. The silence is your builder. The silence is your teacher. The silence is your companion on the road to unbreakable trust. And here is the beauty of it. When you learn to trust God without a sign, you stop living for external confirmation and start living for internal conviction. You stop asking, God, show me something, and start declaring, God, I know you are something. You stop begging for flashes of proof and start living in the steady glow of faith. And that faith transforms everything. It transforms your outlook, your choices, your strength, your resilience. It gives you the courage to keep walking when others give up, because you are no longer moved by signs. You are moved by God. Consider this. The greatest leaders of faith in history were not remembered because they followed signs. They were remembered because they trusted God when there were none. They stood when others sat. They moved when others froze. They believed when others doubted. And what made their faith remarkable was not the abundance of signs they received, but the scarcity of them. They walked into the unknown with nothing but God's word in their hearts. And that was enough. Let their testimony remind you that your trust in God is not weak when signs are absent. It is strong beyond measure. And perhaps this is what God is doing in you now. Perhaps He has closed the signs so that He can open your spirit. Perhaps He has silenced the confirmations so that He can amplify your conviction. Perhaps He has withheld the evidence so that He can teach you to live by essence, not by appearance. And when you embrace that lesson, you will step into a dimension of faith that cannot be shaken by silence. And because your faith is no longer built on what you see, it is built on who God is. Let me speak directly to your heart. If you are in a season of silence right now, do not despise it. Do not run from it. Lean into it. Ask yourself, what is God building in me through this silence? You may not have the answer yet, but I assure you the silence is sacred. The silence is holy. The silence is evidence that God is preparing something in you that requires deeper trust. And when you come through it, you will not only have your answer, you will have a faith so strong that no answer could ever compare. That is why I say again with all the conviction in me, God is teaching you to trust Him without a sign. He is not trying to leave you weak. He is making you strong. He is not trying to leave you blind. He is giving you vision. He is not trying to abandon you. He is drawing you closer. And if you will embrace this, if you will surrender to this, if you will declare in your soul, God, you are enough even without the sign, then you will discover a peace, a joy, and a strength that nothing in this world can ever take away. When God begins to teach you to trust Him without a sign, He is stripping away every crutch you thought you needed to survive. He is removing the scaffolding you built around your faith so that what remains is not your reliance on circumstances, not your dependence on people, not your leaning on feelings, but your full and undivided trust in Him alone. Many of you have prayed and expected a lightning bolt, a dream, a sudden confirmation in the sky. But instead there was silence. And in that silence, God was speaking louder than words. He was saying, "Do you trust me when you cannot trace me? Do you lean on me when you cannot see me?" That is the very heart of faith. That is the furnace in which trust is purified, the soil where unshakable belief grows. God knows the danger of a faith that relies only on signs. If He gave you a sign every time you asked, then your faith would not be in Him, but in the sign. You would not seek His face. You would seek His proofs. And God in His mercy will not let you reduce Him to a performer of tricks to satisfy your doubts. He is not molding you into a child that demands candy. At every step He is shaping you into a warrior who knows the voice of God, even in silence, who stands firm even when the ground shakes, who believes even when the sky is empty. You see, when you demand a sign before you move, you are not walking by faith. You are bargaining with God. But trust that demands no sign is the highest form of surrender. It is when you look toward the heavens with no evidence in your hands, no guarantees in your sight, and still say, "God, I believe you. I will follow you. I will stand on your word alone." That kind of trust shakes the very gates of doubt. That kind of faith draws you closer to God than any sign ever could. God does not want your faith to be fragile. He does not want you to collapse every time your prayer is met with delay. He does not want you to panic every time the sky stays quiet. He wants to forge in you a faith that can stand through storms, through valleys, through deserts, through nights where the stars hide themselves. And the only way to create that faith is to take away the signs you crave and teach you to walk by trust. Trust that does not flinch when the wind howls. Trust that does not crumble when friends abandon. Trust that does not evaporate when prayers take years to be answered. God is not punishing you when He withholds a sign. He is maturing you. He is deepening your roots. He is teaching you to rely not on sight, but on His presence, and not on evidence, but on His word. Not on feelings, but on His promise. That is why some of you have been waiting and waiting. That is why doors have not opened yet. And that is why answers have not come as quickly as you expected. Because God is pulling you away from dependence on signs, teaching you the holy strength of raw trust. And understand this, faith that is built on signs will fail when signs are absent. But faith that is built on God Himself will endure forever. When your faith clings to God rather than to signs, no silence can shake you. No delay can weaken you. No darkness can blind you. Because you know even when you cannot see Him, He is still there. Even when you cannot hear Him, He is still speaking in ways deeper than words. Even when you cannot feel Him, He is still holding you. Do not mistake God's silence for His absence. Do not mistake His delay for His denial. He is near, closer than the very breath in your lungs. He is watching how you respond when there is no sign, no confirmation, no reassurance. He is testing whether you will still believe, whether you will still worship, whether you will still trust. And every time you choose faith over fear, every time you choose to stand on His word without proof, every time you say, "God, even without a sign, I believe you," you are proving that your trust is not shallow. It is strong. It is deep. It is unshakable. God delights in that kind of trust. He delights in those who walk by faith and not by sight. He delights in those who look beyond what they can see and cling to the invisible reality of His presence. And He rewards that trust with strength, with peace, with unbreakable confidence that no storm can steal. And now let me bring this message to its final weight upon your heart. My friend, when God strips away the signs you crave, He is not abandoning you. He is elevating you. He is calling you to walk on higher ground, where your faith no longer leans on the crutches of outward proof, but stands firmly on the unshakable foundation of who He is. He is whispering into your spirit, "Will you trust me when there is nothing to see? Will you walk with me when there is nothing to hold on to? Will you believe me when the sky stays silent?" This is the very proving ground of faith. It is the furnace where trust is refined until it shines like gold. And it is in these moments when the world around you offers no confirmation, when your prayers seem to echo back with no reply, that God is shaping you into someone who is unmovable, unbreakable, untouchable by fear. For what can shake a soul whose trust rests in God alone? What storm can undo a heart that is anchored in His presence, even when there are no signs in sight? Lift your head and remember, God does not need to prove Himself to still be God. He does not need to send you a sign to still be sovereign. He does not need to part the skies to still be faithful. Why? He is God, whether the heavens thunder or stay silent. He is God, whether the seas roar or stay calm. He is God, whether the signs appear or not. And He is worthy of your trust in every season. So lift your heart beyond the craving for proof. Let your spirit wade into the deeper currents of faith. Whisper to God, "Even if you give no sign, I will still trust you. Even if heaven stays silent, I will still believe. Even if my eyes see nothing, I know your hand is guiding me." That is the kind of faith that delights God. That is the kind of trust that moves mountains. It is the surrender that carries you through every valley, every storm, and every stretch of silence. And when you choose to walk this path, trusting without a sign, you'll realize the silence isn't empty anymore, because it overflows with His presence. The waiting isn't wasted because it's shaping your strength. The unseen no longer terrifies you, for it is the sacred space where God performs His greatest miracles. Trust Him, not for what your eyes can see, but for who He is. For He is faithful, He is sovereign, He is almighty, and He is with you, even in the silence. Have you ever noticed how restless people have become? Always chasing, always searching, always comparing, always questioning. What is my purpose? Why am I here? What am I supposed to be doing with my life? In this constant struggle, in this endless search for answers, their souls can never find rest. My friend, I want to tell you something that might surprise you, but it will also bring you peace. Breathe. Stop exhausting yourself trying to uncover your purpose and start trusting the one who gave you life. Your purpose isn't a hidden treasure buried deep in the ground waiting to be discovered. It isn't something you have to manufacture through pressure or performance. It is something God has already placed within you. And until you surrender that frantic pursuit and learn to rest in Him, you will never experience the peace you are longing for. The world has convinced us that our worth depends on discovering some grand assignment, some visible calling that makes everyone stand in awe. We are told that unless we are doing something dramatic, unless we can label ourselves with a title, unless we can impress the crowd with a clear purpose statement, then somehow our lives are empty. But God does not measure your worth the way people do. God is not waiting for you to prove yourself with business. He is not demanding you climb a mountain to earn His approval. He is not sitting on a throne with arms folded, waiting for you to discover some hidden code. God created you with intention, with love, and with design. And He did not make a mistake. Your very breath is purpose. Your very existence is purpose. You do not have to spend your whole life restlessly running in circles when the one who made you has already defined your value. So many live under the heavy burden of anxiety because they feel lost. They wake up every morning with questions that weigh them down. Am I doing enough? Am I missing my calling? Am I wasting my years? And those questions become chains binding them with guilt and pressure. But when you turn your heart to God, you realize something powerful. Your calling is not in a job title. It is not in a career. It is not in a platform. It is not in applause. Your calling is in obedience, in trust, in faith, and in living with love for God and others. The greatest tragedy is not failing to discover some self-made purpose. The greatest tragedy is living your entire life chasing answers outside of God while ignoring His presence within your soul. Relax, friend. God does not need you to figure everything out before you can live in peace. He is not demanding that you build a monument to prove your purpose. He is asking you to trust Him daily, to walk humbly, to love sincerely, to be faithful in the little things, and to let Him unfold the rest. Your purpose is not lost. It is living inside you, and it will be revealed as you walk with God step by step. We often think purpose is about the future, something waiting in the distance like a destination we must reach. But listen carefully. Purpose is not just about where you are going. It is about who you are becoming right now. Every season, every struggle, every joy, every tear, it all shapes you into the person God intends you to be. And the enemy wants to distract you with endless searching so that you miss the beauty of today. You are not behind schedule. You are not off track. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where God needs you. And He will move you when it is time. That restless heart inside you, that endless need to prove yourself, that constant comparison with others, lay it down. Because God does not compare you with anyone else. He does not ask you to be louder than your neighbor or more talented than your colleague. He asks you to be faithful with what He has placed in your hands. Stop obsessing over what you cannot see and start honoring what is right in front of you. Purpose is found in faithfulness, and faithfulness is found in resting in God. Friend, let me speak directly to the unrest in your heart. You see, we live in a world where people are driven into exhaustion by the pressure to define themselves, to brand themselves, to explain themselves, and to justify their existence with achievements and labels. But God never asked you to be your own architect. He already drew the blueprint of your soul. The weight you carry, the sleepless nights you endure, the restless questions that haunt your mind, they come not from God, but from a world that thrives on comparison and competition. And as long as you measure yourself by the world's expectations, you will always feel behind, always feel unworthy, always feel like you are missing something. But the truth is, nothing is missing. You are whole because God made you whole. You are enough because God declared you enough when He breathed life into your lungs. Think about this. A flower does not wake up every morning worrying about whether it has discovered its purpose. It does not spend its days comparing its petals with the one next to it. It simply exists as God designed it. And in its existence, it fulfills its role in creation. The sun does not question why it rises. It simply shines as God commanded. The rivers do not struggle with identity. They simply flow as God has ordained. And yet we who are made in the image of God, who are designed with intention and love, torment ourselves with endless striving as though the Creator of the universe made us without meaning. That, my friend, is the great lie. The truth is that you were never called to chase your purpose. You were called to rest in God. And in that rest, your life becomes the very purpose you are searching for. I want to tell you something that will release you from the chains of self-imposed expectations. Your worth is not in what you achieve. It is not in what you prove. It is not in how impressive your life appears to others. Your worth is in God alone. If He says you are valuable, then you are valuable. If He says you are chosen, then you are chosen. If He says you are loved, then you are loved. And no degree, no promotion, no applause, no recognition can add to that. And no rejection, no failure, no loss can take it away. Stop exhausting yourself trying to earn what God has already freely given you. Some of you have been running for years, chasing after something that seems just out of reach. You've told yourself, when I finally discover my purpose, then I'll be happy. When I finally figure out what I'm meant to do, then I'll feel peace. But that is a lie that keeps your joy locked away in a future moment that never arrives. God is not waiting for you to solve a riddle before He blesses you. God is not hiding your peace behind a curtain of confusion. He is saying, be still, trust me, walk with me today and let tomorrow take care of itself. Your peace does not begin when you finally discover some hidden mission. It begins when you realize that walking with God daily is your mission. And let me tell you this with boldness. The obsession with purpose has destroyed many souls. Some have abandoned their families, their health, their relationships, their spiritual life in search of a lofty dream they thought would finally make them whole. But wholeness is not found in pursuit. It is found in presence. Wholeness is found when you surrender to God and allow Him to carry the burden you were never meant to carry. You were not designed to know every detail of your journey before it happens. You were designed to trust, to walk, to obey, and to live in peace, knowing that God has already gone ahead of you. When you stop chasing and start resting, something incredible happens. You begin to see that your life already overflows with meaning. The smile you give to someone who feels unseen, that is purpose. The prayer you whisper when no one is watching, that is purpose. The kindness you show to a stranger, that is purpose. The integrity you hold on to when tempted to compromise, that is purpose. Purpose is not some grand stage or headline moment. It is in the daily faithfulness of living as God's child, reflecting His love in everything you do. Do not let the world trick you into thinking your life is small if it doesn't come with applause. Do not let the enemy whisper that you are wasting your years. If you are not recognized, the smallest act of faith done with a heart surrendered to God echoes louder in eternity than the greatest achievement built on pride. You were not created for performance. You were created for relationship with God. And that relationship is the fountain of every meaning your soul craves. Friend, I want you to hear this truth as if God Himself were whispering it into your spirit. You do not have to strive your way into meaning. You do not have to climb mountains of ambition just to prove that your life matters. The very breath in your lungs is proof that God has already assigned you value beyond measure. Yet, how many of us spend our years sprinting after recognition, chasing applause, trying to carve our names into the walls of time, only to discover that the applause fades, the recognition disappears, and the emptiness remains. That emptiness is not because you lack purpose. It is because you have been searching for purpose in the wrong places. True purpose is not discovered in applause. It is experienced in surrender. Let me tell you plainly, the enemy of your soul would love nothing more than to keep you in a restless cycle of searching. Because if he can keep you chasing, he can keep you distracted. If he can keep you feeling like you are always one step behind, then you will never settle into the peace of God's presence. But when you stop running, when you silence the noise, when you lift your eyes from the race around you and fix them on the one who made you, something miraculous happens. You realize you already have what you were chasing. You already have meaning because God has already woven it into your existence. I want to challenge you to think differently. Stop asking, "What is my purpose?" and start asking, "How can I honor God today?" Because every day lived in faith is a day lived in purpose. Every act of obedience, no matter how small, carries eternal weight. Every moment of trust, even when you don't understand, aligns your life with divine intention. Stop looking for a spotlight to validate you and start recognizing the holy significance of your ordinary days. God works just as powerfully in the hidden places as He does in the public ones. Do not despise the season you are in. Some of you feel trapped in routines, thinking your life is meaningless because you are not doing something dramatic. But God does not despise your season. He uses it. The quiet sacrifices you make, the responsibilities you carry, the unnoticed faithfulness you demonstrate, these are not wasted. They are holy. They are sacred. They are purpose in action. Stop letting the world convince you that your life is small when God calls it significant. The unseen prayers, the quiet acts of love, the unseen endurance through trials, these may be the very things shaking heaven even when the world doesn't applaud. Let me speak with authority to the fear in your heart. You are not behind. You are not missing it. You are not lost. If your trust is in God, then you are exactly where you need to be. The idea that you have somehow fallen off course is a lie designed to keep you in panic. God is too great to let your destiny slip away. His hand is not weak. His plan is not fragile. His design is not easily broken. Even when you stumble, even when you wander, even when you doubt, He knows how to weave it all back into His purpose. You are not powerful enough to ruin what God has ordained. So rest. Stop running circles around your own mind. Stop tormenting yourself with questions that were never meant to be answered in your timing. The greatest act of courage you can demonstrate today is to trust God enough to stop striving. Trust Him enough to let go of the endless search. Trust Him enough to believe that you are already walking in purpose, even if you cannot define it in words, because purpose is not a definition. It is a relationship. And when you live close to God, your entire life becomes infused with meaning, whether you recognize it or not. When you finally let go of this restless obsession, your eyes begin to open to the beauty you had been missing. You start to see that the laughter of a child is not a distraction, but a divine reminder of innocence. You begin to notice that the quiet strength of a sunrise is not meaningless, but a symbol of God's consistency. You realize that sitting with a friend, comforting a heart, speaking encouragement into someone's darkness, these are not random acts. They are holy assignments. Life stops feeling like an endless search for what's next and starts becoming a sacred appreciation of what is now. And in that place, peace flows like a river. Some of you have been praying, "God, show me my purpose." when what you really need to pray is, God, help me trust you right now. Because purpose is not something God dangles like a carrot in front of your life. It is something He reveals as you walk with Him. He never asked you to have the whole map. He only asked you to hold His hand. And the more you hold His hand, the more you realize that every step is guided, every season is ordained, every valley has meaning, and every mountaintop has a lesson. Listen to me closely, because what I am about to tell you carries eternal weight. The greatest peace you will ever know is not found in finally solving the puzzle of your life. It is found in surrendering the puzzle to God. The constant restlessness that gnaws at your heart, the endless pursuit of answers that leaves you more tired than fulfilled, is a symptom of forgetting the one truth that brings freedom. God Himself is your purpose. You do not have to manufacture meaning. You already carry divine meaning because you belong to Him. Think of how many people live trapped in the illusion that their life must be extraordinary in order to matter. They run from one dream to the next, one plan to another, chasing a moving target. And when they fail to reach it, despair sets in. But let me speak this with boldness. Your life does not need to be extraordinary in the eyes of man. To be extraordinary in the eyes of God, a quiet heart that trusts Him is of more value than 1,000 voices shouting their own achievements. The applause of the world will fade, but the approval of God will carry into eternity. The enemy whispers lies that say, you are nothing until you discover something big. But the Spirit of God declares, you are already chosen, already loved, already valuable. Do not let lies define you. When God has already spoken truth over you, the truth is that your value was sealed before you ever took your first step. Your purpose is not hidden in the future. It is alive in the present. It is in the way you love, the way you serve, the way you endure, the way you keep walking by faith when no one else understands. That is purpose in action. Some of you think, if only I could reach that place, achieve that dream, or find that one thing, then I'll finally feel complete. But friend, you will not feel complete when you arrive there. You will feel complete when you rest here in God's hands. Chasing purpose outside of God is like chasing the horizon. You run with all your might, but you never arrive. Only when you stand still and lift your eyes to Him do you realize the horizon is not your destination. His presence is. Rest does not mean laziness. Rest means trust. Rest means surrendering control. Rest means refusing to carry the crushing weight of defining your own existence. When you rest in God, you can work with peace. You can build with clarity. You can serve with joy, because you are no longer working for approval, but from a place of already being approved. Purpose is not found in exhausting yourself for recognition, but in aligning your heart with God in every step. Consider this: the greatest acts of faith are rarely seen by crowds. They happen in the quiet moments when no one is watching. When you resist bitterness, though you've been wronged. When you choose hope, though your heart aches. When you remain kind, though others are cruel. These hidden battles are not meaningless. They are holy. And every hidden act of faith echoes in eternity louder than the grandest stage performance. Do not let your soul be tricked into thinking that life is meaningless if you cannot label your purpose with words. Purpose is not a slogan. It is a posture of the heart. It is the choice to live surrendered, to trust God with your story, and to let Him write chapters you could never write yourself. Stop demanding clarity for tomorrow and start walking faithfully today. That is where peace lives. I tell you this with urgency. Your life has eternal weight, whether you feel it or not. The enemy wants you to stay restless because a restless heart is easily distracted. But when you lean into trust, when you rest in God's care, when you stop striving and start receiving, your soul becomes steady and unshakable. You no longer live for applause, you live for eternity. You no longer chase meaning, you carry meaning. You no longer fear being lost. You know you are already found. My friend, it is time to understand that the constant pressure to define yourself is the very thing stealing the peace God wants you to have. You were never meant to bear the weight of proving your worth. You were designed to walk closely with God. And in that closeness, your life already holds eternal significance. Stop asking, what if I miss my calling? You cannot miss what God Himself has woven into the fabric of your being. The plan of God is not so fragile that one misstep can undo it. His wisdom is greater than your weakness. His strength is greater than your failures. And His sovereignty is greater than your doubts. You are safe in His hands. There are people who spend their whole lives paralyzed by the fear that they are living without meaning. They panic at the thought of wasted time, wasted years, wasted chances. And in that panic, they waste the very moments they are afraid of losing. Do not let that be you. Every moment spent with God is never wasted. Every prayer you whisper in faith, every tear you shed in surrender, every step you take in trust is recorded in heaven. Stop tormenting yourself with the illusion of lost years. God is a restorer. What you think was wasted, He can transform. What you think is gone, He can redeem. What you think is broken beyond repair, He can make whole again. You are not living outside of His purpose. You are living within His grace. Let me declare this truth so loudly into your spirit that it silences every lie. Your purpose is not hidden from you. It is hidden in God. And because you belong to Him, you are never separated from it. Your purpose is not waiting to be discovered through ambition, but to be lived through trust. Every day you walk in faith. Every day you live in obedience. Every day you choose to honor God over fear. You are fulfilling purpose. You may not see the ripple effect now, but heaven does. Eternity does. There is a rest that comes when you finally stop striving. A deep, unshakable rest that settles into your heart. When you release the obsession of finding yourself and embrace the truth that you are already found in God, that rest will carry you through storms that would have destroyed you if you were leaning on your own strength. That rest will guard your mind when the world screams that you are behind. That rest will anchor you when the enemy tempts you to compare your journey with others. The peace of God is not fragile, it is unshakable. It cannot be stolen by disappointment. It cannot be shattered by delay. It cannot be diminished by rejection. It is a peace that flows like a river when you trust the one who holds your life. So relax. Stop letting the questions suffocate your joy. Stop allowing the unknown to poison your present. You do not need to know the whole path to walk the step in front of you. You do not need to hold the whole plan to live with peace today. Your purpose is not out there waiting for you to catch it. It is already within you because God is within you. And the more you lean into Him, the more you will see that everything you've been striving for was never out of reach. It was always with you. Do not despise small beginnings. Do not look down on ordinary days. Do not underestimate the quiet power of faithfulness. The world may tell you that success is measured in noise, in crowds, in recognition. But God measures success in surrender. He measures greatness in humility. He measures purpose in faith. And one small act of faith today can move mountains tomorrow. Your obedience in the ordinary is shaping eternity in ways you cannot yet see. And hear me on this: comparison is the thief of peace. The more you look at others, the more you will doubt yourself. But you were never meant to run their race. You were meant to walk your path, the one God designed for you. Their story is not your story. Their calling is not your calling. Their timing is not your timing. Stop trying to copy someone else's purpose when God has written one uniquely for you. You do not need to be them. You only need to be faithful to Him. So let me leave you with this conviction. Relax, rest, release. Stop striving. Stop chasing. Stop doubting. Your life has meaning because God has given it meaning. Your steps are ordered because God has ordered them. Your existence is sacred because God Himself breathed it into being. When you surrender your restless search and place your trust in Him, your heart will discover the freedom it has been longing for all along. You will no longer live under the heavy burden of finding purpose. You will live in the lightness of knowing you are already walking in it. Friend, this is the freedom your soul has been crying out for. No, this is the peace that cannot be shaken. This is the truth that silences every restless thought. God is your purpose. God is your meaning. God is your rest. And when you live in Him, your life overflows with eternal significance far beyond anything you could ever imagine. Friend, let me press this deeper into your heart, because it is not enough for you to hear it once. You must let it saturate your soul until it becomes the foundation of your thinking. Life is not meant to be a restless hunt for meaning. Life is meant to be a steady walk with God. The world has trained you to believe that unless you have a label, a title, or a dramatic story to tell, then somehow you are insignificant. But I tell you with the authority of truth, you are significant because God made you. You are valuable because God chose you. You are meaningful because God placed His own breath inside you. That is a truth that no rejection, no failure, no disappointment, no delay can erase. So many of us live enslaved to the illusion that purpose must always look like greatness in the eyes of men. We imagine that unless we are building something huge, leading thousands, or creating waves of visible change, then somehow we are not living with meaning. But God's definition of greatness is not measured by visibility. It is measured by faith. One faithful person living humbly before God, praying in secret, serving in love, standing in integrity, and walking in trust is greater in eternity's eyes than 1,000 people chasing the spotlight for recognition. You must decide, will you live for applause that fades or for a crown that never fades? Do you not see how the constant pursuit of finding purpose has drained the life from so many? People spend years in anxiety searching for something as if it were hidden in the shadows, when all along the answer is simple. Your purpose is to walk with God, to love Him, to honor Him, to live each day in trust and obedience. Out of that relationship, everything else flows naturally. You will not miss the path because the path is God Himself. When you align your heart with Him, He turns even the smallest act into eternal significance. Stop tormenting yourself with questions that God has not asked you to answer. He never asked you to carry the full map of your future. He only asked you to take His hand for the next step. He never asked you to manufacture meaning. He only asked you to trust. His meaning is already placed within you. The need to always figure it out is not faith. It is fear disguised as control. Faith is surrender. Faith is the courage to say, God, I do not know where this road is leading, but I know you, and that is enough. Friend, the restlessness you feel is not solved by achieving more or by discovering some grand hidden plan. It is solved by releasing your grip and trusting God's grip on you. The moment you stop searching frantically and start resting fully, you will feel the peace that surpasses understanding. That peace does not come from clarity. It comes from confidence in God's care. And that peace will allow you to live with joy even when you do not have all the answers. Let me remind you of something profound. You cannot outrun God's plan, and you cannot ruin it either. His design is stronger than your detours. His will is greater than your weaknesses. Even when you stumble, He redeems. Even when you wander, He leads you back. Even when you feel lost, you are still found. The very idea that you could somehow miss the entirety of God's intention for your life is an insult to His sovereignty. Rest in the fact that He is bigger than your fears, wiser than your confusion, and stronger than your mistakes. The beauty of surrender is this: you no longer need to compete, you no longer need to compare, you no longer need to panic about being behind. The world may measure life like a race, but in God's kingdom, you are not running against anyone. You are walking with Him. And when you walk with Him, every step, whether fast or slow, is holy. Every breath is meaningful. Every season has a purpose. So release the striving. Lay down the burden. Let go of the endless questions. Stop searching for your worth in the future and begin living it in the present. God has already given you purpose because He has already given you Himself. And when you rest in that truth, your life ceases to be a frantic search and becomes a sacred journey. You will no longer wake up each day with pressure in your chest. You will wake up with peace in your soul. You will no longer wonder if you are enough. You will know that God has already called you enough. Friend, hear this with the weight it deserves. Life is not about discovering a hidden secret. It is about living each day in the presence of the One who holds all secrets. And when you do, you will find that purpose is not something you chase. It is something you carry, or it is not something you achieve. It is something you receive. It is not something far away. It is right here, right now in the hands of God. Friend, there comes a moment when the soul must be spoken to with such clarity, such power, and such conviction that it has no choice but to awaken. That moment is now. You have spent too long questioning your worth, doubting your direction, and exhausting yourself with endless what-ifs and what-nexts. You have lived under the heavy shadow of fear that you are missing something, that you are falling behind, that you are somehow failing at life because you have not defined your purpose in a way that impresses others. But hear me with the fire of truth. God never asked you to impress the world. God asked you to trust Him. God asked you to rest in Him. God asked you to walk with Him. That is purpose enough. That is meaning enough. That is life in its fullest form. The restless search for purpose is often nothing more than a mask for unbelief. We feel we must control, we must define, we must plan, because deep down we fear that if we don't, God won't. But that fear is a lie. The God who hung the stars in the sky does not need your frantic searching to complete his plan. The one who created galaxies does not need you to solve a puzzle to prove your existence matters. Your life already matters because he willed it into being. Your days already hold value because his hand wrote them before you lived a single one. And when you rest in that truth, you no longer need to panic because the author of your story is still writing and his pen has not slipped. I must tell you this plainly. You cannot think your way into peace. You cannot search your way into fulfillment. You cannot strive your way into security. Peace comes only when you release the questions and trust the one who holds the answers. Fulfillment comes only when you stop demanding clarity and start embracing surrender. Security comes only when you lay down the idol of control and place your life in God's hands. Stop looking for something far away to complete you and start recognizing that God is already here, already present, already enough. Do not be deceived by the illusion that your life is insignificant if it is not glamorous. The greatest works of God are often hidden. The strongest foundations are buried beneath the ground. The tallest trees grow their roots in silence before they ever touch the sky. So it is with you. What feels like quiet, hidden, unseen days are in fact holy preparation. God is doing a work in you even when you cannot see it. Every moment is shaping you. Every trial is refining you. Every day of faithfulness is building eternal weight. You are not wasting time. You are being prepared. You are not overlooked. You are being strengthened. You are not purposeless. You are being aligned. Think about this. Even the smallest seed has purpose. Buried deep, unseen, often forgotten in the dirt. It is not purposeless. It is alive. And in time, with water, with light, with care, it becomes something far greater than its present form. That is you. You may feel small. You may feel buried. You may feel unseen, but God sees you. God knows you. God has planted within you the seeds of greatness. Not greatness defined by man, but greatness defined by Him. And in His timing, those seeds will grow, not because you forced them, not because you searched frantically, but because you trusted Him. Stop fearing that you are late. God does not operate on your clock. He is not bound by deadlines. He is not pressed by pressure. He is eternal, and His timing is always perfect. When you place your trust in Him, you begin to see that you're not falling behind. You are standing right where you're meant to be. What feels like delay is not denial. What seems like waiting is not a waste. What sounds like silence is not absence. Even in the quiet moments, God is at work. And your part is not to worry. It is simply to rest. Do not overlook this truth. The very thing you are afraid you will never discover, your purpose, has already been set in place. You do not need to search for it because it was never lost. Purpose is not a finish line to reach. It is a posture of the heart. It is the daily choice to walk beside God, to honor Him, and to live surrendered. And when you live that way, every step you take carries divine meaning. You are not chasing purpose. You are living it. You are not trying to hold on to it. It is already flowing through you. There are seasons in life when the human heart feels trapped behind unseen walls. When no matter how hard you labor, every financial door seems sealed and every opportunity drifts just beyond your grasp. Many of you listening right now are carrying weights so heavy that you question whether the burden will ever lift. You've prayed. You've wrestled. You've endured sleepless nights, and you've whispered, "When will my breakthrough come?" Hear me today with every ounce of conviction in my soul. God is shattering every financial chain right now. Not tomorrow, not next year, not in some distant season. Now the power of God is not governed by time, not dependent on economies, not restricted by human opinion, and not confined by what others say you can or cannot achieve. When God flings open the windows of heaven, no power on earth can close them. You might be staring at your situation and thinking this promise couldn't possibly be for you. You may have grown up in a family where lack was all you knew. You may be staring at debts that look like mountains, bills that pile higher than your strength, responsibilities that outnumber your resources. But hear this truth, and hear it. Wealth, financial limitations are not permanent when the living God steps in. What seems immovable in the eyes of man is dust before the breath of God. He is not limited to your salary. He is not confined to your education, and He is not dependent upon your earthly connections. He owns all resources. He commands all provision, and He has power to place in your hand what you could never have imagined holding. I want you to realize this financial limitation is more than numbers on paper. It is a mindset. It is a spirit that seeks to keep you bound, to whisper that you will never rise, to convince you that you are destined to remain stuck where you are. But God never created you to live in chains of insufficiency. He never designed your life to be a cycle of just enough to survive. God is a God of abundance, a God who delights in lifting the humble, a God who has promised to make rivers flow in the desert and bread fall from heaven if necessary. If He could feed a multitude in a barren wilderness, do you think He is unable to provide for you today? No. He can break every limitation the world has placed upon your life, even the ones you have accepted as unchangeable. You see the danger of financial limitation. It is not only the lack of resources, it is the way it conditions your thinking. It tells you to expect little, to settle for less, to walk through life with your head down, never daring to believe that you could step into something greater. That is why when God begins to move, He does not only release provision into your life, He breaks the inner prison of small thinking. He teaches you to expect miracles, to anticipate breakthroughs, to walk as though abominance is not a dream, but a destiny. God does not call you to scrape by at the bottom of life's barrel. He calls you to walk in the confidence that He can lift you higher than your background, higher than your environment, higher than the walls others have built around you. And let me tell you, when God breaks a limitation, He does it in such a way that no one can deny it was Him. He lifts a person from obscurity into influence, from lack into provision, from struggle into stability, until the very people who once looked down on you are forced to admit that the hand of God is upon your life. That is the power of the one who rules heaven and earth. He is not intimidated by your credit report. He is not discouraged by the scarcity of your bank account. He is not shaken by recessions or downturns. He is the God who can turn famine into plenty, drought into harvest, captivity into freedom. Right now, I want you to picture the very limitations that have haunted your financial life. The debts, the lack, the cycles of insufficiency, the doors that always seem to close just when you thought you were making progress. Hold them in your mind for a moment. And now hear this declaration. God is shattering them. He is tearing them apart. He is removing the chains that have been wrapped around your resources. He is uprooting the weeds that have strangled your growth. He is silencing the voice that said you would never rise. The same God who parts seas and moves mountains is moving for you. The same God who raises nations and casts down empires is lifting you. The same God who holds the stars in His hands holds your future in His hands. And He is declaring that financial limitation will not be your portion. But you must believe it. You must rise within yourself and refuse to settle any longer for the crumbs when your Father has prepared a table. Limitation thrives in the soil of doubt, but it dies in the atmosphere of faith. The moment you begin to believe that God has more for you, the chains of poverty begin to snap. The moment you dare to expect His provision, doors begin to swing open. And the moment you align your words and your actions with the belief that He is your source, resources begin to flow in ways you never thought possible. Faith is the bridge between where you are and where God is taking you. And today that bridge is being built stronger than ever before. Some of you have been told that your worth is tied to what you earn. You've been made to feel that because you struggle financially, you are somehow less valuable, less capable, less significant. That is a lie straight from the pit of despair. Your worth does not come from your wallet. It comes from the one who created you. God has placed greatness inside of you, and no financial limitation can erase it. But what God is doing now is aligning your external resources with the internal treasure He already planted within you. He is bringing your outer life into agreement with the inner calling He has placed upon you. And when He does this, you will not only have enough for yourself, you will have more than enough to bless others. Because let me tell you, God never breaks limitations just so you can live comfortably. He breaks them so that you can become a channel, a vessel through which His abundance flows to others. He wants you to be the answer to someone else's prayer, the evidence of His goodness in someone else's struggle. He wants people to look at your life and say, only God could have done this. And when they do, His name will be glorified, His power will be acknowledged, and His kingdom will advance. Do not be deceived into thinking that God delights in your struggle. No, He delights in your faith. He delights in your growth. He delights in your ability to trust Him when the numbers don't add up. But He is not glorified by you being stuck in permanent lack. He is glorified when you rise in spite of it. When you testify of how He provided against all odds, when you declare that He is your source, no matter what the world says. That is why today I say again, with boldness and assurance, God is breaking every financial limitation. Now, this is not just a possibility, it is a present reality. If you will open your heart to believe. When you look through the stories of old, you will find that whenever God moved to bless His people, He never left them trapped in insufficiency. When He spoke to those who were bound by slavery, He did not simply free them and leave them wandering empty-handed. He brought them out with provision, with resources, with more than enough to step into their new life. This is the nature of God. He is not a God of half deliverance. He does not remove you from the prison only to leave you standing outside with nothing in your hand. He equips you. He empowers you. He places something in your grasp so that you know it is He who has given you the power to rise. Financial limitation wants you to believe that your life will always be marked by not enough. But God is rewriting your story. He is declaring that where there has been lack, there shall be overflow. Where there has been scarcity, there shall be abundance. Where there have been closed doors, there shall be open gates. God is not bound by the records of your past. He is preparing you for a future that is beyond your imagination. The day you begin to walk in this truth is the day the chains of limitation lose their grip on you forever. Let me remind you of this powerful truth. God never measures His provision by what you deserve. He measures it by His own greatness. If He were to give you only according to what you thought you earned, you would be left with scrap. But when He chooses to bless, He blesses according to His boundless resources, His limitless treasures, His infinite mercy. That is why when He breaks financial limitations, it often feels overwhelming. Suddenly, opportunities arise that you never worked for. Suddenly, connections are made that you could never have orchestrated. Suddenly, doors open that no human hand could have unlocked. That is the signature of God. He does not bless according to the size of your bank account. He blesses according to the size of His majesty. Do not mistake this for chance. Do not think that what is happening now is coincidence. God is deliberate in how He moves. He knows the nights you cried, wondering how you would make it through. He has seen the prayers you whispered when no one else could hear. He has not ignored your faithfulness. And now He is acting on your behalf. Every tear you shed in the dark was a seed planted in the soil of His mercy. And now those seeds are blossoming into a harvest of provision. When God moves, He does not delay without purpose. Every moment you thought was wasted was in fact preparation. Every delay was sharpening your faith. Every setback was positioning you for a breakthrough that would silence the doubts of every skeptic around you. Hear me well, you. Financial limitation is not only about money, it is about control. It is about silencing your voice, restricting your influence, keeping you too busy surviving to ever step into the fullness of your calling. That is why God is not only giving you provision, He is restoring your voice. He is granting you freedom to walk in purpose without the weight of constant worry about survival. He is lifting your eyes from the ground to the horizon because He does not want you to live in survival mode. He wants you to live in destiny mode. He is not only breaking the chains of lack, He is releasing the boldness within you to dream again, to believe again, to plan for more than just tomorrow. Some of you have been afraid to think bigger because the shadow of limitation has loomed over you for so long. You have trained yourself to shrink your expectations so that disappointment will not crush you. But God is saying to you today, lift your eyes, widen your vision, stretch out your hands, for He is ready to fill them with blessings you have never known. You do not serve a God of scarcity. You serve a God who can multiply what is small into what is great, who can turn a single seed into a forest, who can transform the little you hold into more than enough. And let me tell you this, when financial limitations are broken, it is not only for your comfort, it is for the demonstration of God's power in the earth. When people see you rise, when they see how God has taken you from a place of not enough to more than enough, they will know that it was not luck. It was not coincidence. It was not human effort. It was the hand of God. And in that moment, your life becomes a testimony, a living declaration that God is alive, that He provides, that He is faithful to those who trust in Him. But beware of this. When God breaks your limitations, do not allow pride to take root. Do not forget the days of struggle and the nights of prayer. For the same God who lifts you is the same God who sustains you. And it is humility that keeps the flow of His blessing constant. Remember that your provision is not only for you, it is a tool, a weapon, a resource to impact others. The abundance God is releasing into your life is meant to extend beyond your household. It is meant to touch the widow, the orphan, the broken, the struggling, the ones who are where you once were. God blesses you so that you may become a vessel of His generosity, a carrier of His compassion, an answer to prayers you may never hear. Now hear me, because this is important. The limitations of your past cannot dictate the blessings of your future. Too many people chain themselves to their own history replaying failures, rehearsing mistakes, reminding themselves of every time they came up short. But when God declares a new season, the weight of your past has no authority to hold you back. If He has chosen to release you, then you are released. If He has chosen to provide, then you will be provided for. If He has chosen to elevate you, then no voice, no force, no power on earth can bring you down. Financial limitation is being broken, and when God breaks it, it shatters permanently. When God begins to break limitations, the very environment around you starts to change. Opportunities you once chased will begin to chase you. Doors that seemed welded shut will swing wide open with ease. People who overlooked you will suddenly be reminded of your name. Circumstances that once drained you will now empower you. This is how God moves. He not only shifts your situation, He shifts the very atmosphere around you. He makes the crooked places straight and the rough places smooth, so that you may walk with confidence into the destiny He has prepared for you. Do not underestimate what God is doing now. Some of you are waiting for signs, waiting for confirmations, waiting for circumstances to align before you believe. But understand this truth. When God decrees a thing, it is already established in the unseen before you ever witness it in the seen. Financial limitations are breaking in the spiritual realm even before your eyes can perceive it in the physical. And once the Word of God is released, nothing can stop it from manifesting. The delay you feel is not denial, it is preparation. God is arranging details behind the scenes, aligning people, shifting events, moving resources so that when the door opens, you will step through it without hindrance. The tragedy of limitation is that it convinces you to live below your God-given potential. It whispers that you cannot build, you cannot expand, you cannot dream beyond survival. But God is silencing those lies. He is reminding you that you were created for more than scraping by. You were created to reflect His greatness, to manifest His provision, to be a living testimony of His generosity. Financial limitation does not define you. It is only a temporary shadow. And today, God is lifting that shadow and causing His light to shine on your path. Where there was darkness, there will be clarity. Where there was scarcity, there will be plenty. Where there was despair, there will be hope. I say to you, do not be afraid of the abundance that is coming. Some of you have become so accustomed to lack that when God begins to bless you, you would be tempted to shrink back, to question whether you deserve it, to doubt whether it will last. But remember, what God provides is not fragile. It is not like the unstable promises of men. It is rooted in His power, is secured by His will, and established by His decree. When He gives in a way that cannot be overturned. No man can revoke what God has appointed. No system can block what God has released. No adversary can cancel what God has ordained. And understand this, the breaking of financial limitations is not only for your individual gain, it is for the elevation of your family, for the transformation of generations, for the rewriting of your bloodline story. God is setting in motion blessings that will not end with you. They will flow through you to your children and your children's children. He is breaking cycles that held your ancestors and ensuring they will not hold those who come after you. He is replacing generational scarcity with generational abundance. What you receive now will plant seeds of prosperity that others will reap long after you are gone. That is the greatness of God. He thinks not only of your present, but of your future legacy. But hear this warning. Limitation is not only broken by what God does externally, it is broken by what you allow Him to do internally. If your mind remains small, If your vision remains narrow, if your faith remains weak, then no amount of provision will sustain you. God is not only filling your hands, He is enlarging your heart. He is stretching your capacity to handle more, to believe for more, to steward more. He wants you to think differently, speak differently, act. For too long, financial limitation has trained your tongue to speak defeat, your mind to expect little, your heart to anticipate loss. Now God is renewing your mind, teaching you to think in abundance, to speak with assurance, to expect with fearless faith. Think about this. When a bird has lived too long behind bars, even if the cage door swings wide open, it trembles before it flies. The weight of captivity makes freedom feel foreign. In the same way, years of scarcity can make overflow seem almost uncomfortable. But God is calling you to stretch your wings. Don't linger in the cage when the gates of heaven stand wide open. Don't settle for crumbs when a banquet has been prepared in your name. Don't limit your vision when God Himself is expanding your borders. Soar into the freedom He has destined for you. Understand this: there will be resistance. Every time God breaks barriers, the shadows of fear and doubt rise to confront His work. You will hear whispers inside and around you saying, "This won't last. It's too good. You don't deserve this." But you must silence those lies with the unshakable truth of God's power. It is not about your worthiness. It is about His greatness. It is not about your weakness. It is about His strength. It is not about your resources. It is about His limitless storehouse. And once you anchor your faith in Him alone, no resistance can undo what He has begun. And no, this abundance is not meant to make you forget God. It is meant to draw you nearer to Him. Limitation often pushes people to their knees, but abundance tests whether they will remain there. Do not let the blessings make you arrogant. Do not let the provision make you forget the provider. The same God who breaks your financial limitations is the same God who desires your heart, your gratitude, your obedience. Honor Him with what He gives you. Use what He places in your hand as a tool for good, as a blessing to others, as a testimony of His faithfulness. That is how the flow of provision continues. By keeping God at the center of it all, lift your head high and know this: the days of constant struggle are being replaced with days of provision. The seasons of dryness are giving way to seasons of fruitfulness. The valley of lack is leading you to a mountain of abundance. God has heard your cries, seen your struggles, and marked this as your moment of release. The same power that formed the heavens and the earth is now forming a new chapter in your life. And when God writes a new chapter, it cannot be erased. When God moves to break financial limitations, He is not merely changing your bank balance. He is transforming your position in life. He is repositioning you in places you never thought you would stand, bringing you into circles you never thought you would enter, giving you influence you never thought you could carry. For too long, financial limitation has tried to keep you hidden, small and silent. But when God lifts you, no force can keep you in the shadows. He elevates you not by the systems of men, but by the decree of His own will. You must understand this. Financial limitation is not just about numbers. It is about identity. It seeks to brand you as insignificant, to label you as one who cannot rise, to convince you that you are defined by what you lack. But God is stripping away those false labels. He is placing His own seal upon you, declaring that you are chosen, capable, destined for more than you have yet seen. When God declares a new name over you, the old one loses its power. You are not a victim of scarcity. You are a vessel of abundance. You are not marked by insufficiency. You are marked by the favor of God. And when this favor flows, it will do more than sustain you. It will overflow from you. God does not release provision in drops. He releases it in rivers. Rivers are not stagnant. They are moving. They are flowing. They are meant to spread. In the same way, what God is placing in your life is not meant to be hoarded. It is meant to move through you, to water dry ground, to lift those around you, to bring refreshment where there has been drought. You are not called to be a reservoir. You are called to be a channel. The more you release, the more God will pour in, for His supply does not run out. Let me tell you something powerful. Many people fear wealth because they think it will corrupt them. But it is not wealth that corrupts. It is forgetting the one who gives it. Wealth in the hands of the faithful is not dangerous. It is divine. It becomes a tool, a testimony, a weapon against the chains of poverty that bind so many. God is not afraid of you being blessed. He is afraid of you forgetting Him when you are. That is why He prepares your heart before He releases His provision. He is not only shaping your circumstances, He is shaping your character. He wants you to stand in abundance without losing humility, to hold resources without losing reverence, to prosper outwardly while remaining anchored inwardly in Him. This is why the breaking of financial limitation often comes after seasons of struggle. God allows you to feel the weight of lack so that when abundance arrives, you will never forget who carried you. He allows you to taste insufficiency so that gratitude will remain alive in your spirit when He brings plenty. He teaches you patience in the desert so that you will not take the rivers for granted when they flow. Every delay has purpose. Every setback has meaning. And when the appointed time comes, all of it will make sense. Look at how God works. He does not lift you only a little. He lifts you in such a way that the very limitations that once held you become testimonies of His greatness. The debts that once threatened to drown you will become stories of deliverance you will share with others. The nights you wondered how you would make it will become the evidence of God's sustaining hand. The very areas where you suffered lack will become the very areas where you shine in abundance. For when God restores, He does not restore halfway. He restores completely, and He restores abundantly. I want you to grasp this truth. Financial limitation is being broken not because of who you are, but because of who God is. He has chosen to reveal His greatness in your life. He has chosen to demonstrate that He alone is the source, the provider, the sustainer. If it were by your strength, the glory would belong to you. But because it is by His hand, the glory belongs to Him alone. This is why the abundance that is coming cannot be explained by logic. It cannot be traced back to human calculation. It cannot be dismissed as coincidence. It will be clear that it was God, and only God, who made the difference. Some of you listening right now are afraid to believe this. You have faced disappointment so often that hope feels dangerous. You have trained your heart to settle so that you will not feel crushed when expectations are unmet. But hear this, God is not like men. He does not promise what He cannot deliver. He does not speak only to silence you with delay. He is faithful, and His word does not return void. If He has declared that limitations are breaking, then they are breaking. If He has said that provision is coming, then it is on the way. Do not let past wounds keep you from receiving present blessings. And let us not forget, financial freedom is not only about what enters your life, it is about what leaves your life. God is removing the devourers, the constant drains, the unnecessary burdens that eat away at your resources. He is silencing the enemies that have profited from your struggle. He is breaking the cycles that made your increase vanish as quickly as it arrived. He is establishing stability where there was once instability, peace where there was once anxiety, order where there was once chaos. This too is the breaking of limitation. Not just receiving more, but keeping more, growing more, stewarding more. When God decides to shift a life, He does not ask permission from circumstances. He does not consult your past failures or the opinions of others. He does not need the approval of institutions or the support of systems. When God says enough, the bondage ends. When God says rise, no weight can hold you down. When God says be free, every chain must break. Right now, He is speaking that word over your finances, over your household, over your destiny. The chains of limitation are not only weakening, they are shattering under the weight of His command. Understand this. Limitation thrives where faith is absent. It feeds on doubt. It grows in fear. It multiplies in hopelessness. That is why the enemy of your soul always wants to keep you believing that your life will never change. But God is awakening a new faith within you, a faith that does not look at the size of the problem, but at the greatness of the provider. A faith that refuses to bow to the reports of men and chooses instead to trust the decree of heaven. A faith that dares to declare abundance even when the cupboards are empty, that proclaims freedom even while the chains are still visible. This kind of faith is dangerous to every limitation because once it takes root, nothing can stop its harvest. Do not be deceived into thinking that your environment has the final say. You may have been born into lack. You may be surrounded by people who cannot see beyond struggle. You may live in a system that seems designed to keep you small. But none of that is greater than God. He can lift you above every environment, position you in places that no one from your background has ever reached, and establish you where others thought you would never belong. God does not consult statistics when He blesses. He writes new ones while He does not calculate based on human predictions. He defies them. What seems impossible for others becomes inevitable when God is involved, and listen to me. The breaking of financial limitation is not just about material provision. It is about freedom of spirit, freedom of mind, freedom of purpose. It is about no longer being enslaved to worry, no longer waking up with the weight of fear pressing on your chest, no longer silencing your dreams because your resources seem too small. God is setting you free to breathe again, to hope again, to build again, to live again. He is cutting the cords that tied your identity to your lack, and He is declaring that you are defined not by what you own, but by who owns you. God Almighty, the possessor of all things. There is something you must grasp. When God breaks financial limitations, it is not only for you to consume, it is for you to create. He gives you resources so you can build something that lasts, so you can establish foundations that generations will stand upon. Too many live only to survive today, but God is calling you to think generationally. He is calling you to plant trees under whose shade you may never sit, to dig wells from which your children's children will drink. When you walk in His abundance, you become a builder, a planter, a multiplier. You are no longer a victim of cycles. You are the author of a new one. But remember, the breaking of limitation requires alignment. God is moving, but you must move with Him. Do not cling to the habits of lack when He is calling you into the discipline of abundance. Do not waste what He provides as if it has no purpose. Every coin, every opportunity, every connection He sends into your life is a seed. If you plant it in obedience, it will multiply. If you squander it in neglect, it will wither. God is faithful to give, but He is also watching how you handle what He places in your hands. And the more faithful you are, the more He entrusts to you. Look at the patterns of your life and see how God has carried you. Even in your lowest moments, you did not collapse completely. Even in the times when you thought you had nothing left, somehow you made it through. That was not by your own strength. That was God sustaining you, teaching you, preparing you for this very season. He has been training your spirit in the wilderness so you will know how to walk in the land of promise. He has been stretching your patience so you will know how to handle blessing without arrogance. He has been testing your endurance so that when the floodgates open, you will not drown in unpreparedness. And now He is opening those gates, not trickles, not drops, but floods. Provision is coming from unexpected directions. Ideas are being planted in your mind that will unlock doors of opportunity. People are being stirred to favor you without knowing why. Systems that once rejected you will now make room for you. This is not coincidence. It is God. He is orchestrating every detail, arranging every step, aligning every event so that the fullness of His promise manifests in your life. But I urge you, do not let fear steal what God is releasing. Fear will whisper, "This won't last." Fear will tell you you will fail again. Fear will insist you are not worthy of this. But fear is a liar. Faith must be louder. Declare boldly, "God has broken my limitations, and I will not return to bondage." Say it until it takes root in your spirit. Say it until it silences every doubt. Say it until your environment begins to shift to match your words. For your confession is a weapon, and in this season, it is pulling down the walls of lack. There comes a time when a person must decide whether they will keep living under the shadow of scarcity or step boldly into the light of God's abundance. That moment is now. God is not calling you to simply exist. He is calling you to thrive, to flourish, to become a living testimony of His power. Limitation has tried to convince you that survival is the best you can do, but God declares that you were not created to merely survive. You were created to overflow. You were not placed on this earth to crawl. You were called to soar. Do not underestimate what God can do with a willing heart. A small seed in His hand becomes a forest. A drop of oil becomes enough to fill vessels until they overflow. A barren desert becomes a river's pathway when God commands the waters to flow. If He can split seas, bring bread from the heavens, and raise gardens out of wastelands, then surely He can take the little you have and multiply it into more than enough. The limitation you see is not the end of the story. It is the stage for His power to be revealed. But hear me clearly, abundance is not measured by numbers alone. A person can have wealth yet still live in poverty of spirit. True abundance is when the hand of God rests upon every area of your life. It is when you have peace that cannot be bought, courage that cannot be shaken, wisdom that cannot be manipulated, and provision that cannot be explained by logic. This is the kind of abundance God is calling you into. An abundance that does not fade, an abundance that flows from His endless treasury. God does not want you trapped by comparison. Too many people sabotage their blessings by measuring themselves against others. But God is not interested in making you a copy of someone else. He is shaping you into the unique masterpiece He designed from the beginning. Your path may not look like theirs. Your breakthrough may not come the way theirs did. Your resources may not flow through the same channels. But God is not limited to one method, one system, or one door. If He chooses, He can open 100 doors at once, or He can create a door where there was only a wall. Do not limit God by expecting Him to move in the same way He moved for another. Trust Him to write your story differently, for His wisdom is infinite. There are those who will doubt, who will mock, who will scoff when they see you rising. They will question, how could someone like you succeed? They will try to remind you of your failures, your mistakes, your unworthiness. But let them talk. Their words cannot cancel what God has decreed. Their disbelief cannot block what heaven has already released. If God decides to lift you, no voice on earth can drag you back down. The same God who made the stars shine in the darkness will cause your light to shine in the midst of their doubt. And let me tell you something deeper. Limitation is not only about money. It can take the form of fear that chains your mind, guilt that suffocates your soul, or bitterness that poisons your relationships. But the same God who breaks financial barriers can also break these hidden prisons. He does not want you wealthy yet empty, outwardly successful yet inwardly tormented. He desires wholeness for you, freedom in thought, purity in heart, strength in spirit, and provision in body. That is true deliverance. That is true freedom. That is the fullness of His blessing. You may feel unqualified, but remember this: God does not choose based on human credentials. He does not search resumes before deciding who to bless. He lifts the humble. He exalts the overlooked. He raises the forgotten. And when He places His hand upon you, it does not matter who doubts you. What matters is that the Almighty has chosen you. You may not have the education others boast about, the networks others rely on, or the experience others trust in, but if you have God, you have what no man can compete with: divine backing. Then hear this final word with all the weight of heaven behind it. The chains of financial limitation are breaking, not tomorrow, not someday in the far future. God has already spoken abundance over your life. What looked like drought will become rivers. What seemed like emptiness will overflow. What appeared shut will swing wide open under the power of His hand. Do not walk out of here with the same mindset you came in with. Walk out with faith that God has already shifted the atmosphere around you. Lift your gaze higher, for your help is not drawn from wealth, people, or the fragile systems built by human hands. Your strength and provision flow from God, the Creator of heaven and earth. When He chooses to bless, no opposition can stand. When He chooses to raise you up, no one has the power to hold you down. And when He opens the heavens to pour out His goodness, no hand can shut it. This is your hour to believe, your hour to speak faith, your hour to step fearlessly into divine overflow. Rise with boldness and let your life shine as proof that no boundary can outmatch the might of God. Move forward with confidence, for the chains are broken, the gates are wide open, and heaven's favor is already upon you. The same God who spoke creation into being has declared liberty over your life. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can stand in its way. There are seasons in life when the weight of debt feels like a chain locked tight around your soul. It makes no difference whether that debt is financial, emotional, spiritual, or simply the burden of regret. You sense it pressing hard against your shoulders, as though it will never let go. You wake up with it on your mind. You lie down at night hearing it echo in your thoughts. You begin to believe this is the sentence you must endure for years, maybe even for the rest of your life. But I am here to speak with authority, with conviction, and with the assurance of the Almighty Himself. God is about to cancel a debt you thought you would carry forever. He is about to lift from you what no human could ever lift. He is about to erase what you believe could never be erased. He is about to release you from what has held you prisoner far too long. Do not mistake what I am saying for mere optimism or shallow encouragement. This is not about positive thinking. This is about the sovereign hand of God moving on your behalf. When God declares something finished, no man, no system, no circumstance, no memory, and no mistake can keep it alive. If He says a debt is canceled, it does not matter who signed the papers, who wrote the terms, who established the interest, or who predicted your failure. God's cancellation overrides every earthly condition. You may think you are too far behind, too broken, too guilty, or too weak to ever see freedom. But God's mercy does not measure you by your ability. God's power is not limited by your resources. God's decision is not bound by your past. When He speaks, chains break. When He moves, debts vanish. When He acts, burdens dissolve like smoke in the wind. I want you to feel this truth with every fiber of your being. You are not destined to remain under the weight that has suffocated you. You are not condemned to drag chains for decades until your strength gives out. God is about to intervene in a way you did not anticipate. He is about to open a door you could not force. He is about to set in motion events that will leave you speechless. Some of you have prayed for years for this day to come. Others have silently resigned, believing there was no point in hoping anymore. But God does not need your timetable to align with His. He is not bound by calendars, by contracts, or by human authority. He steps in at the hour no one expects. And when He does, what seemed impossible suddenly becomes undeniable reality. Think about the way a storm can rage for days. Winds tearing through and rain flooding every street, clouds hiding the sky, and then, in a single moment, the sun breaks through. What seemed endless is cut short. What seemed permanent disappears. That is what God is about to do for you. That is how God cancels a debt. He doesn't negotiate it down. He doesn't restructure it. He wipes it out with the force of His will. He erases it with the authority of His word. He makes it as though it never existed. And when He does, you will not only be free from what held you, you will stand as a testimony that God still delivers in ways human logic cannot explain. I know there are some listening right now who feel unworthy of such freedom. You think about the mistakes you made, the choices that got you into this mess, the people you hurt along the way. You feel as though the debt is deserved, as though you should suffer under it. But hear me, God's mercy is not given because you deserve it. God's mercy is given because He is merciful. His deliverance is not earned by your perfection. It is released by His compassion. You do not have to earn your way into His cancellation. You simply have to believe that He is able to do what no one else can. When you place your trust in Him, when you stand on the truth that He is greater than the weight pressing you down, you position yourself for a freedom that no one can steal. There are some who have carried debt for so long that it has become part of their identity. You don't even know who you are without it. You've introduced yourself to life as the one who struggles, the one who fails, the one who never gets ahead, the one who always owes. That lie has wrapped itself around your spirit like a garment you think you cannot remove. But God is about to strip it away. He is about to clothe you in freedom, in dignity, in strength, in abundance. You are not defined by the debt. You are defined by the one who cancels debt. You are not labeled by the chains. You are labeled by the God who shatters chains. The world may call you bound, but God calls you free. Do not underestimate what God is able to do. The same God who lifts oceans and carves valleys, who lights the stars and commands the seasons, is the one who sees you at this very moment. He is not distant from your struggle. He is not deaf to your cry. He is not blind to your pain. He has watched every tear fall. He has measured every sleepless night. He has heard every whispered prayer. And now he is saying, enough. Enough of the years wasted in bondage. Enough of the nights consumed by worry. Enough of the days spent wondering if life would ever change. God is about to cancel a debt you thought you'd carry for years. And when he does, it will not be by chance. It will not be by luck. It will be by his deliberate hand. There are people under the sound of my voice who have been living with an invisible debt they dare not mention to anyone. It may not show up on a ledger. It may not be stamped in a bank account, but it is written on the walls of their hearts. It is the debt of shame. It is the debt of words they cannot take back, actions they cannot undo, regrets they cannot erase. They smile in public, but they collapse in private under the weight of it. They live outwardly functioning, but inwardly broken, and they think this debt is their fate. Yet I tell you today, God is not only the canceller of financial debts. He is the deliverer from the debts of shame, guilt, and regret. When he decides that enough is enough, when he says the page is wiped clean, no voice of the accuser can speak against his decree. Do not think that God overlooks your pain. Do not imagine for a second that he has forgotten you. He is the one who knows how many hairs are on your head. He is the one who watches the sparrow fall and notices. Do you not believe he has noticed your struggle, your tears, your weariness? He has recorded every sigh, every whispered prayer that no one else heard. And he is not indifferent. He has not allowed this season of heaviness to define you. It has been permitted only long enough to prepare you for the magnitude of the freedom he is about to bring. The debt is about to be canceled, not because you are strong enough, but because God is faithful enough. The systems of this world are built to keep you enslaved to debt. They are designed to make you believe that you must spend your lifetime paying, struggling, owing, and never arriving. But God is not bound by systems. He is not restrained by institutions. He is not limited by contracts or documents. God is the author of all laws. And when he decides to overrule, every human law bends to his command. That is why some of you are about to walk into a miracle so radical that even those closest to you will not believe it until they see it. You will try to explain it, but you will not find words big enough to capture it. The only thing you will be able to say with certainty is God did it. Some of you have been working so hard to climb out of debt that you are exhausted in every sense of the word. You have fought, sacrificed, and struggled, and yet the mountain seems as tall as ever. You feel like the more you pay, the more it multiplies. The more you give, the more it demands. But hear this truth. God does not require you to climb the mountain in your own strength when he has the power to move the mountain altogether. What would take you 10 years of striving can vanish in one act of God's favor. What you thought would require your lifetime can be overturned in a single moment. God does not need time to accomplish what he has already willed. Time bows to him. Circumstances submit to him. Debts dissolve before him. The debt you thought would be your identity will not survive the presence of God's command. And when he cancels it, he does not simply leave you empty. He fills you with abundance. He does not merely take away the burden, he replaces it with blessing. He does not only free you from chains, He positions you to walk in fields of opportunity you never imagined. That is the nature of God. He is not a God of halfway deliverance. He is not a God of partial blessing. When He moves, He does so fully, completely, decisively, leaving no trace of the bondage behind. But hear me carefully. God cancels debts not only for your benefit, but for His glory. The world is watching how you endure. Your family is watching how you walk through this trial. Your community is listening to the words you speak while under pressure. And when God cancels what you thought you would carry for years, it will be a sign not just to you, but to all who witness it, that God is real, that God is powerful, that God is faithful. Your deliverance is not just your story, it is His testimony through you. Do not be surprised if the release comes in ways you did not predict. You may have been expecting God to move through a promotion, but He might move through an opportunity you never saw coming. You may have thought the relief would come gradually, but it may come suddenly without warning. You may have expected to work for it, but you will discover it arrives by sheer grace. That is the beauty of God's power. He rarely moves in ways you can anticipate, because if you could predict it, you would give the crap to man. He acts in ways that leave no room for doubt about who made it happen. And when He cancels your debt, remember this: it is not just to remove a burden, but to teach you to trust Him on a deeper level. Many of you have prayed for relief, but God wants to give you more than relief. He wants to give you revelation. He wants you to know that He alone is your source. Not your employer, not your bank, not your abilities, not your network. God alone is the one who provides, sustains, and delivers. Once you see Him cancel what you could not cancel, once you watch Him lift what you could not lift, you will walk differently. You will speak differently. You will believe differently. This is why you must not grow weary and waiting. Sometimes God allows the wait to remain just long enough so that when He cancels it, you know beyond a shadow of doubt that it was Him. He allows the night to stretch on so that when dawn breaks, the light is blinding in its beauty. He permits the storm to rage so that when the calm arrives, it is undeniable that it was not by chance. If you had been delivered earlier, you might have thought it was your doing. But because the timing is so precise, because the breakthrough is so dramatic, you will know with certainty it was God. I tell you with all the fire in my spirit, God is about to cancel a debt you thought you'd carry for years. And when He does, you will not just walk away lighter. You will walk away wiser. You will not just be free from a burden. You will be filled with boldness. You will not just be released from something, you will be launched into something greater. Because when God takes away, He also gives. When He removes, He also replaces. When He cancels, He also creates. He is not just the God of subtraction, He is the God of multiplication. There is a holy urgency in this message, because God is not a God who delays without purpose. When He allows you to carry a weight for a season, it is never because He has forgotten you. It is because He is shaping you, refining you, deepening you, and preparing you for the weight of the blessing that follows. A canceled debt is not merely the removal of something. It is the introduction of something greater. When God cancels a debt, He not only erases what was owed, He opens space for abundance that could never have been received while you were still chained. The very pressure that threatened to break you becomes the stage upon which God reveals His delivering power. The very tears you cried in private become the rain that watered the soil for a harvest you will soon reap in public. I want you to recognize this truth. Debts are not only measured in money or contracts. They are measured in the heavy yokes people carry in silence. There are those who live every day with the crushing debt of fear. They walk into opportunities but sabotage themselves because they owe loyalty to the voice of doubt that whispers in their ear. There are others who live with the debt of bitterness. Someone wronged them, someone betrayed them, someone abandoned them, and they owe every tomorrow to the pain of yesterday. They cannot see forward because they are enslaved to the chains of the past. And then there are those who carry the debt of hopelessness. They live as if they owe the world their surrender. They have resigned to the idea life will always be heavy, always be dark, always be small. But listen to me with all the conviction in my heart. God is about to cancel debts you did not even realize were ruling your life. He is about to silence the debt of fear by filling you with courage you never knew you had. He is about to erase the debt of bitterness by flooding your heart with a peace that no wound can outlast. He is about to destroy the debt of hopelessness by giving you a vision so bright you will wonder how you ever lived without it. Do not think for a moment that God's cancellation is limited to papers signed and numbers tallied. His cancellation reaches the invisible, the internal, the unspoken. He knows the debts that have lived in the secret chambers of your soul, and He is declaring them void. When God moves to cancel, He does not consult your enemy. He does not ask permission from the systems of the world. He does not need to gather votes from men. He speaks and it is done. His word is not a suggestion. His decree is not up for debate. When He says the debt is canceled, it is canceled. The world may argue, people may resist, circumstances may look unchanged at first. But hold your ground, for God's decree cannot be overturned. The same God who spoke the earth into existence, the same God who separated light from darkness, is the same God who will speak cancellation over your life, and His word does not return empty. Some of you are standing on the edge of your breakthrough, but you do not even realize it. You have been carrying the weight so long that you think it is permanent. You have learned to live with it, to normalize it, to expect it. But God never designed you to live under the tyranny of perpetual debt. He designed you to walk in freedom. You were created to breathe deeply without chains pressing on your chest. You were created to walk upright, not bowed down by the burdens of yesterday. And that is why He is about to step into your situation and do what you could never do in your own strength. I must tell you something critical. When God cancels a debt, it is not only to liberate you, it is to remind you of who He is. It is so that you will never again doubt His ability to intervene. Too often we limit God by the size of our imagination. We tell ourselves, if only this happened, maybe I could breathe again. If only that person stepped in, maybe I could survive. Yet God's imagination is never limited by ours. He can work in ways you've never imagined, open doors you didn't even know existed, and send help from places you never thought possible. When you think there is no solution, He is already moving behind the scenes. When you believe there is no escape, He has already prepared a way out. And when you expect nothing will ever change, He is already setting up the moment that will transform everything. This is the greatness of God. He cancels debts not only to remove what binds you, but to reveal that He alone is worthy of your trust. He cancels debts to draw your heart closer, to show you that He is faithful, and to remind you that His hand is always stronger than the chains of this world. You may feel forgotten, but you are remembered. You may feel overlooked, but you are seen. You may feel condemned, but you are forgiven. You may feel bound, but you are already marked for freedom. And when your freedom comes, and it will not just arrive quietly, It will thunder across your life with a force you cannot mistake. You will look back on the nights of worry and realize they were the prelude to the song of victory. You will look back on the seasons of despair and realize they were the foundation upon which your testimony now stands. You will look back on the years of waiting and realize they were not wasted. For God was preparing you all along. Do not lose heart. Do not give up. Do not silence your faith just because the burden feels heavy. God is nearer than you realize. The release is closer than you think. The cancellation is already written in the heavens. All you must do is keep standing, keep trusting, keep believing that the God who has never failed will not fail you now. For in His timing, in His wisdom, and in His power, He is about to cancel a debt you thought you'd carry for years. And when He does, the world will know that God still moves in glory today. There are seasons when life itself seems to hold its breath, when you feel as though the weight of your burden has silenced even your own prayers. You wonder if God hears, if God sees, if God truly knows the crushing load you have carried for years. And yet it is often in those silent seasons when you feel forgotten that God is preparing the greatest release. He has been working in ways you cannot see, orchestrating events beyond your awareness, aligning people, circumstances, and opportunities so that when the moment of cancellation arrives, it is undeniable that only God could have done it. The debt you thought would shadow your life forever is no match for the authority of God's Word. You may have lived under the sentence of debt for so long that you believe freedom is a dream reserved for others, not for you. But I tell you with every ounce of conviction within me, when God decides to cancel what has bound you, He does not ask your past for permission. He does not consult your failures. He does not review the mistakes you made to determine if you are worthy of release. He cancels because He is God and because His mercy flows from His nature, not from your perfection. Consider how God works in patterns of transformation. He does not simply take away chains. He transforms slaves into free men and women. He does not simply break bonds. He redefines identities. The one who was once labeled as bound becomes the testimony of freedom. The one who was once known as in debt becomes the one who carries abundance. And it is not just about the outward situation. It is about the inward renewal. God cancels the outer debt to reveal that He has also freed you within, so that no shadow of guilt or fear has the right to live in your spirit anymore. Let me speak plainly. Some of you are living as though the dead is greater than God. You believe in His existence. You acknowledge His power. But when it comes to your own life, you live as though your chains are stronger than His hand. That is a lie that must be cast down. God is greater than every creditor. God is greater than every mistake. God is greater than every system that has conspired to keep you locked down. The same God who speaks to the seas and they obey, who commands the heavens and they respond, is the one who is about to declare freedom over your life. Do not shrink Him down to the size of your problem. Elevate your vision until you see your problem shrink beneath the majesty of God. And I must warn you, when God cancels your debt, it is not for you to run back into bondage. Freedom is not given so you can return to slavery. It is given so you can walk into the life He designed for you. Some will be tempted to misuse their freedom, to waste it, squander it, forgetting the weight from which they were delivered. But true gratitude will anchor you when you remember the nights you thought you would break, the mornings you wondered if you could go on, and then you see that lifted by God's hand, you will not dare treat freedom lightly. You will walk with reverence, with responsibility, with thanksgiving. There are debts passed down through families, cycles of struggle repeated across generations. A grandfather bound by poverty, a father bound by failure, and now the children believing they too must carry the same chains. But hear this with authority. God is not only canceling your debt, He is canceling generational debts. He is breaking cycles that you thought would never end. He is declaring that what bound your family will not bind you. The poverty, the addiction, the fear, the shame, it ends when God speaks. You will be the one who carries a new inheritance not of debt, but of blessing. You will be the one who stands as proof that cycles are broken not by human willpower alone, but by the intervention of Almighty God. And when He delivers you, He will place within you the courage to walk boldly into new territory. Too long you have measured your future by your past, expecting only to repeat what has always been. But when God cancels debt, He is not just setting you free from what was, He is launching you into what can be. He does not simply remove the old, He makes room for the new. He does not just strip away chains, He equips you with wings. This is not only about subtraction, it is about transformation. Do not despise the years you carried the debt, for they have prepared you to carry the blessing. If you had never known the weight of chains, you would not value the gift of freedom. If you had never known the taste of struggle, you would not appreciate the sweetness of abundance. God has allowed you to endure, not to destroy you, but to teach you, to strengthen you, to mature you. And now that the cancellation is near, you will carry it with the depth of someone who truly understands its worth. Lift up your head, for God is not finished with you. The debt is not the end of your story. The burden is not the final chapter. You are on the brink of a divine reversal. And when it comes, it will not come quietly. It will come like a flood breaking through a dam, like light piercing the darkest night, like a trumpet sounding across the silence. Everyone who thought you would live bound will see you stand free. Everyone who assumed the debt would crush you will witness the power of God to lift you. Everyone who doubted your story would change will hear you testify that it was God and God alone who canceled what you could never cancel. There are times when the very weight you thought would bury you becomes the very proof that God is alive and active in your story. The human heart is fragile when it carries burdens too long, but the spirit ignited by God becomes unbreakable. And some of you are about to discover that the years of heaviness were only the backdrop for a testimony so powerful it will shake others awake. God is about to cancel a debt so deeply rooted in your life that you had almost made peace with it. You thought you would carry it to your grave. You thought it would define your destiny. But God is saying, today I have measured your tears. I have counted your nights. I have heard your groaning. And now the season of carrying is over. The season of cancellation has come. What does it mean when God cancels? It means He removes every legal right the enemy had to hold you bound. It means He shatters the accusations that have followed you. It means He reverses verdicts spoken against you in silence and in secret. It means the very thing you thought you would owe forever suddenly has no voice, no power, no hold. And when He cancels, it is not with a pencil that fades, not with ink that smudges, but with a decree sealed in eternity. What God cancels cannot be reinstated by man. What God erases cannot be rewritten by your enemies. What God removes cannot return to enslave you again unless you hand it back with unbelief. I want to speak to the one who has lived under financial strain so long that you have equated money with misery. Every bill has been a reminder of your insufficiency. Every deadline a mark of your weakness. You have thought, "This is my story, I will never escape." But hear me clearly. God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. The gold and the silver belong to Him, and He does not lack supply. He is able to provide streams and deserts, bread and famine, light and darkness, an opportunity where there seemed to be no door. You may think your economy decides your destiny, but it is God who holds your times in His hands. When He cancels, He will not only relieve the weight of debt, but will open your eyes to resources you never saw before, to paths you never considered, to provision that flows directly from His hand. I also want to speak to the one whose debt is hidden in the soul, the debt of guilt and self-condemnation. You have lived replaying mistakes, convincing yourself that you deserve to remain under this sentence. Every success feels counterfeit because the voice in your head reminds you of what you did, what you failed to do, where you fell short. You live as though you owe the world an apology. You can never finish giving. But let me tell you something powerful. When God cancels, He cancels even the voice of shame. He silences the accuser. He removes the stain that you thought was permanent. And when He says you are free, no inner critic, no memory, no haunting thought has the authority to chain you again. There are also those carrying the debt of delay. You expected life to be further along by now. You thought by this age you would be in another place, but everything feels late, postponed, behind schedule. You feel as though time itself is against you, and you live every day with the debt of lost years. But God is not only the one who cancels, He is the Redeemer of time. What you thought was wasted, He can multiply. What you thought was lost, He can restore. One moment of God's favor can accomplish more than decades of striving. One act of His hand can accelerate you beyond every delay. And when He does it, you will not walk in bitterness over what was lost, but in joy over what was gained. Let me take you deeper. When God cancels a debt, He also cancels the power of those who profited from your bondage. There are people, systems, and even thoughts that have benefited from keeping you low, from keeping you dependent, from keeping you afraid. But when God steps in, He not only breaks your chains, He dismantles the power structures that thrived on your captivity. The same God who breaks the snare also ensures that the snare cannot be rebuilt. The same God who silences the oppressor ensures that their words carry no weight over you again. Your freedom will not only be personal, it will shift the very environment around you. And when you walk free, you will not walk empty-handed. God never calls someone out of bondage without giving them the resources to build a new life. The freedom you are about to experience will not only remove the weight, it will equip you to stand, to flourish, to help others. Your testimony will not only be survival, it will be transformation. You will speak with an authority you never had before because you will know by experience that God cancels debts no one else could touch. And those who hear you will find hope in your story, courage in your freedom, and faith in your declaration. There are moments when life presses you so heavily that you feel you cannot breathe, when the burden of debt, whether financial, emotional, or spiritual, sits on your shoulders like a mountain that will never move. But hear this truth. God never designed you to be crushed by the weight of debt. God never created you to live chained to what happened yesterday, to what you owe in guilt and shame, or even in finances. When God speaks of freedom, He does not speak of a small partial release. He speaks of chains being shattered, doors swinging wide open, and burdens being lifted so completely that you walk out lighter than you ever believed possible. God is about to cancel a debt you thought you would carry for years. And when He does, you will look back and wonder why you ever doubted His power in the first place. There is no weight too heavy for God to remove. There is no debt so large that it intimidates the Creator of heaven and earth. People may tell you it will take years to rebuild, years to repay, years to restore. But God is not bound by human timelines. God does not need to consult the calendar or the economy before He moves on your behalf. When He chooses to cancel what has been holding you, it happens suddenly, decisively, and without explanation. Others may not understand it, but you will know it was the hand of God because the freedom will be undeniable. I want you to consider the many who have walked before you, those who thought their mistakes had doomed them, those who believed their debts of failure, regret, or loss would never be erased. Yet when they humbled themselves before God, when they placed their trust in Him, they saw doors open that no human could have forced. They witnessed debts forgiven, mistakes redeemed, and broken pieces rebuilt into something stronger than before. God has never abandoned the one who cries out to Him, and He will not abandon you now. Debt is not just a matter of money. It is the weight of words you regret, the heaviness of time you feel you wasted, the bitterness of opportunities you think you missed. But God is saying to you, what you thought was wasted, I will redeem. What you thought was lost, I will restore. What you thought would bind you for life, I will break off in a moment. God is not just a counselor of numbers. He is the canceller of shame, of guilt, of bondage, of cycles that repeat in your family line. When God cancels a debt, He rewrites the story of your life so thoroughly that no one can connect you to the chains you once carried. You must understand that when God moves, He does not need the approval of banks, governments, or even the people around you. He does not wait for perfect conditions to set you free. He works in the middle of storms, in the heat of battle, in the places where you least expect His hand to show up. And when He shows up, the debt that seemed immovable suddenly loses its power. God has a way of not only removing what you owe, but also replacing it with blessings so abundant that it makes no sense except to give Him the glory. The enemy of your soul wants you to believe you will always carry this weight, that you will always live under this shadow. He whispers that you are too far gone, too buried, too chained to ever be free. But God declares something different over you. God says, I am your Redeemer, I am your provider, I am the one who lifts the heavy burden and breaks the yoke from your shoulders. When God speaks, every lie is silenced. Every debt loses its grip. Every fear is stripped of its voice. God is reminding you today that He has the final word. Not your debt, not your past, not your mistakes, not your circumstances. Sometimes God allows you to feel the full weight of a burden so that when He cancels it, you will never forget who delivered you. He allows you to walk through nights of weeping so that when the morning of freedom comes, your joy will be unshakable. He lets you reach the end of your strength so that you will know it was not your effort, not your wisdom, not your plan, but His hand alone that turned your story around. And when that moment comes, you will not boast in yourself, but you will lift your hands to heaven and say, it was God who set me free. Think of this. God has been moving behind the scenes, orchestrating what you cannot see. While you have been worrying about how the debt will ever be lifted, God has already written the end of the story. While you were trying to calculate, God was already creating. While you were counting the years, God was preparing the moment. He does not operate on delay. He operates on divine timing, and His timing is perfect. When He chooses to cancel what has bound you, He does it at the very moment it will bring him the most glory and you the greatest freedom. But you must also prepare your heart for freedom. Some people grow so used to carrying their debt, their shame, their weight, that they do not know how to live without it. They have become identified with their chains. Yet God is saying to you today, do not settle for bondage. Do not adjust to slavery. Do not make peace with the debt. Stand in faith, for I am about to set you free. Freedom requires faith. Freedom requires courage. Freedom requires you to believe that God is greater than the mountain in front of you. The question is not whether God can cancel your debt, but whether you will trust Him enough to let Him do it. Will you keep holding on to fear, or will you surrender it to God? Will you keep rehearsing the lies, or will you declare the truth that God is your deliverer? Will you keep measuring the size of your problem, or will you lift your eyes to the size of your God? He is not asking you to figure out how it will happen. He is asking you to believe that it will happen. He is asking you to trust Him even when you cannot see the path forward, because He has already prepared the way. And when the debt is canceled, when the burden is lifted, do not forget to use your freedom for God's glory. Do not waste the new life He has given you. Walk boldly, live gratefully, serve faithfully, and testify openly, because your story will not just be about what was canceled, it will be about who canceled it. And that testimony will give hope to others who are still carrying their weight, still living under the shadow of debt, still waiting for their breakthrough. God has not brought you this far to leave you in chains. He has not allowed you to walk through the valley only to abandon you there. He is bringing you to the mountain of freedom, to the place where debts are canceled, where burdens are lifted, where hope is restored, and where His power is undeniable. And He is about to do it in your life in ways you could not have imagined, so that when it happens, you will know beyond any doubt it was God and God alone who set you free. My beloved, hear me with the full weight of truth burning in my spirit. The debt that has pressed upon your life, whether it's in your finances, your thoughts, or your heart, carries an expiration date. And that date is not set by this world, but by the mighty hand of God. Do not tremble at what tomorrow might bring, for the one who holds tomorrow has already written your freedom into the story. The chains you believed would cling to you for years are about to break apart. The heavy load you thought you'd carry until your final breath is being lifted even now. God Himself declares over you, enough. The debt is canceled. Lift your eyes, for the darkness is fading and the dawn of freedom has begun to rise. Stand firm in faith, because the same God who created the heavens and the earth is fighting on your behalf. Trust Him, for He has never failed and He never will. Step forward not with fear, but with confidence, for God has already gone before you. Doors are opening. Chains are breaking. The weight is being lifted. Your freedom is here. Now walk in it. Live in it. And give all the glory to God. For He alone has done this great thing. My friend, I want you to take this in with every part of your being, because it is no accident that you are hearing these words right now. There are seasons in life when it feels as though the very walls are pressing in on you. When the weight of your burden sits so heavy on your chest that drawing a breath feels impossible. When every door slams shut and every road ends in a wall, you look around and see nothing but impossibility. Yet in that very place of stillness, when your strength is gone and your hope feels like it is slipping away, that is exactly when God begins to act. God is about to turn things in your favor. And all He asks of you is this: Be still. We live in a world that shouts at us to hurry, to force our own way, to push until we make something happen. But God does not move according to the noise of men. He moves in silence and stillness, working in ways you cannot see. And when He decides to move, no power on earth and no plan of hell can withstand Him. That is why, no matter how chaotic your life may seem, and no matter how loud the storms roar, you must hold to this truth. God is about to turn it all around. Do you not know that the darkest hour is always just before dawn? Have you not seen how the night reaches its deepest blackness only moments before the first light pierces the horizon? Your life may feel surrounded by midnight right now, but God has already written your sunrise. He has already declared that what was meant for harm shall be used for good, that what was designed to break you will be the very thing that lifts you higher. And so I tell you again with all the urgency of my soul, be still. Do not fight with your own might. Do not struggle with your own strength. Simply stand in faith, for God is about to turn things in your favor. There comes a time when every human being faces the silence of God, when prayers seem unanswered, when the heavens feel closed, when you wonder if God has forgotten you, but He has not. His silence does not mean His absence. His stillness does not mean His weakness. His delay does not mean His denial. It means He is working in ways that you cannot yet see. And if you could pull back the veil for just one moment, you would be astonished at how God has been aligning every detail, every step, every person, every circumstance to bring you to the place He has prepared for you. You must understand that when God moves, He does not do it halfway. He does not do it partially. He does not leave the job unfinished. When He turns things in your favor, He does it with completeness, with power, with authority. He does not ask permission from your enemies. He does not wait for the approval of men. He speaks, and it is done. He commands, and it stands fast. His word never returns void. That is why you can trust Him even in the silence. That is why you can rest even in the waiting. Because when God acts, your whole life will shift in a single moment. Think about the river that flows quietly for miles, hidden under the cover of trees, barely noticed by anyone. But eventually it reaches the cliff, and there in one thunderous crash, it becomes a mighty waterfall. Your life may feel like that quiet, unnoticed stream right now, but God has already determined the moment when the breakthrough will come, when the quiet flow will become a rushing surge of His blessing, His provision, His favor. You will not see it coming, but when it happens, nothing will be able to stop it. Be still and do not let fear rule you. Fear will always whisper that nothing is changing, that the silence means defeat, that the waiting means abandonment. But fear is a liar, and God is faithful. God never abandons the soul that trusts in Him. God never forgets the one who calls upon Him. God never turns His face from those who wait patiently. And if you can hold steady, if you can resist the urge to panic, if you can quiet your heart in the stillness of faith, you will witness the hand of God do what your own strength could never accomplish. I know there are some of you right now who feel that you have been waiting too long. You have prayed until your words ran dry. You have cried until there were no more tears. You have fought until you had no strength left. And you wonder, how much longer must I wait? My friend, I cannot tell you the number of days, but I can tell you this: your waiting is not wasted. Every moment you have endured has been preparing you. Every tear you have shed has been watering the seed of your future harvest. Every prayer you have prayed has been stored before God, and not a single one has been forgotten. There is coming a moment when God will release it all. And when that moment arrives, you will look back and realize that the waiting was necessary. For the waiting forged your faith. The waiting purified your motives. The waiting stripped away your pride. The waiting taught you to lean on God alone. And when the answer comes, when the breakthrough arrives, you will not boast in yourself. You will know without a shadow of a doubt that it was God and God alone who turned it in your favor. Now, some of you are restless. You want to force the door open. You want to make things happen in your own power. But hear me, what you build with your own strength, you must sustain with your own strength. And sooner or later, your strength will run out. But what God builds, He sustains. What God establishes, no man can overthrow. That is why it is far better to wait on God's timing than to rush with your own. For one moment of His favor is worth more than a lifetime of human effort. Do not despise the stillness. Do not despise the waiting. It is in the stillness that God refines you, strengthens you, and prepares you. The caterpillar must remain hidden in the cocoon until its appointed time. If it breaks free too early, it will never fly. But if it waits, if it endures the darkness, if it remains still, it will emerge transformed, radiant, free. And so it is with you. If you can be still, if you can endure the darkness, if you can hold your peace and trust God, you will emerge into a season where everything is turned in your favor. My friend, do not underestimate the stillness of God, for it is in that stillness that the greatest miracles are being prepared. When you feel surrounded by silence, it is not the silence of abandonment. It is the silence of strategy. God is positioning you, and He is positioning the world around you. What you cannot yet see with your eyes is already set in motion by His hand. Just as the roots of a tree grow deep in the unseen soil long before the fruit ever appears on its branches, so God works in the unseen long before His blessing becomes visible in your life. Do you not see that it is often the silence that makes the sound more powerful? When an orchestra pauses before the climax of its music, the silence makes the crescendo all the more magnificent. God has written the symphony of your life, and though you may be sitting in the quiet pause, the rise of His music is coming. Your heart will know that God alone was the conductor and every note was perfectly arranged. There are those who believe that being still means doing nothing, but stillness in God is not idleness. It is trust. It is a strength greater than striving, for it declares, I do not need to force my own way, because God Himself is fighting for me. Do you not know that God can do more in 1 second of His favor than you could accomplish in 1,000 years of labor? Do you not understand that what seems impossible to men but a whisper to the power of God? That is why you must not fear the silence, nor despise the waiting, nor abandon the stillness. For in it God is preparing to turn things in your favor in a way that will leave no doubt of His hand. I say to you, be careful not to confuse delay with denial. The human heart grows restless when answers do not come quickly, and the world around you may mock your faith, telling you that nothing is changing, but God is not bound by the clock on your wall. His timing is not delayed. It is perfect. The seed that is planted does not bear fruit the same day it goes into the ground. The rain must fall. The sun must shine. The seasons must shift. And then in due time the harvest appears. So it is with God's plan for your life. Though it feels long, though it seems quiet, though the soil of your circumstance looks barren, the harvest is coming. God has already appointed the season when the soil will break open and the fruit will rise. Some of you have been tested almost beyond what you can bear. You have walked through fire that should have consumed you and floods that should have drowned you. Yet here you are still standing. Do you not see that even in the fire God preserved you? Do you not understand that even in the flood God carried you? And if He has kept you this far, why would He abandon you now? God does not bring you to the edge of breakthrough only to push you back into despair. He brings you to the edge to show you the waters parting before your very eyes. And when He turns things in your favor, you will walk on dry ground where once there was nothing but impossibility. There will always be voices that try to distract you from being still. The voices of doubt, the voices of fear, the voices of those who do not understand your faith. But you must hold steady. Silence those voices in your heart and listen instead for the whisper of God. For when He speaks, it cuts through the noise of the world. When He commands, every opposition must bow. When He decides and the outcome is sealed, and I tell you with conviction, God has already decided to turn it in your favor. Look at your life not as it is today, but as God sees it tomorrow. Where you see defeat, He sees victory. Where you see loss, He sees restoration. Where you see despair, He sees joy unspeakable. God does not see you as broken beyond repair. He sees you as a vessel being remade, stronger, purer, more radiant than before. The potter does not discard the clay that is marred in his hands. He reshapes it, remolds it, and fashions it into something greater. And so it is with you. Be still, for the hands of God are shaping your tomorrow. And when He is finished, your life will be a testimony that no man can deny. Do not measure your future by the shadows of your past, the mistakes you made, the failures you endured, the losses you suffered. None of these can chain the hand of God. When He chooses to turn things in your favor, the past loses its power, the pain loses its grip, and the sorrow loses its sting. God does not consult your history to decide your destiny. He does not ask the opinion of your enemies before lifting you up. He does not weigh your worthiness by the standards of men. He alone is God, and when He decrees a thing, it shall come to pass. And so I plead with you, do not let despair steal your stillness. Do not let fear rob you of your faith. The silence you endure is not a sign of defeat, but the prelude to victory. The waiting you carry not a waste of time, but the building of your testimony. The stillness you keep is not emptiness, but preparation for the hand of God to move. And when He moves, the world will see it. Your doubters will see it. Your enemies will see it. And you yourself will fall on your knees in awe. For you will know that only God could have turned it around. Consider the mountain that blocks your path. To you it seems immovable, unshakable, insurmountable. But to God it is but dust before His breath. You do not need to climb it in your own strength. You do not need to push it with your own might. You need only to be still and trust the God who can level mountains with a word. He is the one who makes a way where there is no way, who opens doors that no man can shut, who raises valleys and lowers hills until the path before you is straight. He is not intimidated by the size of your problem, nor is He limited by the power of your enemies. He is God, and He is about to turn things in your favor. My heart burns with urgency to tell you this. What God is preparing for you will not only bless your present, it will redeem your past and secure your future. He wastes nothing. Every pain you endured, every season of waiting, every tear that fell, He will weave into the tapestry of His plan until you look back and say, it was worth it all, for this is what God had prepared. You may not understand it now, but you will. And when you do, you will not regret a single moment of stillness. for it will have led you to a victory beyond your imagination. There are moments when the stillness feels unbearable, when every fiber of your being longs to move, to speak, to fix what seems broken. Yet, it is in that unbearable silence that God is perfecting the lesson you need most. The lesson of surrender. For as long as you cling to your own strength, you will never see the fullness of God's strength. As long as you are fighting to control, you will never know the power of being carried. But when you finally release your grip and let God take hold, you will discover that His way is not only higher than yours, it is perfect. Do not believe that the silence of God is the absence of His hand. His hand is never idle. Even when you cannot trace His fingerprints, He is writing your future. Even when you cannot hear His voice, He is speaking into your tomorrow. Even when you cannot feel His presence, He is closer than your breath. Stillness is not emptiness. It is the sacred ground where God is doing His deepest work. Sometimes God steals your life because He is stealing your enemies. He silences the voices that seek to harm you. He confuses the plans that seek to destroy you. And He overturns the traps that were set against you. You may think nothing is happening, but in truth, God is fighting battles you cannot see. And when He turns things in your favor, you will realize that the silence was not wasted. It was protection. It was God shielding you from harm, blocking arrows you never even saw coming, and clearing the path so that your steps would be steady when it was time to move forward. Other times, God calls you to be still because He is preparing the stage for something greater than you imagine. Think of the farmer who prepares the soil long before the harvest arrives, Zwandi. The field may look barren, but it is not empty. It is waiting. And just as surely as the seasons change, the time of growth must come. Your stillness may feel barren, but God has already appointed the season of abundance. What looks empty today will soon overflow. And when it does, you will understand why the silence was necessary. Be careful not to despise small beginnings, for what God is about to do often starts quietly. The greatest rivers begin as small trickles hidden in the mountains. The mightiest trees begin as tiny seeds buried in the dark. And the greatest works of God often begin in stillness, hidden from the eyes of men, until suddenly they burst forth with undeniable power. Do not mistake the small signs for insignificance. Those are the first whispers of a great turning in your favor. There is a reason God tells the weary soul to be still. Stillness is not weakness. It is trust in its purest form. It says, God, I believe you enough to stop striving. I trust you enough to stop forcing. I know you enough to rest in silence. This trust moves the heart of God more than 1,000 restless words. For what pleases Him is not the clamor of our anxiety, but the quiet strength of our faith. Do not think that your stillness means your destiny is on hold. On the contrary, it means your destiny is being fortified. God is not simply planning to restore you to where you were. He is preparing to elevate you to where you could not go without Him. And when that turning comes, it will not merely bring relief, it will bring transformation. What once broke you will become your testimony. What once burdened you will become your strength. What once caused you shame will become the very evidence of God's power in your life. My friend, I tell you this, the favor of God does not simply change circumstances, it changes you. It refines your heart. It sharpens your faith. It deepens your character. When God turns things in your favor, it is not only about doors arriving, it is about you being ready to walk through those doors and carry those opportunities with wisdom and courage. The stillness is not about delay, It is about preparation. And the greater the silence, the greater the preparation. Because the greater the blessing God intends to release. Do not envy those who seem to rise quickly. What grows too fast often falls just as fast. But what God builds slowly in silence, in stillness, stands unshaken through every storm. You may feel hidden, overlooked, forgotten. But the truth is that you are being rooted. And when the shift finally comes, you will rise with a strength no wind can break and a steadiness no storm can move. For God Himself will be your solid ground, and His favor will rest upon you like a shield. Even now, He is threading your story into something far greater than your eyes can see. You glimpse only fragments, moments of loss, shards of pain, stretches of silence, but God beholds the entire masterpiece. And when He unveils it, you'll realize nothing was wasted. Nothing was accidental. Nothing was without meaning. Every detail carried intention. Every season held significance. Every silence contained power. And all of it has been pointing to one divine reality. God was working all along to turn things in your favor. There are times when the stillness of God feels like the heaviest weight a soul can carry. You wake up and the problem is still there. You pray and the silence continues. You look around and others seem to move forward while you remain in place. Yet, let me tell you something with absolute certainty. The longer God keeps you still, the greater the revelation that is coming. The silence is not punishment. It is divine preparation. God is stretching the vessel of your life so that it can contain the abundance He is about to pour out. Do not let your heart be deceived into thinking that stillness means stagnation. Even in the wilderness, God was leading. Even in the desert, God was providing. Even in the valley, God was present. Stillness is not the absence of progress. It is the unseen progress of God's plan unfolding step by step. The ground beneath your feet may look dry, but rivers are flowing beneath the surface. The air around you may seem empty, but the winds of God's favor are gathering strength, ready to shift in your direction. The reason stillness feels so uncomfortable is because it goes against the very nature of our pride. We want control. We want speed. We want answers now. But God says, be still and know. Not be still and guess. Not be still and worry. But be still and know that I am God. And to know Him in that stillness is to discover that His wisdom is beyond our logic. His timing is beyond our calendar. And His ways are beyond our imagination. What looks delayed to you is on schedule for Him. What feels denied to you is being preserved by Him. What seems silent to you is being spoken over in the heavens by Him. I want you to picture this. A bowstring pulled back in silence. For a moment, nothing moves. There is only stillness waiting. But the longer that bow is drawn back, the farther the arrow will fly when it is released. That is your life right now. God has pulled you into a season of stillness, not to hold you back forever, but to prepare your launch. And when He releases you, the distance you cover, the favor you walk into, the breakthroughs you experience will be far greater than if you had been released too soon. There is also protection and stillness. God keeps you still because He knows that if you move now, you would walk into battles you are not yet equipped to fight. He knows that if you rushed ahead, you would encounter doors that are not meant for you, people who would harm you, or opportunities that would crush you. But in His mercy, He says, be still. For in your stillness, He fights battles on your behalf. In your stillness, He clears the path ahead. In your stillness, He lays a foundation solid that when you finally move, nothing will be able to shake you. Do not despise the silence. Instead, learn to hear God in it. For silence does not mean absence. It means intimacy. When the noise of the world fades, you begin to hear the whispers of God more clearly. And it is in those whispers that He strengthens your spirit, refines your faith, and renews your hope. If you can learn to embrace the silence, you will realize it is not a void. It is a sanctuary. It is the place where God teaches you to depend on Him, to trust Him beyond sight, and to love Him beyond circumstance. Hear me when I say this. When God turns things in your favor, it will not come by the hand of man. Men may be used as instruments, but the author will be God alone. And when it happens, there will be no doubt. You will not say this came because of luck or chance or coincidence. You will say this came because of God, and that testimony will be stronger than any victory you could have manufactured by your own effort. The stillness also humbles us. It strips away the illusion that we are in control. It silences the arrogance that says, I can make it happen on my own. And though that humbling may feel painful, it is a gift. For humility is the gateway to divine favor. When God sees that you no longer rely on your own strength, He releases His strength on your behalf. And His strength will carry you further in one day than your own could have carried you in a lifetime. There are people who will doubt you in your stillness. They will say, "Where is your God now?" They will mock your waiting. They will question your silence. They will judge your faith. But when God turns things in your favor, those same people will have no word. For the evidence of His power will be undeniable, and your life will stand as a living declaration that trusting God is never in vain. My friend, there is a sacred strength that rises in the one who chooses to be still when everything inside them wants to run, fight, or force. The world teaches you to hustle, to push harder, to claw your way through doors that are locked. But God says, wait, and I will open the door myself. And when God opens a door, no man can shut it. When God lays a foundation, no storm can tear it down. When God declares favor, no opposition can reverse it. That is why stillness is not weakness. It is the highest form of trust. It is the courage to say, I will not panic. I will not force. I will not fear. I will wait because I know God is faithful. Understand this truth. The waiting season is not wasted. It is weight training for your spirit. It is teaching you how to carry what God is preparing to place in your hands. If the blessing came too soon, it would crush you. If the favor came too quickly, it would overwhelm you. But in stillness, God builds your strength, enlarges your capacity, and teaches you endurance. And when the time comes, you will not only step into your breakthrough, you will stand strong enough to hold it. Stillness is also the ground where faith becomes unshakable. Anyone can believe when the evidence is visible. Anyone can trust when the answers are immediate. But true faith is forged when there is no evidence, no answer, no sign. And still the heart declares, I will wait on God. That kind of faith is what moves mountains. That kind of faith is what silences fear. That kind of faith is what unlocks the very power of God to turn things in your favor. Do not think that God has forgotten you. The enemy will try to whisper that lie in your stillness. He will point to your unanswered prayers and say, see, nothing is happening. He will point to the success of others and say, see, you are left behind. But those are lies. God has not forgotten you. He is preparing you. God has not overlooked you. He has appointed your time. God has not abandoned you. He is standing closer than ever, guiding every unseen detail toward the moment when your life will shift with His favor. I must remind you, the turn of God often comes suddenly. One day of favor can outweigh years of struggle. One moment of His intervention can undo decades of pain. One act of His power can silence every enemy, heal every wound, restore every loss. And because you endured the silence, because you stayed still when it would have been easier to run, you will be ready when that moment comes. Some of you have been standing at the edge of surrender, tempted to give up because the silence feels too heavy. But let me tell you, you are closer now than you have ever been. Do not quit on the edge of your miracle. Do not walk away when the turning is about to happen. If you could see how near your breakthrough is, you would not despair. You would rejoice. For even now, God is aligning things you cannot see. Even now, God is softening hearts you do not know. Even now, God is opening doors that you cannot yet imagine. The stillness you feel today is the silence before the sound of victory. Be still and let God be God. Do not shrink Him down to the size of your understanding. His wisdom is higher than your thoughts. His power is greater than your fears. His plan is larger than your dreams. When you try to solve it in your own strength, you limit the outcome to what you can achieve. But when you let God solve it, the outcome will exceed what you ever dared to ask. He does not think small. He does not act partially. He does not work halfway. God works in fullness. And when He turns things in your favor, it will overflow into every part of your life. Your silence today is the soil of tomorrow's song. Your waiting now is the womb of tomorrow's testimony. Your stillness today is the seed of tomorrow's harvest. Do not curse the seed, because it has not yet broken the ground. The seed is alive, hidden though it may be, and in the right season it will push through the soil and bear fruit beyond what you imagined. So it is with the promise of God. It may be buried in stillness, but it is not dead. It is living, breathing, waiting for the appointed time when it will spring forth in glory. I urge you to see stillness not as a burden, but as a gift. For in the stillness, your ears are tuned to God. In the stillness, your heart learns endurance. In the stillness, your spirit is purified. And when the silence breaks, when the stillness ends, when the favor flows, you will look back and see that the waiting was not wasted. It was the very thing that prepared you to carry the blessing without it crushing you. Do not rush the hand of God. His timing is not late, it is precise. His silence is not cruelty, it is wisdom. His stillness is not neglect, it is love. And if you can trust Him in the quiet, you will rejoice in the turning. For He is about to turn things in your favor in ways so undeniable, so powerful, so complete, that you will say, it could only have been God. There are moments when silence itself becomes the loudest voice of God. It is in those stretches where no answer comes, no sign appears, and no breakthrough is visible, that God is teaching you how to live by faith instead of feelings. Feelings change with the wind, but faith anchors you to the eternal. Feelings tremble in the storm, but faith declares, God is still in control. Do not despise the silence, for within it God is shaping a trust that cannot be shaken by circumstances, nor swayed by the whispers of doubt. The one who learns to endure silence with faith learns to walk in a strength that no earthly power can strip away. Think of the ocean. On the surface, waves crash, winds roar, and storms rage. But in the depths, the waters are calm, steady, unmoved by the chaos above. That is what God wants for your spirit, to live in the depth of His stillness, untouched by the storms of life. The storm may rage around you, but it does not have to rage within you. And when you stand in that stillness, you carry a peace that confuses the world, a calm that cannot be explained, a strength that only God can give. Some people misunderstand stillness, thinking it means passivity or resignation. But stillness before God is not giving up. It is giving over. It is placing your battles into His hands, knowing His strength will do what yours never could. It is refusing to be driven by panic or pressure, but instead being anchored in the certainty that God governs time, destiny, and outcome. Stillness is not weakness. It is warfare of a higher kind. It is standing your ground in faith when every force of fear tells you to run. There is a divine mystery in how God works. Often He hides His greatest miracles in the most ordinary days. You look around and see nothing changing, but under the surface, He is moving mountains you cannot see, aligning pieces you could never arrange, and orchestrating outcomes you could not design. The silence is not proof of His absence. It is proof of His unseen activity. For God often works in the hidden place before He reveals in the open. And when the revelation comes, it will make sense of every delay, every tear, every unanswered question. I tell you, the silence of God is not empty. It is full of wisdom, full of power, full of preparation. Just because you cannot hear His voice does not mean He is not speaking. He may be speaking in ways beyond your hearing, guiding you with unseen hands, teaching your heart lessons that only silence can teach. For sometimes words would only distract you, but silence shapes you. Sometimes direction would only rush you, but silence roots you. Sometimes answers would only make you cling to the gift, but silence makes you cling to the giver. And when the silence is finally broken, it is never with a whisper of chance. It is with the thunder of destiny. God does not turn things halfway. When He decides the time is right, He does not simply shift small details. He overturns entire situations. He makes the crooked places straight, the impossible possible, the barren fruitful, the forgotten remembered. When He turns it, He does so completely. That is why you must endure the silence, because the sound of His turning will be worth every second of waiting. Do not let impatience rob you of what God is preparing. Many have lost their blessing because they rushed ahead of God's timing. They planted seeds but dug them up too soon, never letting them take root. They prayed for doors but forced their way through windows, only to find themselves unprepared for what they demanded. But the one who waits on God, the one who endures the stillness, receives not only the blessing but the strength to keep it. My friend, the silence is not your enemy. It is your ally. It is the proving ground of your faith, the training ground of your endurance, the refining ground of your trust. You may not see it now, but you will look back and thank God for the stillness. You will realize that it was in the silence that you found your deepest strength, your truest faith, and your closest encounter with God. For when all other voices faded, His presence was still there, steady and unshakable, carrying you when you thought you could not go on. And now I want to leave this truth pressed upon your heart. The same God who shaped the mountains, who commands the seas, who sets the stars in their places, is the very God who holds your life in His hands. He has not forgotten you. He has not overlooked you. The delays you face are not denials. They are divine preparations. The silence you endure is not abandonment. It is the stage upon which God will reveal His power. And when He turns things in your favor, it will not be small. It won't be halfway. It won't be average. It will be undeniable, unstoppable, and clearly marked by His hand. So stay calm, stay grounded. Don't let fear take the wheel. Don't let impatience rush you ahead. Don't let despair swallow your hope. Root yourself in faith and believe that the God who never fails is about to act on your behalf. Your darkest hour is giving way to dawn. Your valley is only the path to a higher mountain. Your tears are watering the very ground where your next blessing will bloom. And when it comes, you'll stand as proof that waiting on God is never wasted, that trusting Him is never pointless, and that His timing is always flawless. Lift your gaze, strengthen your spirit, and hold your position. For God is about to shift everything in your favor. Just stay still. Have you ever stood at the edge of despair when the night felt darker than you ever imagined and wondered if God had forgotten you? Have you ever wept in silence, your tears unseen, questioning if your prayers ever reached heaven's gates? Hear me now with every conviction in my soul. The silence of God does not mean His absence, and the delay of His hand does not mean the denial of His power. God is closer than the air you breathe, nearer than the beat of your own heart. And He is preparing to move in your life with such wonder that it will leave you trembling in awe. The very ground beneath your feet will become holy when His miracles unfold before your eyes, for God is about to surprise you. The miracles you have been waiting for are already on their way. Too often we mistake the waiting season for abandonment. We confuse the quietness of God with distance. But God is not bound by the clocks on your wall, nor the calendars you mark with red circles of desperation. God moves in His perfect time. And when He chooses to act, no force on earth, no power in hell, no storm in your life can stop the breakthrough He has already spoken over you. There are miracles with your name written upon them, and they are coming with a swiftness that will leave you stunned. The doors that have been locked for years will burst open. The chains that you have dragged along for so long will shatter with a sound that echoes in eternity. The barren places of your life will bloom, because the God who created heaven and earth has not forgotten you, and He has not overlooked your cries. Listen to me. God specializes in the impossible. What seems too heavy for you is light to Him. What seems too far gone for you is just the beginning of His story. The situation that others have declared dead is the very ground upon which God will perform His most extraordinary miracles. You may think that you have reached the end of your strength, but it is here at the very end of yourself that you will see the hand of God lifting you higher than you ever thought possible. Do not be deceived by the silence of the present moment. The heavens are stirring, the earth is shifting, and the unseen hand of God is aligning every detail of your life to usher in the miracles He has promised. There will be people who doubt you. There will be voices that try to persuade you to give up. But you must remember that God does not need the approval of men to bless you. He does not need the applause of crowds to perform His wonders in your life. When God decides to surprise you with a miracle, no critic can silence it, no enemy can block it, and no fear can erase it. You were not born to be abandoned. You were not created to be overlooked. You were designed by the hand of God to experience His power, to walk in His provision, and to witness His miracles with your own eyes. Think back on the valleys you've already walked through. Think of the storms you've already survived, and were you not held up by the invisible hand of God? Did He not sustain you when you thought the end had come? And if He carried you then, will He not carry you now? If He sustained you yesterday, will He not provide for you today? Your miracle is not in the distant future. It is approaching like the dawn after the darkest night. And when that light breaks, it will not come softly or timidly. It will come with the power of God's authority, shining so brightly that even those who doubted you will stand in awe of what He has done in your life. I tell you this, God is never too late. Some of you have been holding on to promises for years. Some of you have been praying with tears on your pillow year after year, wondering when the answer would come. But what you thought was delay was preparation. God has been shaping you, molding you, strengthening your faith, so that when the miracle comes, you will be ready to carry it. He has been building your character to match the size of the blessing He is about to release. And when it comes, you will realize why the wait was so long, why the silence was so heavy, and why the night was so dark. Because the morning He is sending will be brighter than you ever dreamed. You are not forgotten. Your prayers have not vanished into the air. Your cries have not been ignored. God has recorded every word, seen every tear, and counted every sleepless night. And He is about to move. I say to you with boldness, miracles are on their way. Some of you will see healing where doctors gave up. Some of you will see financial provision where the world declared bankruptcy. Some of you will see restoration in relationships you thought were beyond repair. And when it happens, you will know without a doubt that it was the hand of God, because no one else could have written such a story. Hold on to your faith. Do not let go now. Not when the finish line is so near. The enemy wants you to quit before you see it. Doubt wants to rob you of your joy before the blessing arrives. Fear wants to blind your eyes to the light that is already dawning. But if you will stand, if you will believe, if you will hold steady, you will see the salvation of God in your life in a way you have never known before. The desert is about to bloom. The dry bones are about to rise. The stone is about to roll away. There is something extraordinary that happens when a human soul comes face to face with the power of God's timing. What feels delayed to you is right on schedule in His design. What feels impossible to you is a small matter in His command. Do you understand what that means? It means that every setback you have faced, every closed door that left you broken, every detour that confused you, none of it was wasted. God was not withholding. He was arranging. He was not ignoring you. He was orchestrating a far greater miracle than you had the courage to imagine. I want you to lift your eyes above your circumstances and see the vastness of God. He holds galaxies in place, commands the seas, calls each star by name. Do you think the same God who manages the universe has lost sight of your life? Do you think the same God who painted the sky each morning has no plan for your future? That is the lie the enemy whispers, but it is not the truth. The truth is that God has already appointed blessings for you, and they will arrive in the very moment He has prepared. And when they arrive, you will marvel at the wisdom of His delay, because you will see that had it come earlier, you would not have been ready to hold it. There are some listening to me now who have carried disappointment like a cloak upon their shoulders. You have learned to expect little so that you will not be hurt by hope. But I declare to you this day that it is time to expect again. It is time to believe again, because God is not finished with you. The very areas where you feel forgotten are the very places God is about to flood with His miracles. That sickness that has lingered in your body is no match for the one who formed you in your mother's womb. That burden of debt, that chain of lack that has followed you for years, is nothing against the one who owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. That broken relationship that left you aching with loneliness is not beyond the touch of God, who mends what no hand on earth can mend. When God chooses to act, He does not merely restore you to where you were before. He multiplies. He increases. He pours out in a measure you cannot contain. Think of the rivers that carve through valleys, unstoppable in their flow. That is how the miracles of God will surge through your life. Unstoppable, undeniable, and overflowing. Do not insult the power of God by limiting your expectation to the size of your need. Your need is only the starting point. His supply goes far beyond. You ask for survival, but God gives abundance. You pray for enough to endure, but God sends more than enough to thrive. You beg for a door, but He tears down walls. There is a season of sudden change about to unfold in the lives of those who have been faithful in the dark. You may feel as though your prayers have echoed back to you unanswered, but what you could not see is that God was storing them up like seeds. And seeds, though hidden in the ground, are never dead. They are preparing, stretching, breaking open, until the moment comes when they burst forth into life. That is what is happening with your prayers right now. They are about to break the soil of your life, and the harvest will not be small. It will be so abundant that even those who mocked your faith will stand in awe. Do not confuse God's patience with inactivity. The silence of God is not empty. It is full of preparation, full of unseen movement, full of divine alignment. He has been whispering into the hearts of those who will bless you. He has been stirring the ground beneath your feet, moving obstacles out of your way that you didn't even know were there. And soon, very soon, you will look back and say, only God could have done this. You may feel right now that your strength is gone, that you have no energy left to believe. But hear me, it is not your strength that will bring the miracle. It is God's strength. Your job is not to figure out how, but to hold on to the belief that He will. The power is His, the timing is His, the miracle is His, and the glory will be His. That is why you cannot give up now. You are standing at the edge of something greater than you have ever known. The breaking point is the very place where God reveals Himself most clearly. God delights in showing His power in places that appear hopeless. When the situation is so broken that no human hand can fix it, that is where His majesty shines brightest. And perhaps this is why He has allowed you to reach this place. Because He wants the world to see that it was not luck, not coincidence, not human strength, but His miracle that changed everything. When the answer comes, you will not have to convince anyone. The evidence will speak for itself. Your life will testify louder than your words ever could. There are moments in life when it feels as though the heavens are closed, when you pray and the silence presses on you like a heavy weight. But silence is not abandonment, and waiting is not rejection. God does not measure time as you and I do. He is not bound to the ticking of a clock or the movement of the seasons. His plan is eternal, and His wisdom surpasses anything the human mind can comprehend. While you sit wondering why the answer has not come, God is arranging details that you cannot see. He is preparing people you have not met. He is aligning opportunities that have not yet entered your imagination. And when His perfect moment arrives, it will come so suddenly, so powerfully, that you will look back and see how every delay was necessary to prepare you for the miracle that is now rushing toward your life. Some of you are standing in the middle of trials that feel unbearable. You have carried the weight of unanswered prayers. You have felt the sting of disappointment. You have watched doors close with no explanation. But let me tell you with absolute conviction, God is not finished with you. He is not through writing your story. What you think is a full stop is only a comma in His design. Your life is not heading toward defeat. It is being prepared for triumph. And when the hand of God moves, you will understand why it had to happen this way. The very things you thought would destroy you will become the platform upon which He reveals His greatness. You see, God does not simply fix problems. He transforms them. He takes the broken pieces of your life and molds them into a testimony that shines with His glory. That is why the pain you have endured will not be wasted. That is why the tears you have shed have been gathered by His hand. He is not only going to restore you, He is going to use your very scars as evidence of His healing power. And when your miracle comes, it will not be quiet. It will not be hidden. It will not be small. It will be undeniable, because God does not do things halfway. He completes what He began. Right now, God is working behind the curtain of your life. Think of a great stage production. The audience sees only the scene before them. But behind the curtain, there are workers moving, setting up, preparing for what is about to unfold. That is what is happening for you. God has been moving pieces, arranging the scenery, aligning the timing, and soon He will pull back the curtain, and you will see what He has been preparing all along. It will not only bless you, but it will astonish those around you, because it will be clear that only God could have orchestrated such a masterpiece. There is a danger in believing that what you see today is all there will ever be. The enemy wants to convince you that your present reality is permanent. But do not be deceived. God is the one who turns night into morning, winter into spring, mourning into dancing. Your current situation is not the final word. The final word belongs to God, and His word is filled with life, power, and promise. Do not let despair lock you into believing that this is the end. The story is still unfolding, and God holds the pen. You may feel weak right now, but weakness is not defeat. In fact, it is often in our weakness that God reveals His greatest strength. When you have no power left to stand, it is then that His power carries you. When you have no answers left to give, it is then that His wisdom directs you. When you have no resources left to draw from, it is then that His provision sustains you. Do not despise your weakness, because it is the very place where the strength of God will shine brightest. Miracles are not simply events that change circumstances. They are encounters with the living power of God that change people from within. When He moves in your life, He will not only shift the external situation, but also enlarge your faith, deepen your trust, and strengthen your soul. That is why some of the greatest miracles come after the longest struggles. Because God is not only answering your prayer, He is shaping your character to carry what He is giving you. The blessing is not just in the provision, it is in the transformation. I want you to consider this truth. God never surprises without purpose. When He sends a miracle, it is not random, not accidental, not haphazard. It is intentional. It is designed with precision, aimed directly at your need, and timed perfectly for your journey. And when it comes, it will fit so flawlessly into the fabric of your life that you will know it could only have been God. You will not have to force it. You will not have to chase it. You will not have to manipulate it. It will come with ease, because what God ordains flows in divine order. There are seasons when you stand in the middle of life's storms and everything in you cries out for relief, yet the heavens seem still. You look to the left and right and you find no way forward. But let me tell you something that must be engraved upon your heart. The quietness of God is not abandonment. The stillness of God is not neglect. In that silence, He is crafting answers far greater than the ones you imagine. He is not a God who forgets, nor is He a God who abandons. He is a God who sees the end from the beginning. And when His appointed time comes, the very silence you despised will reveal itself as the soil from which your miracle was born. Do you know why God sometimes waits? It is because the ground must be prepared for what He is about to give you. If He placed the miracle in your hands too soon, you might misuse it, misunderstand it, or even lose it. But when He has strengthened you, refined you, and built endurance within you, then you will hold that miracle with confidence and gratitude. What feels like a delay is often the kindness of God protecting you from receiving too small a blessing when He has planned something immeasurably greater. The waiting is not wasted. It is a classroom where faith is taught, where patience is sharpened, and where character is forged. And hear me on this: God never writes small stories. He does not move in your life to impress the world with ordinary outcome. He moves to reveal His greatness. That is why when He chooses to bless you, the blessing is often larger than what you asked for. You pray for the strength to make it through the week, and He gives you the endurance to last through the year. You ask for a door to open, and He builds you a pathway. You plead for a drop of water, and He sends a flood. That is the way of God. His generosity is beyond measure, and His miracles never arrive in fragments. They arrive in fullness. Right now you may feel as though you are in a wilderness. You see no way out, no clear direction, no evidence of change. But the wilderness has always been the place where God reveals His power most clearly. He does not need the fertile fields to grow a harvest. He can bring water from a rock and bread from the sky. He does not need the perfect setting to show His strength. He can take the most barren land and turn it into a place of abundance. That is why you must not despise the wilderness seasons of your life. They are often the very stage upon which God demonstrates His miracles. The truth is this: when God surprises you, it is rarely in the way you expect. He moves in ways that confound human understanding. He does not limit Himself to the paths you see before you. He creates new paths, unseen doors, unexpected opportunities. Some of you have been staring so long at the door that closed, you have forgotten that God is not confined to that one doorway. He has 1,000 ways to bring you into blessing. Do not cling so tightly to what ended that you miss what is beginning. God is not finished, and His surprises often come from directions you never anticipated. There are blessings with your name on them that you have not even considered in your prayers. God is preparing to place in your life things you never thought to ask for. He hears not only the words of your mouth, but also the desires of your heart, the longings you cannot even articulate. And He delights in fulfilling those hidden desires in ways that remind you of His intimate knowledge of who you are. That is why when His miracles arrive, they do not feel generic, they feel personal. They fit your life so perfectly that you know it could not have been anyone else but God. Lift up your faith, because your expectation is the soil in which miracles grow. If you expect little, you prepare little. If you expect nothing, you prepare for nothing. But if you expect God to move in power, you prepare your life with boldness. You speak with confidence. You walk with anticipation. You clear space in your heart for the blessing that is on its way. Expectation is not arrogance. It is trust. It is the acknowledgement that God is faithful, that His word does not return void, and that His power has not diminished. Expect with confidence, for the one you are waiting on is the one who holds the universe in His hand. Do not allow the voice of doubt to drown out the voice of faith. Doubt will whisper, it has been too long. Faith declares, God is never late. Doubt will say it is too big. Faith answers, nothing is too hard for God. Doubt insists you are not worthy. Faith responds, it is not my worthiness that matters, but God's mercy. When the battle between doubt and faith rages within you, choose faith. Anchor yourself in the certainty of God's character, because He has never failed and He never will. There is coming a day sooner than you think when your heart will swell with gratitude for the very trials that once tormented you, because you will see how those trials led you to trust God more deeply, how those tears softened your heart, how those struggles positioned you for blessings you could not have carried otherwise. You will see that God wastes nothing, not even your pain. Every difficulty, every setback, every disappointment is raw material in His hands, and He is molding it all into a miracle that will carry your life into new dimensions of blessing. There are divine moments when the ordinary rhythm of life is suddenly interrupted by the extraordinary hand of God. You may be going about your day weighed down by burdens, expecting nothing different than yesterday, and then suddenly the atmosphere shifts. Suddenly, the impossible bends to the will of God. Suddenly, the prayer you whispered in private is answered in public. That is how God works. Quietly preparing behind the scenes, silently arranging every detail, and then suddenly, He moves in power. The world may call it coincidence, but a heart anchored in faith knows the truth. It is God's divine surprise, His intentional intervention, His way of reminding you that He alone authors every chapter of your story. When God decides to act, He needs no announcement, no build-up, no warning. He moves in moments that shift everything. Seasons that seemed endless are overturned in an instant. One moment, Joseph was forgotten in a prison cell. The next, he was standing before kings. One moment, a widow clutched her final handful of flour. The next, her jar was overflowing without end. One moment, the sea stood as an impossible barrier. The next, dry ground appeared where no path had ever existed. This is the pattern of God's power. He takes the suddenly and fills it with His glory, reminding every soul that He alone is in control. But here is what I must tell you. To experience these divine surprises, you must not let bitterness take root in your waiting. Bitterness is a thief. It robs you of hope. It blinds you to possibility, and it closes your hands when God is ready to place a blessing within them. Guard your heart while you wait. Do not allow resentment to turn your waiting season into a wilderness of despair. Instead, let your faith remain alive, your spirit expectant, your words seasoned with hope. Because God delights in those who remain steadfast, who keep their lamps burning, who prepare themselves as if the miracle could come at any moment. Do not underestimate what God is doing even when you cannot see it. Think of the seed beneath the soil. For a long time, it appears as though nothing is happening. The ground looks the same. The surface offers no evidence of change. Yet, underground, the seed is splitting, stretching, reaching, and then, in due time, it bursts forth into life. That is what God is doing with your prayers. They may look unanswered on the surface, but beneath the ground of your life, He is moving, preparing, and soon that hidden work will break forth into visible blessing. And when it comes, it will not just change your situation, it will change you, because the purpose of a miracle is never just comfort. It is transformation. God does not merely give you bread for the day. He teaches you to trust Him for every tomorrow. He does not simply rescue you from the pit. He shows you that He is the one who lifts the fallen. His miracles train your heart to walk in greater faith, greater courage, greater surrender. That is why the blessing is not only in what you receive, but in who you become when you receive it. Now let me tell you this truth with boldness. The miracle you are about to see will not come through human hands, nor will it be the result of human favor. It will be unmistakably divine. The promotion you receive will be so unlikely that others will know it could only have been God. The healing you experience will confound the wisest of experts. The peace that floods your heart will be unexplainable by worldly standards. God moves in such a way that no one else can claim the credit. He makes it impossible to mistake His hand for anyone else's. Do not be surprised if God blesses you in ways that others think you do not deserve. Do not be shocked if He lifts you in the presence of those who counted you out. For His miracles are not distributed by human judgment. They flow from His mercy, His purpose, His plan. And when He chooses to favor you, there is no voice, no enemy, no critic who can reverse it. His hand is final. His decree is unshakable. When God declares a blessing over your life, it is settled. And let me assure you, when God sends His surprises, they do not come in isolation. One miracle opens the door to another. One blessing creates a pathway for more. The provision of God is abundant, overflowing, pressed down, shaken together, running over. His blessings are not scarce. He is not a God of barely enough. He is the God of more than enough. He does not just quench your thirst, He makes rivers flow in your desert. He does not just mend what was broken, He makes it stronger than before. That is the magnitude of His power. And that is the generosity of His heart. There are moments in life when it seems as though the night will never end, when your prayers feel as though they are hitting a wall, when the weight on your shoulders feels too heavy to carry another step. But let me tell you with boldness, with conviction, with unwavering certainty, God is not finished with you. He has not turned His face away from you. He has not forgotten your name. He is preparing something beyond what your mind can comprehend. And when He moves, He will do it suddenly. The delay you are facing is not denial. It is the setup for the very moment when His power will break into your life, and you will stand in awe at the surprise that only God could orchestrate. Some of you are waiting for answers that feel long overdue, and doubt whispers that maybe God has passed you by. But listen carefully. God does not measure time as men do. He is not late. He is never too early. He is always right on time. And His timing is not just perfect. It is purposeful. He allows certain seasons of waiting because the miracle is not just about the outcome. It is about shaping you into someone who can carry the blessing without being crushed by it. When God surprises you, it will not just bless your life, it will transform you. It will teach you that His wisdom is greater than your plans, that His strength is greater than your struggle, and that His promise is greater than your pain. You may not see the hand of God at work right now, but faith was never about walking by sight. Faith is about trusting that God is doing something behind the curtain of your life, weaving together details you could never connect on your own. The very doors that seemed closed were closed by His hand to protect you from something you couldn't see. The detours you thought were delays were actually redirections towards something greater. The valleys you walked through were not meant to destroy you, but to deepen you, to stretch you, to make you ready for the mountaintop that God is about to lead you to. Understand this. When God moves, it will not be ordinary. It will not be something that can be explained by human logic or human effort. It will be divine, It will be so remarkable that everyone around you will have no choice but to say, "Surely only God could have done this." And when He surprises you with the miracle, it will not just lift you. It will shine as a testimony for others who are struggling to believe that God still moves. Your breakthrough will not only be for you, it will be the evidence that God is alive, that He hears, that He answers, and that He is still in control. Think about the way God works in nature. The seed lies hidden in the dark soil, unseen, unmoving to the eye. But beneath the ground, God is doing His work. Roots are forming. Life is stirring. And in the appointed time, the seed breaks forth. And what was invisible becomes undeniable. Your life is no different. Just because you do not see movement does not mean there is no growth. Just because you cannot see the answer yet does not mean it is not coming. God is the God who takes what is buried and brings it to life. He is the God who turns barrenness into fruitfulness, mourning into dancing, ashes into beauty. Do not mistake silence for absence. Do not confuse waiting with abandonment. God is closer to you in the waiting than you realize. He is whispering strength into your weary soul, building faith that will outlast the storm, preparing miracles that you will soon see with your own eyes. The very thing you thought was the end of your story is about to be the beginning of a new chapter written by the hand of God. Let your heart rise in expectation, because expectation is the breeding ground of miracles. Do not walk through your days with your head hung low as though God has forgotten you. Lift your eyes. Lift your faith. Speak into your circumstances not with fear, but with confidence that God is still on the throne. Declare that what He has spoken will come to pass, because His word never returns void. When you hold on to His promise, you are holding on to something more certain than the rising of the sun and the setting of the stars. I want you to picture it right now. The surprise of God breaking forth into your life, that phone call that changes everything, that door that suddenly swings open, that opportunity that arrives out of nowhere, that healing that comes after the doctors had no answers, that peace that floods your heart when anxiety had gripped you for years. God is the author of suddenly, and when He moves, He does not just restore what was lost. He multiplies it. He elevates it. He makes it greater than you imagine. There are divine interruptions that come into the course of a person's life that no human could have predicted, no calendar could have scheduled, no mind could have prepared for, because they come directly from the hand of God. When God decides to surprise you, He does not ask permission from the systems of this world. He does not consult the opinions of those around you. And He does not wait for circumstances to align. He speaks and it is done. He commands and creation obeys. He opens and no man can shut. He shuts and no man can open. When He moves, it is not gradual. It is immediate. One word from God can turn years of weeping into a lifetime of rejoicing. One act from God can elevate you from obscurity to significance. One blessing from God can overturn every curse that was spoken over your life. But hear me clearly. God does not surprise those who are not ready. His miracles are not tossed carelessly into hands that are unprepared to hold them. He shapes you, refines you, stretches you, disciplines you, so that when the miracle arrives, you will not waste it or destroy it. Waiting is not punishment. It is preparation. When God makes you wait, it is not because He has ignored your cry. It is because He is building within you the strength to stand under the weight of the blessing. That is why you must never despise the waiting season. It is in the hidden place, in the unseen moments, in the nights where no one knows your tears, that God is writing the foundation for your breakthrough. Some of you have been wondering why your life took turns you didn't plan, why doors closed when you were ready to walk through them, why people left when you thought they would stay. It was not abandonment. It was protection. God was not removing people to hurt you. He was removing them so that when He surprises you, they will not be able to take the credit. He was stripping away what could have contaminated the blessing. He was pruning what would have hindered your growth. And He was teaching you to depend not on man, not on your own power, not on the fleeting promises of this world, but on Him alone. Do not be fooled by appearances. What looks like loss can be the seed of gain. What looks like defeat can be the setup for victory. What looks like silence can be the prelude to the loudest breakthrough you have ever experienced. God is a master of turning what seems to be the end into the beginning of something greater. Think of how the darkest hour of the night is always just before the dawn. In the same way, the darkest hour of your life is often the moment before God breaks forth with light that scatters every shadow. There is power in expectation. Expectation is the posture of faith. It is lifting your eyes when everything around you says, bow your head. It is standing tall when everything in your body says, give up. It is declaring with confidence that God is still working, even when the evidence has not yet arrived. When you expect God to move, you are aligning your spirit with His promise. And when that alignment happens, miracles manifest. Too many people miss the miracle because they stop expecting. They let disappointment harden their hearts. They let delays convince them that God has forgotten. But those who hold on with expectation, those who keep their faith alive even when the night drags on, those are the ones who see the surprise of God break forth like the rising sun. And when the miracle comes, it will not only bless you, but also redefine how you see God. You will no longer call Him distant. You will call Him near. You will no longer call Him silent. You will call Him faithful. You will no longer call Him delayed. You will call Him on time. The miracle is not just about changing your situation. It is about deepening your revelation of who God truly is. Every miracle is a mirror reflecting the nature of the one who gave it. So I urge you, lift your faith to a new level. Stop measuring God by the size of your problem. Stop limiting Him by the boundaries of your imagination. His thoughts are higher than your thoughts. His ways higher than your ways. What you call impossible, He calls easy. What you call too late, He calls right on time. What you call broken beyond repair, He calls ready for restoration. And when He acts, the very people who doubted you will be silenced, because they will see that it was not your strength, not your wisdom, not your resources, but the undeniable power of God. Miracles are not only about provision, healing, or opportunities. Sometimes the greatest miracle is peace in the middle of the storm, strength in the midst of weakness, clarity in the midst of confusion. God surprises not just by changing circumstances, but by changing hearts. He surprises by giving you courage when fear has gripped you, by giving you hope when despair has consumed you, by giving you vision when all you could see was darkness. And never underestimate the quiet miracles that God works within you, for often they prepare the way for the visible miracles around you. Beloved, let your heart be still for a moment and hear this truth. God is nearer than you realize, and His hand is already reaching into the hidden places of your life. The delays that troubled you were never denials. The tears that fell in silence were never unseen. The prayers whispered in the night were never unheard. God has been shaping, refining, and preparing you because what He is about to release will not just touch one area of your life, it will overflow into every corner. Do not let fear convince you that the night will last forever. Do not let doubt rob you of the miracle that is already on its way. God is faithful. He does not forget His promises. He does not abandon His people. He never abandons His children to wander without light. He is the God who speaks into emptiness and brings forth abundance. The God who transforms sorrow into strength. The one who gathers the shattered pieces and makes them whole again. Right now, in this very moment, the Almighty is preparing something beyond your imagination. He is arranging a divine surprise that will lift you higher than you've ever dreamed. He is getting ready to answer prayers in ways far greater than you expected. He is opening doors so wide that no power on earth will ever close them. The same God who raises nations, calms raging storms, and writes the story of time with His own hands is writing yours today. And the chapter He is about to reveal will leave you in awe. So step forward with confidence. Stand tall, let your faith be unshaken, and keep the flame of expectation alive in your heart. Because soon you'll look back at this waiting season and realize that every step, every tear, every hardship was guiding you here to the miracle only God could create. To the moment when His glory bursts through your life like sunlight after the darkest night. Hold on tight because God is about to astonish you. And when He does, your life will never be the same again. There come seasons in life when the weight of the world feels too heavy for your heart to carry. You question whether you have the strength to take another step. You rise each morning only to find the same burden waiting, clinging to you like an unshakable shadow. You pray, you weep, you wait, yet heaven's silence feels louder than your cries. But hear me clearly. With every fiber of my being, I declare to you today that God is preparing to send help that will take your breath away. Not tomorrow by the measures of man's clock, not according to your plans, but in the fullness of His divine timing. He is getting ready to move in your life in ways you never imagined could be real. And when it happens, you will stand in awe and know beyond a shadow of doubt that it was only God who brought it to pass. We live in a world where many are tired, discouraged, and broken. Perhaps you have faced doors that would not open, people who turned their backs on you, dreams that shattered into pieces at your feet, and the whisper of despair tries to convince you that this is the end of the road. But hear me, what you think is the end is often the very moment God is beginning something new. When your resources run dry, when your strength fades, when your ideas collapse. That is when God steps in and declares, "Now watch what I will do." Because if you could fix it yourself, if you could climb out on your own, you would be tempted to take the glory. But God allows the night so His light may be revealed in its brilliance. Do not be deceived by appearances. You may not see the hand of God working, but He is never still. You may think you are forgotten, but His eye is upon you. You may believe the delay means denial, but often the delay is the preparation for something greater than you asked. Think of it this way. When the seed is in the ground, it looks as though nothing is happening. Day after day, the soil appears unchanged. But beneath the surface, the roots are forming, the foundation is strengthening, and in due season, that seed will burst forth into life. So it is with the help that God is about to send into your life. It may look like silence, but beneath the unseen, the miracle is already unfolding. God does not operate according to the clock on your wall or the deadlines you set. He moves according to His wisdom, His mercy, and His plan. And His plan, though often mysterious to us, is always good. The very thing that seems like a delay may be His way of protecting you, of preparing you, of aligning the pieces so that when the answer comes, it will not only bless you, but also glorify Him in the sight of many. There are times when you expect help come from familiar places. You look to the people you've supported, hoping they will return the favor. You look to your family, your friends, your connections, your own strength. And when they fail you, you feel abandoned. But the help God is about to send may not come from where you expect. It may come from a stranger, from a door you never knocked on, from a blessing you did not even pray for. That is how God works. He surprises. He astonishes. He demonstrates that He alone is the source of all provision. When you are at your lowest point, God is preparing to lift you higher than you imagine. When you feel abandoned, God is drawing closest to you. When you feel forgotten, He is engraving your name on the palm of His hand. Do not underestimate what God can do in a single moment. One touch of His favor, one opening of His door, one whisper of His command, and everything can change. That debt can be canceled. That sickness can be healed. That broken relationship can be restored. That opportunity can be released. And when it happens, you will not say it was coincidence. You will say, this was the hand of God. There is a reason you are hearing these words today. It is not by accident. God orchestrates moments to awaken your faith, to remind you that He is not finished with you yet. You have cried in the midnight hour, wondering if He hears. You have wrestled with the silence, wondering if He cares. And the answer that echoes from heaven is this: He hears, He sees, He cares, and He is moving. Even now, the help you need is already on its way. You may not see the caravan coming, but it is approaching. You may not hear the footsteps, but they are nearing. God is aligning circumstances, people, and timing to bring forth what you cannot produce on your own. Do not give up one step before your breakthrough. Too many abandon their faith in the final stretch, not realizing how close they were to the answer. The enemy would love nothing more than to rob you of the harvest by convincing you to quit in the waiting. But I tell you today, hold on. Hold on because the dawn is nearer than you think. Hold on because the cloud the size of a man's hand is already rising on the horizon. Hold on because God's help is never late, never weak, never insufficient. And when it comes, it will not just meet your need, it will exceed it. Because God is not a God of barely enough. He is a God of more than enough. He does not simply patch the broken pieces. He makes all things new. He does not simply give you strength for today. He gives you overflowing joy, peace that surpasses understanding, favor that outruns your qualifications. The help He is about to send is designed to remind you that He is greater than the opposition, greater than the problem, greater than the fear that haunts you. Do you know why God sometimes waits until the midnight hour? It is because the midnight hour strips away every false hope. It removes every illusion that man or money or strength could deliver you. It leaves only one option, God. And when God becomes your only option, He also becomes your greatest revelation. You discover that He is not just a distant power, but a present help in time of need. You discover that He is not just the God of creation, but the God of your circumstance. You discover that He is not just a God who once worked miracles, but a God who is about to perform one in your very life. Right now, some of you are on the edge of despair, but you are also on the edge of a miracle. The help that is coming will not only restore what was lost, but will establish something greater than what you had before. You may have been crying over closed doors, but the new door God is about to open will make you forget the pain of rejection. You may have been lamenting the delay, but when the answer comes, you will see why the delay was necessary. Because God is not simply answering your prayer. He is weaving a tapestry of glory that will be a testimony for years to come. Do not think God has forgotten the tears you have shed. Every cry has been recorded. Every sigh has been noticed. And though the silence felt unbearable, it was not absence. It was preparation. Because God knows exactly what you need and exactly when you need it. And when His help comes, it will not just satisfy your longing, it will silence the voices of doubt that told you it would never happen. It will confound the enemies who thought you were finished. It will cause even your critics to say, "Surely this was the hand of God." There is a truth I want you to hold firmly in your spirit today. God often hides His greatest answers in what looks like the darkest hour. You see, the human eye can only take in what is visible, but God is working beyond the visible. He is weaving threads of destiny where you see only broken strands. You think you are surrounded by defeat, but you are actually surrounded by the unseen hand of God, arranging and shifting, breaking and building, so that your life aligns with His purpose. The help that is coming will not merely rescue you from trouble. It will reveal to you that God has been closer in the valley than you ever felt on the mountain. Do not despise the waiting season. It is in the waiting that God refines your spirit. It is in the waiting that God stretches your faith until it is strong enough to hold the weight of the blessing He is about to deliver. If He sent the help too soon, you might not be prepared to carry it. If He opened the door too early, you might walk through with pride instead of gratitude. But when He waits until every false support has collapsed, then you know beyond argument that what you receive is a pure gift of God. The help that is coming is not something you will boast about earning. It is something you will only testify of receiving. Some of you have been praying for strength, but instead of immediate relief, the challenges grew harder. You wondered why God would allow more weight on shoulders already bent. Yet it is in those moments that spiritual muscles are formed. Just as the body grows stronger by resistance, so the soul grows stronger by trial. The very pressure that seemed unbearable has been forging resilience inside of you. And soon the help God sends will not only lift the weight, but reveal the strength you gained in the struggle. God does not waste suffering. He does not waste tears. He does not waste disappointment. Everything you have endured is being redeemed. And when His help arrives, you will see how every valley prepared you for the mountaintop. How every closed door prepared you for the right door. How every loss prepared you for the gain that will not be taken from you. That is why you cannot give up now. The help that is on its way will make sense of what has felt senseless. There is another truth you must hold in your heart. The help God sends may come wrapped in a form you do not recognize. Sometimes God disguises His answers so that only the eyes of faith can see them. The blessing may come through someone you overlooked, through a circumstance you thought were against you, through a shift you thought would break you. But when you look again, you will see the fingerprints of God all over it. That is why you must not measure your situation by what it looks like today. The very thing you thought was rejection may turn out to be redirection. The very storm you thought was sent to destroy you may turn out to be the wind that carries you to your destiny. The help God is preparing will not only surprise you, it will silence the doubts of those who thought you were finished. It will confound the voices that mocked it. It will shut the mouths of those who said you were wasting your time trusting in God. because when He moves, there is no denying it. You may have been overlooked, underestimated, even despised, but when the help of God arrives, no one will be able to ignore what He has done in your life. Do not let fear rob you of expectation. Fear will tell you that nothing will change, that the silence means abandonment, that the delay means you have been forgotten. But faith says God is working behind the curtain, even if I cannot see Him on the stage. Faith says my waiting is not wasted. Faith says the God who sustained me yesterday will deliver me tomorrow. And it is that kind of faith that keeps you standing in the storm, believing in the night, trusting when everything else collapses. Think of the moments in your life when God came through before. Recall the times when you thought you could not endure, yet somehow you made it through. Was it your strength? Was it your wisdom? Or was it the unseen hand of God, guiding, protecting, sustaining you when you did not even realize it? If He helped you then, He will help you again. If He carried you before, He will carry you now. The same God who parted the sea for others will part the sea for you. The same God who provided water in the wilderness then is the same God who will provide streams in your desert today. Lift your perspective higher. Too often we measure God's power by the limits of our own imagination. But His thoughts are higher than ours, His ways beyond ours. What you think is the best outcome is only a shadow compared to what He has planned. You ask for survival, but He is preparing abundance. You ask for a door, but He is building a palace. You ask for a small answer, but He is preparing a testimony that will not only bless you, but bless generations after you. The help He is about to send is not just for your comfort. It is for His glory. And when it comes, you will see that every tear was not in vain. Every sleepless night, every cry of desperation, every moment of weakness will be redeemed in the light of His deliverance. And you will testify not in theory, but in experience that God is faithful, that God is powerful, that God is closer than your breath and stronger than your enemies. There comes a point in every life where the horizon looks empty, where every path forward feels blocked, and the soul whispers that there is no way out. But that is precisely the place where God delights to prove Himself mighty. God specializes in impossible situations. He specializes in opening what man has shut, in lifting what man has dropped, in building where man has torn down. You may look at your circumstance today and see only wall, but God is preparing doors within those very walls. What you see as a barrier, He sees as the canvas for His miracle. God's help does not arrive according to your preference. It arrives according to His perfection. And when it comes, it is always right, always enough, always purposeful. You may feel that the delay has drained you, that the silence has broken you. But God allows the stretching so that when the blessing arrives, you will not only receive it, but you will also recognize it. Because too often the human heart takes credit for what belongs to God. He removes every false anchor so that when He lifts you, you know who your deliverer is. Think of the times when you thought you were being buried, but in truth, you were being planted. The soil closed in, the light disappeared, and you thought it was the end. But beneath the surface, in the hidden place, God was forming new life. And then came the season of breaking through. And what looked like death became the beginning of abundance. This is how God works. What feels like defeat may in fact be preparation. What feels like abandonment may be the positioning for His mighty hand. And when His help comes, it will not only raise you, it will reveal to you that every step of the journey had purpose. Do not underestimate the God you serve. He is not bound by the opinions of men. He is not limited by the economy. He is not restrained by sickness, by fear, by impossibility. When He decides to send help, it can come from sources you never imagined. It can come from people who don't even know you. It can come through doors you didn't even knock on. It can arrive in ways that make you shake your head in awe. That is why you must lift your expectation beyond the ordinary. Stop looking only at what you can calculate and prepare your heart for what only God can orchestrate. And remember this: when God sends His help, it is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is not uncertain. The help of God comes with weight, with power, with authority. It cannot be stopped by your enemies, delayed by your critics, or diminished by your doubts. When He speaks the command, creation itself responds. When He declares the door open, no hand can close it. When He chooses to lift you, no force in heaven or on earth can keep you bound. That is the certainty of His help. Perhaps you have cried out, "God, where are you? Do you see me? Do you hear me?" And the silence felt deafening. But silence does not mean absence. Silence often means strategy. God is not ignoring your cry. He is orchestrating your deliverance. You are measuring the silence in days, but He is aligning eternity to answer you in a way that will shape more than just your moment. He is answering in a way that will shape your future, your testimony, your legacy. Do not measure your situation by what you lack. Instead, measure it by who God is. The human heart says, "I don't have enough strength, enough money, enough support." But the reality is this: God Himself is enough. And when His help arrives, it is not about the size of your bank account or the circle of people around you or the resources in your hand. It is about His unlimited supply. He has ways of providing that cannot be explained, ways of lifting that cannot be reasoned, ways of rescuing that cannot be duplicated. Some of you have been asking for small things, but God is preparing greater things. You pray for the valley to end, but He is preparing a mountain. You pray for the storm to cease, but He is preparing clear skies that will stretch further than your vision. You pray for a drop of water, but He is preparing rivers. That is why His help will surprise you, because it will exceed your request. God does not just answer prayers, He fulfills purposes. And His purpose for you is far greater than your present request. And when the help comes, it will not only bless you, it will bless those around you. The overflow of His provision will touch your family, your community, your future generations. That is why you cannot quit now, because the help that is coming is bigger than you. It is about God revealing Himself to others through you. Your testimony will be the evidence that encourages someone else in their darkest hour. Your breakthrough will be the reason someone else believes that God can do it for them too. There are seasons when the very ground beneath your feet seems to shake, when the structures you trusted collapse and the path you thought was secure suddenly disappears. In those moments, fear whispers that you are alone, that there is no way forward. That hope is gone. But let me declare to you with all the strength of my voice and all the conviction of my soul, God is still your foundation. Though men may fail you, though circumstances may betray you, though even your own heart may tremble, God remains unshaken. And when He sends His help, it is not built on sand. It is built on the eternal rock of His word, His promise, His faithfulness. You may look at your life right now and feel that everything is scattered, broken into fragments beyond repair. But God is not intimidated by brokenness. He is the one who gathers the fragments so that nothing is lost. His help does not come to simply sweep away the pieces. His help comes to transform them into something greater than they ever were before. The very thing you thought disqualified you will be the evidence of His power. The scars you carry will not be a mark of shame. They will be a testimony that you endured, that you survived, that you were lifted not by your own strength, but by the hand of God. Understand this: God's help often arrives in a way that stretches your faith. It may not look like what you prayed for. It may not follow the path you imagined, but it will always carry the mark of His wisdom. That is why you must remain sensitive to His leading, because the help may come from where you least expect. God sent water from a rock, bread from the sky, protection from the very sea that threatened to swallow His people. And if He could do it then, He can do it now. Do not put limits on how God can deliver you. Lift your faith beyond the boundaries of logic and open your heart to the endlessness of His power. There is a reason God sometimes waits until the last possible moment. He wants you to see that when He moves, it is not by coincidence, not by human effort, not by chance. It is by His sovereign hand. He wants you to know that you are not sustained by luck, but by His will. He waits until the moment when no one else can claim the credit so that your testimony will be pure. This was God, and when that testimony is spoken, it will encourage not only you, but those who hear it, because faith is contagious. Your breakthrough will ignite faith in others. Your deliverance will prove to others that God still moves, still provides, still rescues. Do not be surprised if the help of God looks like a closed door at first. Sometimes He answers by protecting you from what you asked for. Sometimes God rescues you by leading you down a road you never expected. And even though it stings in the moment, the day will come when you'll look back and thank Him for every closed door that protected your purpose. Because God's help isn't just about giving you what you desire. It's about fulfilling what He knows your soul truly needs. Let me remind you of this truth. The help that comes from God is not weak. It's not short-lived. It's not a patch on a wound that will tear open again tomorrow. When God steps in, His help is steady. It is whole. He never offers half-done answers. He never leaves the story unfinished. He is the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. And when He begins His work in you, He completes it. So lift your heart today and remember this: your season of silence was not wasted. Your tears in the night were not ignored. Your groans too deep for words have all been heard. God has been recording every cry, collecting every tear, and now He is preparing the answer. And when it comes, it will not only meet the need, it will exceed the expectation. Because He delights in showing His people that His power has no limits. There are times when life feels like a battlefield. When every direction you turn, you encounter resistance. When your mind is overwhelmed by worry and your heart is weighed down with fear. Yet it is in those very battles that God prepares to reveal Himself as your defender. His help is not the help of a distant observer, but of a present warrior. He stands with you in the storm, unseen but unshaken, waiting for the moment when His intervention will break through the chaos like thunder rolling across the sky. And when that moment comes, you will realize that the struggle was never to destroy you, but to set the stage for His glory to be revealed in your life. You may feel surrounded by enemies, by doubt, by impossible odds, but remember this: when God is for you, it does not matter who is against you. 1,000 may rise on one side, 10,000 on the other, but they cannot touch what God has placed His hand upon. His help is not limited by the size of the opposition. The forces against you may look mighty, But the God who stands for you is greater still. His help is not just enough. It is overwhelming, unstoppable, undeniable. Sometimes God allows the heat of the fire to increase not because He has abandoned you, but because He intends to walk with you in the flames. His help is not always about removing the fire. It is about sustaining you through it so that when you come out, not even the smell of smoke will cling to you. You will emerge stronger, purified, refined, carrying a testimony that no one can deny. That is the kind of help He sends. Help that not only rescues, but transforms. You must understand that the help God sends is never late. Though it may feel delayed, He is not bound by your calendar or your clock. He knows the exact moment when your heart is ready, when your faith is matured, when your testimony will have the greatest impact. If He moved too soon, you might not recognize His hand. If He moved too late, you might think He had forgotten. But God moves at the perfect moment. And when He does, everything falls into place with precision that leaves no doubt it was orchestrated by Him. And know this as well. The help God is preparing for you is not just for a moment. It is for a lifetime. He does not simply rescue you from today's problem. He establishes you for tomorrow's purpose. He does not simply lift you out of the pit. He sets your feet on solid ground. His help is not a temporary relief. It is a foundation upon which He builds a new future. And when you look back, you will see that what you thought was a delay was in fact the preparation for a destiny far greater than you imagined. Do not be afraid of the unknown. Many times fear grips us not because of what we face, but because of what we cannot see. But God sees what you cannot. He sees the path ahead. He sees the dangers you cannot predict. He sees the blessings you have not yet dreamed. His help is shaped by His vision, not your limitation. That is why you must trust Him even when you do not understand Him. His wisdom is higher. His knowledge is deeper. His purpose is greater. And when His help comes, you will understand that every unanswered question was part of the greater answer. Some of you have been waiting for years, holding on to promises that seem to fade with time. You wonder if you misheard, if your prayers were ignored, if hope is foolish. But I tell you with boldness, God has not forgotten. Time may weaken human resolve, but it does not weaken divine promise. If He has spoken into your life, He will bring it to pass. His help may not come in the year you expected, but when it comes, it will restore all the years you thought were wasted. It will redeem the time. It will pour out blessings so abundant that you will no longer lament the delay. You will thank God for the timing. And let me remind you, the help God sends is not dependent on your perfection. He is not waiting for you to prove yourself flawless. He is looking for faith, for trust, for surrender. He knows your weaknesses, your failures, your flaws, and still He chooses to help, because His help is not about your worthiness, it is about His mercy. His hand moves not because you have earned it, but because He is good, because He is faithful, because He delights in lifting those who call upon Him. There are times when the very walls of life feel as though they are closing in on you. You pray, you wait, you seek, and still the silence feels deafening. But let me tell you this with the authority of truth. Silence is not absence. Waiting is not abandonment. And stillness is not neglect. God has a way of working in the unseen, moving in the background, preparing what eyes cannot yet see and hands cannot yet hold. If only you could grasp for a moment the magnitude of what He is shaping for you, you would not despair in the waiting. You would rejoice because help is not only coming, It is closer than you think, and it will not arrive in an ordinary way. It will surprise you because God never limits His power to your imagination. He goes beyond what you can conceive. When God moves, He does not move timidly. He does not step lightly into your circumstances. He breaks chains. He overturns the tables of despair. He shakes loose what has held you bound. And He brings forth streams in deserts where you thought life could never bloom again. That is why you cannot measure your hope by what you see now, because what you see is temporary. But what God is preparing is eternal. Your present struggle is not evidence that God has forgotten you. It is evidence that He is setting the stage for something so glorious, so profound, that when it comes, you will lift your hands in awe and know that only God could have done this. You must understand the enemy of your soul thrives on making you believe that help will never arrive, that you are forsaken, that nothing will change. He whispers lies in the night and plants seeds of doubt in the soil of your heart. But hear me, God's truth is greater than every lie, His light brighter than every shadow, His promises stronger than every doubt. And when God says He will deliver, there is no force in heaven or earth that can keep Him from delivering. The chains may rattle, the darkness may roar, the storm may rage, but none of these things can stop the hand of the Almighty when He declares that your help is on its way. And I tell you this, help from God rarely looks like what you expect. Sometimes it comes through people you never thought would care. Sometimes it arrives in opportunities you thought had slipped away. Sometimes it manifests in strength within you that you didn't even know you carried. Do not despise the way God sends help, because His wisdom is beyond ours. You may look for a ladder, but He will provide wings. You may look for a door, but He will open a river. You may expect provision in one form, but He will pour it out in a way that leaves no doubt that it was His hand and not your own ability that saved you. The surprise of God, God's help, is not simply in the timing, it is in the magnitude. He does not rescue halfway. He does not heal in fragments. He does not deliver in pieces. When He comes in fullness. He comes with abundance. He comes with more than enough. But that is why you must lift your expectation higher. Stop praying as though you are begging a reluctant giver. Pray as one who knows they are speaking to the God who owns all things, who commands the heavens, who speaks and galaxies are born, who declares and nations rise and fall. This is the God who says to you, I am your helper, your shield, your refuge, your strength. But I say to you, you mustn't only believe in the help of God, you must prepare for it. A farmer does not wait for rain with empty fields. He plows, he plants, he readies the soil, so must you ready your heart. Clear out the weeds of doubt, bitterness, and fear. Water the ground with faith, with prayer, with expectation. Because when God sends the rain, only those who have sown will reap. Do not let unbelief rob you of the harvest God is preparing. Stand firm, hold fast, and live each day as though the answer is already on its way. Because it is. You see, God delights in surprising His people, not because He enjoys hiding things, but because He longs for you to see the depth of His love and power when it is revealed. If He gave you everything the moment you asked, you would never know what it is to trust Him, to lean on Him, to watch in awe as He does what you could never do. The surprise is not to taunt you, but to strengthen you. The waiting is not punishment, but preparation. God is about to send help that will not only meet your need, but will exceed it. And when it arrives, you will look back on every sleepless night, every tear, every anxious thought, and you will say, it was worth it. Because God has done what only He could do. I urge you, do not give up now. Do not let the awareness of delay make you abandon the promise. The greatest breakthroughs often come at the very moment you feel like you cannot endure another step. That is where God steps in. That is where He lifts you. That is where He shows Himself mighty. You may not feel strong enough, but you don't have to be. God is your strength. You may not see the way, but you don't have to. God is the way. You may not have the answer, but you don't have to. God is the answer, and His help is nearer than you know. When God prepares to send His help, it often comes at the very moment when human strength has reached its end. That is no accident. God allows the strength of man to fail so that His power may be seen without question. If you could have saved yourself, you would have given the glory to your own wisdom. If another person had been able to deliver you, you would have leaned on them instead of leaning on God. But when every door is closed, when every resource has dried up, when every plan has collapsed, that is when the stage is set for God to act in a way that no one else can. And when He moves, there will be no confusion about who deserves the praise. All glory will go to God alone. Understand this truth. God is not limited by time, by resources, or by human ability. He is not constrained by what you see in your account, what you hear from the doctors, what people predict about your future. God does not ask permission to bless you. He does not check with your enemies to see if you qualify. He does not consult with the doubters before He decides to act. He is sovereign, and when He chooses to send His help, it will arrive with such force, such clarity, and such power that nothing and no one can prevent it. That is why you must not place your trust in the approval of people. Place your trust in the one who sits above all things, who rules all things, and who moves mountains with a word. And let me tell you this, the help of God is not just about rescuing you from a crisis. It is about transforming you through it. When God sends help, it is not only to pull you out, but to lift you higher. It is not just to put out the fire, but to refine you in it. It is not just to calm the storm, but to show you that He is greater than the storm. Sometimes God allows you to reach the breaking point so that when His help arrives, you are not just relieved, you are changed. You are stronger. You are wiser. You are more anchored in faith than ever before. That is the true power of divine help. It does not only change circumstances, it changes you. There will be people who look at you and wonder how you made it through. They will ask how you survived what should have destroyed you, how you stood when others would have fallen, how you kept believing when everything around you was crumbling. And you will not point to luck or chance or coincidence. You will point only to God. For the help that is coming to you will not be ordinary. It will be marked by His hand. It will bear His fingerprints. And those who witness it will know that it was God who carried you, God who lifted you, God who answered when no one else could. But I must warn you, sometimes the help of God arrives disguised. It may not look like the breakthrough you expected. It may not come wrapped in comfort or ease. It may arrive through discipline, through correction, through lessons that stretch you beyond your limits. Yet, hidden inside what may feel difficult at first, there is a blessing that will unfold with time. God's help is not always soft, but it is always good. He knows what will build you, what will preserve you, and what will carry you into the future He has prepared. Do not reject what He sends simply because it does not look the way you imagine. Trust His wisdom, for He sees beyond the moment and He knows what is best. You may be wondering, when will this help come? Let me remind you, God is never late. He may not come when you expect, but He always comes on time. You see, we measure time by clocks and calendars, but God measures it by purpose. When His purpose aligns with your need, when the preparation in your heart meets the timing of His plan, then the help will appear, and it will come suddenly, without warning, like the dawn breaking through a long night. One moment you will be struggling, and the next the hand of God will lift you. One moment you will be waiting, and the next the doors will open. That is why you must not grow weary. For in the very hour you feel like giving up, God's help may be closer than ever. And let me speak directly to your heart right now. You who are tired, you who are weary, you who feel like the burden is too heavy to bear. God sees you. God knows the weight you carry. God has counted every tear, heard every whispered prayer, felt every ache of your soul. You are not invisible to Him. You are not forgotten. And because He has seen your faith even when it was trembling, because He has heard your prayers even when they were weak, because He has watched you stand even when you felt like falling, He is sending help. It may not come in the way you expect, but it will come with the exact strength you need. And when it arrives, you will know beyond all doubt that it was God who answered. And so I say to you with all the strength and urgency in my soul, do not let your heart faint. Do not let your faith collapse. Do not let your hope wither away. For the God who has carried generations before you, the God who splits seas and moves mountains, the God who lifts the humble and brings down the proud, is the same God who knows your name, who hears your cry, who feels your pain, and who has already declared your victory. The help that is on its way will not be ordinary. It will be divine. It will be mighty. It will be undeniable. Hold on a little longer, for the night is about to break into morning. Stand firm a little stronger, for the answer is already on its way. God's intervention won't just surprise you. It will leave you in awe. It will lift you higher than your fears. It will refresh your weary heart, and it will silence every whisper that ever said, "It's impossible." The very hands that molded the stars are reaching for you right now. And when those hands move, no power on earth can stand in the way. Step forward with courage. Speak words of faith. Live each day expecting the miracle. For the help of the Almighty is closer than the air you breathe. And when it arrives, let your every breath testify. It was God who made a way. It was God who carried me through. It was God who brought the answer I never dreamed would come, right when I needed it most. For He is faithful, and His word never fails. The help is already on its way, and it will astonish you soon. My friends, I want you to listen tonight with the deepest focus of your heart. What I am about to share is not just another sound to fill the quiet. It is a living truth designed to cut through the weight of your sorrow and spark a flame of hope within you. Right now, in the silence of your struggle, in the unseen corners of your pain, in the long nights when tears soak your pillow and no one knows the battles you are fighting, grasp this with unshakable conviction. God is closing your chapter of pain, and your victory is near. This is not wishful thinking. This is not hollow encouragement. This is the eternal reality that when God authors your story, He never abandons you in the darkness. The pain you've carried, the valleys you've crossed, the betrayals you've endured, the loneliness that has pierced your heart, all of it has an expiration date under God's hand. And today I declare to you that the chapter of suffering is drawing to an end because God Himself is turning the page toward your victory. You see, too often we measure our lives by the weight of our trials, and we think that pain has the final say. We wake up with burdens and go to bed with worries. We walk through the day haunted by memories of what was taken from us, opportunities that slipped away, people who abandoned us in storms that nearly drowned us. We think the season of loss will never end. But I want you to know, pain is not eternal. Suffering is not sovereign. Trouble does not hold the pen to your life story. Only God holds that pen. And when God decides that enough is enough, when God says the wilderness has lasted long enough, when God declares that your season of breaking has fulfilled its purpose, nothing and no one can stop Him from closing the chapter of pain and leading you into victory. You may feel tonight like the weight of your sorrow has chained you to the ground. You may feel that your enemies have triumphed, that your tears have been wasted, that your prayers have gone unheard. But let me speak directly to your spirit. Every tear you shed has been seen by God. Every cry of your heart has been heard by God. Every silent groan you thought no one noticed has been recorded by God. And God does not waste pain. God does not overlook suffering. God does not ignore the heart that leans on Him in the darkest of nights. The very struggles that nearly broke you will become the testimony that elevates you. The very losses that tried to define you will become the stepping stones of your new beginning. God is closing your chapter of pain because He has been preparing a greater victory than you could imagine. And when God brings victory, it is not halfway. It is not partial. It is not a fragile gift that slips away overnight. No, when God gives victory, He seals it with His authority. He crowns it with His power. He surrounds it with His glory. When God lifts you out of the pit, He sets your feet on solid ground where no enemy can shake you. When God restores you, He does not merely give back what was stolen. He multiplies it. He magnifies it. He makes it greater than what you thought was possible. And some of you tonight are on the very edge of that breakthrough. You may not see it, but you can feel it. You can sense in your spirit that the winds are changing, that the night is almost over, that the dawn is about to break. That's not your imagination. That is God whispering to your heart. Hold on. The chapter of pain is closing, and the victory I have written for you is near. Do not be deceived by the silence of the present moment. Sometimes, before the greatest victories, God allows a holy stillness. He allows you to stand in a place where it feels like nothing is happening, where doors remain shut, where prayers feel unanswered. But that silence is not absence. That stillness is not neglect. That waiting is not rejection. It is preparation. God has been preparing your heart. God has been shaping your character. God has been pruning your life. God has been removing what could not go with you into the next chapter. Because when He brings you into victory, you cannot carry the baggage of yesterday's wounds. You cannot walk into the new with the weight of the old. God is not just ending your pain. He is transforming you in the process so that when you step into victory, you will stand stronger, wiser, and more grounded in faith than ever before. My friend, think of the battles you have fought. Think of the betrayals you have survived. And think of the nights you thought you would not make it, and yet here you are, still standing. That alone is proof that God has been with you all along. You did not keep yourself alive. You did not sustain your own breath. You did not carry yourself through the valley. God did. And if God has brought you this far, do you think He will abandon you at the threshold of victory? No. God does not bring His children halfway. God does not stop at the wilderness. God brings His people into the promised land, into the fullness of His plan, into the victory He has ordained. And the same God who carried you through the fire will carry you into the triumph. Let me tell you this: when God closes a chapter, no power in this world can reopen it. That chapter of pain, no matter how long it has lingered, is not eternal. God holds the key, and when He locks the door to that pain, the enemy has no authority to drag you back. You are not bound to yesterday's sorrow. You are not chained to yesterday's betrayal. You are not enslaved to yesterday's tears. God has declared freedom. And when God declares freedom, it cannot be undone. Some of you tonight have been asking, when will it end? When will I see the light? When will I feel peace again? I want you to hear this as clearly as I can say it. Your waiting is not wasted. Your trial is not permanent. And your victory is nearer than you think. You may not see it in the natural yet, but in the spiritual realm, God is already writing the new chapter. The pages of your life are being turned, and the pain that once defined you will become the testimony that refines you. And so I say to you tonight, do not misinterpret the pain you have endured. It's evidence that God has abandoned you. Know the very fact that you are still alive, still breathing, still able to lift your head and listen to this message is living proof that God has been carrying you through it all. Pain was never meant to be your home. It was never meant to be the final chapter of your story. Pain was only the passage, not the destination. And when God allows His children to pass through a season of affliction, it is never to destroy them, but to refine them, to strengthen them, to prepare them for the victory that is coming. Look closely at the way God works. When He writes a story, He does not skip the valleys, but He always leads through them. When He paints a picture, He does not erase the shadows, but He uses them to bring contrast to the light. When He builds a person, He allows them to feel the weight of the hammer and the fire of the forge, because He is shaping them into something stronger, more resilient, more unshakable than they ever thought they could be. And if you are in the fire tonight, do not think for a moment that it is random. Do not think that it is wasted. God is using it, and He is already planning the moment when He will bring you out radiant, victorious, and transformed. There is a profound truth that many overlook. Sometimes before God opens the door of victory, He must close the doors that keep us tied to pain. That closing can feel like loss. It can feel like betrayal. It can feel like the tearing away of something you thought you could not live without. But God knows what you cannot see. He knows the dangers hidden in attachments that would destroy you. He knows the harm of relationships that would sabotage your destiny. He knows the weakness of structures you have built on shaky ground. And so God, in His wisdom, closes chapters we thought we needed so He can open doors we never imagined. That is not cruelty. That is mercy. That is the love of a Father who sees beyond the moment. I tell you, sometimes the hardest thing for us to accept is that God loves us too much to let us stay where we are. You wanted to hold on to that friendship, but God saw it was poisoning your spirit. You wanted that job to last forever, but God knew it would rob you of your true calling. You wanted that season to continue, but God knew it was keeping you small when He had designed you for something greater. And so, He closed it. And yes, it hurt. Yes, it broke you for a time, and yes, it left you wondering why. But the same God who allowed that chapter to close is the God who is preparing the chapter of your victory. I want you to imagine this. Every tear you have shed has watered the soil of your future harvest. Every sleepless night has been counted in the courts of heaven. Every sigh you have released has echoed in the ears of the Almighty, and none of it has been forgotten. God is a God of justice, and He will not allow the weight of your suffering to outweigh the glory of your victory. The balance will shift. The scale will tip. The very forces that pushed against you will be silenced when God raises you up. The very pain that tried to bury you will become the testimony that lifts others. And you will stand not as a victim of sorrow, but as a vessel of triumph under the hand of God. I know there are some who feel that the pain has lasted too long, that the valley has been too deep, that the shadows have stretched too far. But I assure you, pain has a limit, but God has no limit. Suffering has an end, but God's faithfulness has no end. The night may feel long, but the dawn is inevitable. And when God says the morning has come, no darkness can argue, no despair can resist. No enemy can hold back the rising of His light. Your morning is coming. The Son of God's mercy is about to rise on your life, and the shadows of your suffering will flee away. Hear me with the depth of your spirit. God has not been preparing defeat for you. He has been preparing victory. God has not been writing tragedy as your final line. He has been writing triumph. You may have thought the pain was a punishment, but it was a preparation. You may have thought the silence was abandonment, but it was alignment. You may have thought the loss was the end, but it was the foundation for a greater beginning. And when God brings you into that beginning, it will be more than a new season. It will be a testimony that will shake the very ground beneath your enemies. Do not think for a moment that your pain has gone unnoticed. Do not think that your enemies will escape accountability. God is not blind. God is not unjust. God has seen every injustice, every betrayal, every wound inflicted upon your soul. And God will not allow evil to triumph over those who trust in Him. When God closes the chapter of pain, He also silences the voices that mocked you. He confounds the plans that opposed you. He shatters the weapons that were raised against you. Your victory is not just personal relief, it is divine vindication. It is God saying to the world, "This is my child, and I will not allow pain to define them." How often we forget that God is the master author. We see only a page or two of our lives and we think the story is over. But God holds the entire book. He knows where the twists will lead. He knows how the conflict will resolve. He knows the ending long before you experience the middle. And if God says the chapter of pain is closing, then you can rest assured the story is not tragedy. It is triumph. The ink of suffering may stain some pages, but the ink of victory will write the conclusion. Let me tell you, the presence of pain is not the absence of God. The endurance of pain is not the defeat of God's promise. The length of pain is not the measure of God's love. On the contrary, the very fact that you have endured pain is proof that God's hand has held you all along. If He had not been with you, the pain would have destroyed you. If He had not been your shield, the fire would have consumed you. If He had not been your rock, the storm would have swept you away. You are still here, not because of your strength, but because of God's strength. And if God has preserved you through the chapter of pain, He will surely bring you into the chapter of victory. Your heart may be weary, your faith may be stretched, your strength may be almost gone. But hear me, you are closer to victory than you realize. The darkest part of the night is just before dawn. The most silent moment of the trial is just before the breakthrough. The heaviest weight of the burden is just before God lifts it. Hold on, for you are standing on the edge of transformation. God is turning the page, and your chapter of pain is about to be sealed behind you forever. My friend, when you look back on your journey, you will realize that the very nights you thought would destroy you were the nights that God was shaping you. The loneliness that cut so deep, the rejection that stung like fire, the prayers that seemed unanswered. These were not wasted moments. They were chiseling moments. They were holy appointments where God, unseen by human eyes, was working on your spirit, fortifying your faith, and teaching you to trust Him beyond the visible. Do not despise the process, for the process is the womb of your victory. Every season of trial has been a classroom where God has prepared you for the next chapter. And now, as the curtain of pain begins to fall, He is ready to unveil the new act of your life, radiant with His power and marked by His mercy. Consider this: a seed must go underground before it can rise in the dark soil, unseen, hidden, and pressed by the weight of earth. It seems lifeless, yet within that soil transformation is taking place. Roots are being stretched, foundations are being built, and the life within is breaking through its shell. And then, when the time is right, what once was buried pushes upward, reaching toward the light, becoming a tree that bears fruit in its season. Your pain has been that soil. It has pressed you. It has hidden you. It has seemed like the end, but God has been using it to grow your roots, to deepen your strength, and to prepare you for the moment you will rise. And now, that moment is near. The soil is about to break open, and your victory is about to burst forth for all to see. Do not be surprised if those around you cannot understand your journey. Some have watched your tears and thought you were finished. Some have seen your losses and assumed you were defeated. Some may even have rejoiced at your suffering, believing it was the end of your story. But God delights in confounding the expectations of men. He takes the weak and makes them strong. He takes the rejected and makes them chosen. He takes the broken and makes them whole. And when He lifts you up, those who mocked you will have no explanation. Those who doubted you will have no argument, and those who opposed you will have no power to stop it. Your victory will not be for your glory alone. It will be a testimony that God's hand is mighty, that His timing is perfect, and that His word is true. Let me say to you, victory is not simply the absence of pain. It is the triumph that comes after pain has done its work. It is the joy that follows weeping. It is the harvest that springs from sowing in tears. When God speaks victory, He does not wipe away the memory of your pain. He redeems it. He turns it into wisdom, into strength, into a living testimony that causes others to say, "Surely God was with them." Your victory was never meant to be only for you. It is for those who will find renewed hope through the power of your story. It is for the hearts who will witness your rising and believe that their own breakthrough can come too. It is for the generations who will look back and proclaim, "If God could lead them through that valley, He can lead me through mine." Know this truth: the victory of God always outweighs what was lost. Pain may subtract, but God multiplies. Suffering may steal, but God restores. Trials may strip you down, but God covers you in glory. And when He restores, He never takes you back to where you were. He raises you to something greater. That is why you cannot cling to the past. That is why you must release what has been lost. Because God is not trying to bring you back to what you once had. He is trying to lead you into something greater than you have ever known. The pain was a signal that something old was ending. And the victory is the promise that something new and greater is beginning. Some of you have been carrying pain so long that you have begun to identify with it. You wake up expecting sorrow. You walk through the day expecting disappointment. You lay down at night expecting the ache of loneliness to greet you again. But let me remind you, pain is not your identity. Suffering is not your name. You are not the child of sorrow. You are the child of God. And God has not destined you for endless tears. He has destined you for joy. He has destined you for peace. He has destined you for victory. If you have worn pain like a garment, it is time to lay it down. God is clothing you with new strength, with new hope, with new purpose. Do not wear yesterday's grief into tomorrow's blessing. And I must speak plainly. There are times when God will allow your strength to be completely spent, so you will stop relying on yourself and start leaning fully on Him. That breaking you felt was not to destroy you, but to shift your dependence. That silence you endured was not neglect, but a call to press deeper into His presence. For true victory is not just about overcoming circumstances. It is about discovering the power of trusting God beyond circumstances. When you learn to rest in His hands, when you learn to walk by His guidance, when you learn to cling to His promises, even when the evidence around you is bleak, that is when victory becomes unshakable. Because then your victory is not rooted in changing conditions, but in the unchanging God who governs all conditions. Do you realize how near you are to breakthrough? Think of how storms work. Just before the skies clear, the winds often rage the hardest. Just before dawn, the night feels the coldest. Just before the seed breaks through the soil, the pressure is the greatest. And perhaps the reason your struggle has intensified, perhaps the reason your pain has seemed unbearable is because you are at the edge of victory. Do not give up now. Do not let despair convince you that the chapter will never close. The greater the pressure, the closer the breakthrough. The heavier the burden, the nearer the release. The darker the night, the closer the morning. Hold fast, for God is about to show Himself mighty on your behalf. You must also know that when God gives victory, He gives peace that no enemy can disturb. People may try to drag you back into conflict, but they will fail. Circumstances may try to shake you, but they will crumble. Temptations may rise, but they will wither away. Because when God declares a new chapter, He surrounds it with His protection. What He seals, no man can unseal. What He blesses, no curse can reverse. What He establishes, no enemy can uproot. And your victory will not just be a moment of relief. It will be a season of stability, a testimony of God's faithfulness that will endure. My beloved, there comes a moment in every life where the weight of suffering seems too heavy to bear. And yet, it is in that very moment that God proves His strength to be greater than your weakness. Think back on the days when you thought you would collapse under the burden of sorrow, yet somehow a hidden strength arose within you. That was not your doing. That was God sustaining you. Think of the nights when the silence of your room was deafening, when loneliness wrapped itself around you like a cloak, yet still you awoke the next morning to face another day. That resilience was not born of your own power. It was the hand of God lifting you. And if God has carried you this far, will He not also carry you into the chapter of triumph? The God who held you in your valley will not forsake you on the mountain. Victory is not a dream for someday. It is a promise sealed by the Word of God. Pain may have shouted the loudest in your past season, but it will not have the final word. God always reserves the last word for Himself. And when He speaks, the echoes of suffering are silenced. When He declares, "It is finished," Your chapter of pain must close. And when He says, "Rise," no chain can hold you down. God does not tease His children with hope. He fulfills it. God does not plant a vision in your heart only to let it wither. He brings it to harvest. The same voice that spoke light into the void is the voice speaking to your soul today, declaring that your darkness must give way to dawn. I want you to grasp this truth. The delay of your victory has not been denial. Many of you have prayed and prayed and prayed again only to feel the heavens were silent. You have wondered if God has forgotten, if perhaps your cries were lost in the wind. But let me remind you, silence is not absence. Silence is often the canvas on which God paints His greatest answers. Just because you did not see movement does not mean God was not moving. Just because you did not hear thunder does not mean God was not speaking. The quiet seasons are the proving grounds of faith where God anchors you deeper, so that when victory comes, you will not be shaken. And how marvelous is the way God works. He takes what the enemy meant for harm and bends it into good. He takes the traps laid against you and turns them into stepping stones. He takes the ashes of your sorrow and creates beauty that cannot be denied. Your chapter of pain was not a sign that you were cursed. It was proof that you were chosen for a greater glory. If the weight was heavy, it was because the blessing waiting is weightier still. If the battle was fierce, it was because the crown ahead is greater than you imagined. Do not resent the size of your trial, for it is an indicator of the magnitude of your victory. Listen closely. God is not only preparing to deliver you from pain, He is preparing to establish you in joy. You will not walk out of this season limping. You will walk out leaping. You will not emerge carrying chains. You will emerge carrying testimonies. You will not leave this valley broken. You will leave it built up by the very hand of God. And those who once looked upon you with pity will look upon you with awe. Not because of what you have done, but because of what God has done in you. Understand that pain has a purpose. It strips away the unnecessary. It burns away false illusions. It reveals where your true foundation lies. And when everything else crumbles, pain forces you to cling to God alone. That is the gift hidden in the trial. It redirects your trust. It teaches you that people may leave, opportunities may fade, possessions may vanish, but God remains unshakable. And once you learn that lesson, once you anchor yourself to the eternal rock, then you are unmovable. Pain may have brought you to that rock, but victory will be the fruit of staying upon it. The chapter of pain was long, but the victory will be longer. The sorrow was deep, but the joy will be deeper. The night was dark, but the morning will be brighter. You have not endured in vain. The God who numbers the stars has also numbered your tears, and He is about to repay you with a joy that outweighs every sorrow. He is about to open doors no man can shut, to bring opportunities no enemy can block, to write a new page in your story that will astonish even you. Do not underestimate what God can do in a moment. Years of pain can be overturned in a single act of His favor. Decades of tears can be answered in a single sweep of His hand. One divine moment can shift the entire trajectory of your life. Beloved, listen with all the strength of your heart, because what I am about to say is not just a word of encouragement. It is a revelation for your soul. Too many of you have walked with your head bowed down, thinking the valley is permanent, believing the wound will never heal, assuming the storm will never end. But let me tell you tonight, with all the fire that God has placed in my spirit, the valley is temporary. The wound is not eternal, and the storm has an appointed end. God Himself has set a limit on your suffering, And when that limit is reached, he commands the trial to stop. He orders the pain to cease. He declares to the storm, "Peace, be still." The same God who commands the stars in the heavens and the seas on the earth is the God who commands the seasons of your life. And when he says the chapter of pain is closing, there is no force in heaven or on earth that can keep it open. You may wonder why the path had to be so rough, why the journey had to be so painful, why the people you trusted turned away, why the dreams you cherished were crushed in your hands. Child of God, remember this: God wastes nothing. Not a single tear, not a single trial, not a single disappointment is wasted in His design. Pain may have broken you, but it also taught you. Pain may have wounded you, but it also sharpened you. Pain may have humbled you, but it also drew you closer to God. And now, the very experiences you thought would end, you will become the evidence of God's power working through you. The chapter of pain was never meant to define you. It was meant to refine you, and the refining is nearly complete. For victory is at the door. Do not despise the waiting. The waiting has been the furnace where God has purified your motives. The waiting has been the training ground where He has strengthened your faith. The waiting has been the silent test where He has separated what was weak from what is eternal within you. Waiting does not mean God has forgotten. It means God has been preparing something too great to be rushed. When you plant a seed, you do not see its growth in an instant. It must break. It must root. It must be hidden before it springs forth. And just like that seed, your life has been underground in darkness unseen. But now the soil is beginning to shift. The roots are strong and the shoot is ready to burst forth into the light. God is about to bring you into a season of undeniable growth. And no one will be able to deny that it is His hand upon you. Mark this in your heart: the victory that God is preparing for you will not only end your pain, but will silence your enemies. Those who laughed at your tears will watch your joy. Those who mocked your struggle will witness your rise. Those who thought you were forgotten will see you honored by the very hand of God. This is not arrogance. It is vindication. It is the justice of God, who will not allow His children to suffer endlessly without reward. You have endured the testing, and now you will enjoy the triumph. You have carried the cross of affliction, and now you will wear the crown of endurance. God has not overlooked you. He has been storing up every moment of your faithfulness, and soon He will pour it out upon you in overflowing measure. But let me warn you with love: do not carry yesterday's chains into tomorrow's freedom. Too many people try to enter victory while still holding on to bitterness, still clinging to the memory of betrayal, still rehearsing the lines of their sorrow. If you walk into your new chapter carrying the weight of the old, you will not taste the fullness of what God has prepared. Release it. Let go of the offenses, lay down the anger, put aside the despair, trust that God has seen it all, and trust that He alone will deal with it. Your job is not to avenge yourself. Your job is to rise when He calls you to rise. Your task is to step forward into the new, unshackled by the past. Because if God has closed that chapter, it means it is finished. Do not open it again with your thoughts, your words, or your fears. I want you to picture this: a traveler burdened with heavy bags, exhausted from the journey, reaching the gates of a great city. At the entrance, the guard says, "You cannot carry all that inside. You must leave it here." At first, the traveler resists clinging to the bags because they have been with him so long. But when he finally lays them down, he discovers that the city ahead is filled with treasures far greater than the weight he left behind. That traveler is you. Those bags are your pain. And that city is your victory. God is asking you to lay it down so he can place something greater in your hand. And let me tell you with boldness, your victory is not just near, it is necessary. It is necessary because others are waiting to see what God will do in your life. There are people whose faith will be ignited when they see your testimony. There are souls who will believe in the goodness of God because they see how he turned your sorrow into joy. There are lives that will be transformed when they see how you endured the valley and came out stronger on the other side. Your victory is not for you alone. It is for everyone who will draw hope from your story. That is why the battle was so fierce. Because the enemy knew your breakthrough would ripple far beyond your life. But the enemy's knowledge is no match for God's power. And soon the ripple of your victory will spread like fire to ignite faith in many. Child of God, there is something powerful that must sink deep into your spirit. Pain is not permanent, but the promises of God are eternal. Your suffering has an expiration date, but God's faithfulness has no end. Your valley is temporary, but the mountain of blessing God is preparing is everlasting. Do not allow the temporary shadows of sorrow to blind you to the eternal light of God's plan. The chapter of pain is closing because it was never meant to be your final destination. It was only the wilderness before the promised land, only the furnace before the gold, only the night before the dawn. I must tell you with urgency, many of you are standing at the very threshold of your breakthrough. But you cannot cross into victory while clinging to the language of despair. You must begin to speak as one who believes in the power of God. Stop saying, "I will always be broken." Stop declaring, "This is my fate." Stop agreeing with the voice of the enemy that says you will never rise. Instead, align your tongue with the truth of God. Speak life over your future. Declare that your story is not over, that the best is yet to come, that your God is greater than your enemies, and that his mercy will carry you through. There is power in your words. And when you declare what God has already ordained, you prepare the atmosphere for victory to manifest. Do not underestimate what God has been doing behind the scenes while you cried in the night. While you felt forgotten, God was orchestrating your restoration. While you thought your prayers were unheard, God was aligning people, opportunities, and seasons to work together for your good. Just because you could not see his hand does not mean it was not moving. Faith is the ability to trust the unseen hand of God. And soon that unseen hand will bring forth visible results that no one can deny. Understand this: when God closes a chapter, it is because he has something far greater to write in the next. He does not remove without the intent to replace. He does not allow loss without preparing restoration. He does not strip away unless he is about to clothe you with something better. And while it may hurt in the moment, while it may feel like devastation, one day you will look back and say, "Thank God that door closed. For had it not closed, I would never have walked into this blessing." The tears of today will become the gratitude of tomorrow when you see how perfectly God was guiding your steps. But hear me clearly, victory is not merely surviving, it is thriving. God does not want you just to crawl out of pain, barely breathing. He wants you to stand tall, renewed in strength, overflowing with joy and radiating with peace. God's kind of victory is complete. It is total. It is undeniable. When he lifts you so high that even your enemies cannot ignore it. When He restores you, He restores in ways that silence every voice of doubt. When He blesses you, He blesses in measures that overflow beyond your own needs, so you can bless others in return. That is the kind of victory that is near. Some of you feel unworthy of such victory. You believe the lie that because of your mistakes, because of your failures, because of your weaknesses, God has disqualified you. But hear me, God does not choose you based on perfection. He chooses you based on His purpose. He does not bless you because you never stumbled. He blesses you because He is merciful and faithful to His word. If victory depended on our perfection, none of us would see it. But because victory depends on the unfailing promises of God, we can all walk in it. Stop disqualifying yourself from what God has already written in your destiny. The chapter of pain is closing not because you earned it, but because God has willed it. And let me press deeper. Sometimes God allows the chapter of pain to linger because He is teaching you endurance. Victory without endurance is fragile. Blessing without character is dangerous. Triumph without humility is destructive. God loves you too much to give you a blessing you are not ready to carry. So He strengthens you in the fire. He humbles you in the valley of knee. He teaches you patience in the waiting. And then when the time is right, He brings you into victory that will not crush you, but sustain you. Do you see the wisdom of God? He is not just preparing a blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. The closing of this chapter will not be quiet. It will be a shift so profound that you will know only God could have done it. The same people who saw you broken will see you restored. The same places where you wept will become places where you rejoice. The same heart that felt crushed will overflow with peace. And when it happens, you will not have to explain it. You will not have to defend it. You will not have to prove it. It will be evident that God has turned the page. Beloved, as I bring this message to a close, I want you to carry one truth above all others. Pain is not forever, but God is. The trials you have endured, the tears you have cried, the nights you thought would never end, these are not the conclusion of your story. They were chapters, but they were not the book. God has been with you through every line, through every page, and now He is ready to turn you into a new season. The chapter of pain is closing, not because the world has changed, not because circumstances have suddenly shifted, but because God has decreed it. And when God decrees a thing, it must come to pass. Walk into this new chapter with faith. Do not carry the ashes of yesterday into the fire of tomorrow. Do not let the memory of sorrow rob you of the joy God is about to give. Raise your gaze toward the one who wrote your story. For the same God who began His work within you will bring it to completion. Victory is not a question of chance. It is a divine guarantee spoken by the mouth of God Himself. So stand firm, beloved child of heaven. Wipe away your tears. Lift your head high. Move forward with holy confidence. You've been tested but never defeated. You've been pressed but not broken. You've been wounded but never destroyed. And soon the radiance of God's glory will shine through your life for all to see. The chapter of sorrow is closing. Your season of waiting has come to an end. And now your victory, heaven sent, divinely written, and unshakably yours, has arrived. My friend, lean in and hear this. What I am about to speak over you is no accident. In this very moment of your life, God is arranging a fresh beginning for you. You may have walked through valleys of deep sorrow. You may have carried loads so heavy your soul felt it might shatter under the strain. You may have endured nights where silence roared louder than any storm. Yet God has not abandoned you. The very God who placed the stars across the heavens, the same God who split seas and leveled mountains, is about to act in your story. And when God acts, no power in heaven or on earth can overturn what He has declared. There comes a moment when yesterday can no longer hold you captive. There comes a moment when the failures, the regrets, the shattered pieces, and the tears of yesterday lose their grip on who you are. God is not a God of dead end. He is the God of new doors, new paths, new mercies. The pain you endured was not in vain, for it has shaped you, prepared you, and brought you to this very hour where God Himself whispers, I am making all things new. You are not standing at the end. You are standing at the beginning of something you cannot yet see, but will soon testify about. Do not let despair fool you into believing that God has abandoned you. Sometimes the silence of God is not rejection, it is preparation. Sometimes when He closes a door, it is because He is building a gate you never imagined could be open. And while you think you are waiting on God, the truth is God is waiting on you. He is waiting for you to lift your eyes from the ashes of the past and fix them on the horizon of His promise. He is waiting for you to stop rehearsing your pain and start declaring His power. For God's promise is not tied to your past mistakes. It is anchored in His eternal will. How many times have you thought it was over? How many times did you tell yourself that this was the end of the road? Yet here you are, still breathing, still standing, still fighting. And that is not chance. That is God. Every breath in your lungs is evidence that He is not finished with you yet. If He was done with you, you wouldn't be alive. But because you are alive, it means your story has not reached its conclusion. The author of your life is about to write a chapter that will make sense of the suffering, that will redeem the wasted years, that will turn the midnight tears into a sunrise of joy. You must understand this truth. God specializes in beginnings that are born from endings. He brings light out of darkness, hope out of despair, life out of death. He takes the broken and makes them whole. He takes the rejected and calls them chosen. He takes the forgotten and crowns them with favor. Do not measure your future by the failures of your past. God does not consult your past to decide your tomorrow. When He declares a new beginning, nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop it. Not people, not circumstances, not even your own mistakes, because God's mercy rewrites the script. And yes, there will be those who doubt it. There will be voices that whisper, you cannot change, you cannot rise, you cannot begin again. But those voices are lies born of fear and limitation. For when God decrees a new season, you do not need the approval of people. You do not need their validation. You do not need their applause. You only need the power of God. He will carry you. He will open the way. He will provide strength when yours has run dry. He will set before you opportunities that no man can shut. Some of you are carrying scars so deep that you believe they disqualify you. But let me tell you, your scars are not evidence of defeat. They are evidence of survival. They testify that you went through the fire, but the fire did not consume you. You went through the storm, but the storm did not drown you. And if God brought you through that, then surely He can carry you into a new tomorrow. The same hand that preserved you is the hand that will promote you. The same voice that calmed your storms is the voice that now calls you forward. God is about to breathe the new life into places you thought were dead. He is about to restore dreams you buried in the graveyard of disappointment. He is about to turn mourning into dancing, ashes into beauty, despair into hope. This is not just a motivational saying. This is the reality of God's power. His promise is not fragile. His word does not return void. When he says, "Behold, I am doing a new thing," then rest assured, he will do it. Even if you cannot see it yet, trust that it is already unfolding. Seeds grow in silence before they break through the soil. God is working in the unseen before he manifests in the visible. You see, life is not about what you have lost. It is about what God is preparing to give. Sometimes he removes to replace. Sometimes he tears down to build stronger. Sometimes he allows endings to usher in beginnings. Stop holding on to what he has already released. Stop clinging to the doors he has shut. The longer you mourn what is gone, the longer you delay what is coming. God cannot fill hands that are already clenched around yesterday. Open your heart, open your spirit, and let God place in you the new beginning he has prepared. And yes, new beginnings require courage. You cannot step into tomorrow while your feet are still chained to yesterday. You must be willing to walk by faith, to take steps when you do not see the full staircase, to trust that if God said go, he has already gone before you to prepare the way. Faith is not waiting until everything makes. It is trusting God when nothing makes sense. And I tell you, there is no safer place to be than in the will of God. Even when it leads you into uncharted waters, this new beginning, it's not just about changing your circumstances. It is about transforming your heart. God does not simply want to adjust your surroundings. He wants to renew your mind, strengthen your spirit, ignite your faith. For what good is a new opportunity if your heart is still chained to fear? What good is a new season if your spirit is still haunted by doubt? God's new beginning starts on the inside. It begins when you dare to believe that he is greater than your struggle, stronger than your enemy, higher than your mountain. When you believe this, you are unstoppable because you are no longer walking in your own strength. You are walking in his. My friend, when God prepares a new beginning, it is not something small, ordinary, or shallow. It is not a minor adjustment to your circumstances. It is a divine reset of your destiny. God does not patch up broken pieces with weak glue. He makes all things new. He does not simply cover your past with a thin veil. He transforms your future with his mighty hand. That is why you cannot measure what God is about to do by what you see around you right now. You cannot define tomorrow by today's pain. God is greater than your present struggles, and his new beginning for you carries weight, authority, and eternal purpose. So many people miss the beauty of God's new beginning because they keep their eyes fixed on what they have lost instead of what God is preparing to give. But hear me clearly, your loss is not the end. Your loss may have been painful. It may have shaken you. It may have left scars, but your loss is also the soil from which God will grow something more glorious than you can imagine. God does not waste pain. He does not overlook tears. Every sleepless night, every silent cry, every heavy burden has been seen by God, and he has stored it as seed for the harvest that is now on its way. The harvest is always greater than the seed. What you sow in tears, you will reap in joy. God is about to bring you into a season where the weight of the past will no longer hold power over you. The guilt that tried to define you will lose its voice. The shame that changed your spirit will fall powerless at your feet. The fear that whispered lies into your mind will be silenced by the truth of God's word. For when God declares a new beginning, he also declares a new identity. You are not who you were yesterday. You are not what they said about you. You are not the mistakes you made. You are who God says you are. and His declaration outweighs every other opinion, every other judgment, every other label. But let me remind you, God's new beginning will demand your trust. It will not always look like what you expected. Sometimes the new beginning feels like an ending because it requires leaving behind comfort zones and familiar places. Think of it. God cannot take you into the land of promise if you insist on clinging to Egypt. He cannot show you the horizon of tomorrow if you keep staring at the ruins of yesterday. Trust is the bridge between where you are and where God is leading you. You must be willing to step into the unknown with faith, knowing that even if you cannot see the path, God is the one guiding your steps. When God says, "Behold, I am doing a new thing," it means He is preparing to surprise you. It means He is about to overturn the assumptions of people who thought they knew your story. It means He is about to set you apart in such a way that even your enemies will be forced to acknowledge the hand of God on your life. Do not limit God by your imagination. Do not reduce His promise to the size of your comfort. He is not a God of small measures. He is a God of abundance, a God of overflow, a God of greatness. When He opens the heavens, He pours out blessings that there is not even room enough to contain. You must also understand that God's new beginning is not always immediate in appearance. Sometimes it begins in silence. Sometimes it begins with small steps. Sometimes it begins beneath the surface where no one can see. But just because you cannot see it does not mean it is not happening. A seed buried in the soil is hidden, unseen and silent, but it is alive. Growth is taking place in the unseen. Roots are forming. Strength is being built. Life is stirring. Then suddenly, when the appointed time arrives, the seed breaks forth through the ground for all to see. That is what God is doing in your life. Do not despise the hidden season. Do not despise the waiting season. For the longer the roots grow, the stronger the tree will stand. There is another truth. When God gives you a new beginning, it is not only for your sake, it is for His glory. Your testimony is not just a story about survival. It is a declaration of God's power. When He lifts you, it will not be so people can applaud you, but so they can see His greatness reflected in your life. That is why your new beginning will be undeniable. It will not be something that you can attribute to chance or luck or human effort. No, it will be so magnificent, so breathtaking, so miraculous that you will be able to say with conviction, "This was God's doing." And let me tell you, when God begins to move, there is no force strong enough to stop Him. No power in the heavens, no scheme on earth, no opposition from people can hinder what He has decreed. The only thing that can dead's work in your life is your unwillingness to believe. Doubt is the enemy of destiny. Fear is the thief of future. But faith unlocks the gates of God's promise. Even the smallest faith, if anchored in God, can shift mountains out of your path. You do not need to know how it will happen. You only need to know who is making it happen. Your future is not in the hands of your enemies. Your destiny is not determined by those who rejected you. Your new beginning is not dependent on the people who left you, the job you lost, or the opportunity that slipped away. Your future rests solely in the hands of God, and those hands are mighty, faithful, and unshakable. If He could bring light out of darkness, if He could bring order out of chaos, if He could bring life out of nothing, then surely He can bring a new beginning out of your situation. When God marks the beginning of a new season in your life, it is not to return you to where you once were. It is to elevate you beyond what you could have achieved by your own strength. A true new beginning from God does not simply restore what was lost. It multiplies, It magnifies. It enlarges. God never takes you backward. He always moves you forward. Even when it seems like you've been stripped of everything, even when you feel empty and broken, and know that the emptiness is only making room for the abundance He is preparing to pour into your life. When your hands are empty, they are finally free to receive. This is why you cannot fear endings. Endings are painful, yes, but they are also necessary. A seed must first die in the ground before it can spring forth into new life. So too, some chapters of your life must close before the next can be opened. And although endings bring sorrow, they are also God's way of clearing space for the new. The door that shut was not rejection, it was protection. The path that was blocked was not punishment, it was redirection. What you call loss, God calls preparation. He is moving you away from what cannot carry you in the destiny He has prepared. God's new beginning is not random. It is deliberate. He does not act without purpose. Every step, every turn, every acceleration, it all flows from His divine plan. He sees the road ahead when all you see is the dust of the present. He knows what dangers lie in paths you thought were best for you. He knows what blessings are hidden in directions you never considered. And when He orchestrates a new beginning, it is always for your good. Even if it looks uncertain, even if it feels uncomfortable, even if it challenges you to let go of everything you know, trust that God is weaving together a story greater than you could ever write for yourself. But understand this: God's new beginning is not about comfort. It is about transformation. He does not lead you into a new season so you can stay the same. He calls you forward so that you may rise higher, walk stronger, life deeper in faith. He wants to break chains of fear that once held you back. He wants to strip away the doubts that clouded your vision. He wants to replace weakness with strength, despair with hope, and sorrow with joy. God's new beginning is not a small adjustment. It is a revolution in your life. It is a shift so powerful that you cannot remain who you once were. And do not be surprised if this new beginning demands separation. There are people, habits, and patterns that cannot follow you where God is leading. Not everyone who started with you can go with you. Not every friendship is meant for the next chapter. Not every environment is designed for your growth. God in His wisdom removes what would hinder your destiny, even if it hurts to let go. Do not cling to what He is pruning away. If He is taking it out of your life, it is because it cannot survive the light of your new season. Trust Him even in the losses, because they are not losses. They are divine exchanges. When God opens a new door, you will know it is Him, because it will bear the mark of peace. Not the absence of trials, not the absence of challenges, but the presence of His undeniable hand upon it. You will feel His strength lifting you, His wisdom guiding you, His favor surrounding you. What seemed impossible will become attainable. Seemed distant will come within reach. What was once locked will open with ease. Not because of your effort, but because of His authority. Remember, God says yes. No force can say no. Let me speak directly to your heart. Some of you have been walking in circles, stuck in cycles of disappointment, chained to the memories of past failures. You have been asking, when will it change? When will it be different? Hear me now. The cycle ends when you surrender fully to God's will. Your new beginning is not unlocked by striving, it is unlocked by trusting. It is not about forcing doors open, it is about allowing God to lead you to the door. He is already prepared. Stop exhausting yourself trying to fix what only God can restore. Stop carrying burdens that were never meant for your shoulders. Lay it all down and let God lift you into the season He has appointed for you. And when He does, your life will not only change, it will shine. God does not give you a new beginning for you to hide it. He gives it so your life becomes a testimony, a living example of His goodness, His mercy, His power. People who once doubted you will see what God has done. Those who mocked you in your valley will watch as He sets your feet on a mountain. Those who thought it was over for you will witness the glory of God rising from your life, not so they can exalt you, but so they can recognize the greatness of the one who lifted you. Never forget your new beginning is proof that God is faithful. Even when you failed, He remained steadfast. Even when you doubted, He remained sure. Even when you turned away, He remained near. That is why this new season is not something you earn. It is something you receive. God's mercy writes over your mistakes. His compassion covers your shortcomings. His power redeems your wasted years. He takes what you believe was lost beyond repair and breathes new life into it again. When God prepares to usher you into a new beginning, He does not speak it quietly into the shadows of your world. He announces it with authority. He sends a divine tremor that shakes loose the chains of your past and bursts open the gates of your future. And when God makes a declaration, all of creation moves at His command. The winds shift, the seas divide, the mountains bow, and the valleys rise to meet His word. So tell me, why would you doubt that He can renew your story? Why believe that your past mistakes, your quiet fears, or the giants that stand before you are too strong for His hand? If He rules the cosmos, surely He can speak a fresh beginning into your life. The truth is, God's new beginning for your life is often disguised as disruption. It doesn't always appear gentle or calm at first. It shakes what must be shaken. It uproots what cannot remain. It unsettles what has grown stagnant. Because God is not interested in you building a future on a cracked foundation. He will tear down what is unstable so He can rebuild you on a rock that cannot be moved. So when everything around you feels like it is collapsing, do not assume it is destruction. It may very well be the hand of God clearing the ground for something stronger, purer, greater than what stood before. Do not forget, God has always been a God of beginnings. From the very dawn of time, He spoke into the chaos and birthed order. He looked at emptiness and filled it with light. He looked at formlessness and shaped it with beauty. That same God has not changed. He looks at the chaos in your life and speaks order. He looks at the void in your heart and fills it with His presence. He looks at the broken pieces of your past and crafts them into something glorious. This is who God is. The one who creates something out of nothing, who brings life out of what seems hopeless. But to walk into a new beginning, you must let go of the illusion that you control everything. Too many people miss the move of God because they refuse to release their grip on the old. They try to drag yesterday into tomorrow. But God says, release it. You cannot carry old baggage into a new season. You cannot drag broken relationships, toxic habits, bitter attitudes, and heavy regrets into the fresh work God is trying to do. He calls you to lay it down, to trust Him, to walk forward unburdened. And yes, it is hard to let go. Yes, it is painful to surrender. But what you release into God's hands, He transforms into something far greater than what you cling to. God's new beginning is not fragile. It is unstoppable. It is not dependent on human approval or worldly systems. When He decides to lift you, there is no authority high enough to block it. When He decides to heal you, no sickness is strong enough to resist it. When He decides to bless you, no curse, no opposition, no enemy can withhold it. For God does not negotiate with creation. He commands it, and His command is final. That is why you can walk into your new beginning with boldness, not trembling, not because of who you are, but because of who God is. And yet, God will test your faith as He ushers you into this new chapter. Do not be surprised if the path forward looks narrow. If it feels like the ground beneath you is unfamiliar, for faith is not proven in comfort, it is proven in trust. God will call you to step even when you cannot see the full way. He will call you to believe even when the evidence around you says otherwise. He will call you to declare His promise even when your reality has not yet caught up. This is how you partner with God's new beginning, not by sight but by faith. And those who walk by faith see doors open that the world swore were forever locked. Your new beginning may come with resistance. The enemy does not rejoice when God elevates you. There will be whispers of doubt. There will be obstacles. There will be distractions designed to pull you back into the old. But remember this, the presence of resistance is often proof that breakthrough is near. You don't fight battles over empty ground. You fight battles over valuable territory. The struggle you feel right now is not because God has abandoned you. It is because the enemy knows God is about to establish you. Stand firm. Do not retreat. For the God who begins a new work in you will also defend it. And never underestimate the timing of God. What feels delayed to you is right on schedule with Him. He is not bound by your deadlines, and He is not late. He is deliberate, intentional, precise. He waits until the moment that will bring the greatest glory to His name and the greatest strength to your spirit. While you think nothing is happening, He is aligning pieces you cannot see, preparing hearts you do not know, orchestrating circumstances you cannot control. And when the fullness of time arrives, what seemed impossible will unfold effortlessly before your eyes. When God speaks a new beginning into your life, it does not come with a whisper of uncertainty. It comes with the thunder of divine authority. His word does not tremble. It stands firm and unshakable. When God says, I am making all things new, there is no force on earth or in the heavens that can reverse His decree. And this is why your heart must rise with confidence. Not in your own strength, but in the certainty that the Almighty is at work. The same God who called light out of the darkness is calling you out of despair, out of limitation, out of fear, into a dawn that no night can overcome. But do not miss this truth. God's new beginning is not just about change on the outside. It is about transformation on the inside. Many people want God to change their circumstances while they remain unchanged within. Yet the true new beginning starts in the heart. God is not merely rearranging the furniture of your life. He is building a brand new foundation. He is reshaping your character, refining your faith, deepening your trust. Because unless the heart is renewed, any new season will eventually collapse under the weight of old patterns. So allow Him not only to open new doors, but also to renew your spirit, so that you may walk through them with and wisdom. There are moments when God's new beginning feels like wilderness. You may not see the full picture. You may only see a step ahead. But remember, God is not calling you to see everything. He is calling you to trust Him in everything. The wilderness is not abandonment. It is preparation. In the wilderness, you learn to depend not on your own strength, but on His provision. In the wilderness, you discover that when all else is stripped away, God is enough. And once you learn this truth, no challenge, no storm, no enemy can shake you, because you know that if God sustained you in lack, He will sustain you in abundance. Your new beginning may also require patience. God's timing is often different from ours. We want everything now, immediately, without delay. But God is never rushed, and He is never late. He is precise, deliberate, perfect in His timing. What seems like delay is often the hand of God preparing the ground, aligning the people, and setting the stage for your breakthrough. Just as a tree does not bear fruit in its first season of planting, so too your life must endure seasons of quiet growth before the visible harvest comes. Do not mistake silence for inactivity. God works in hidden places long before He reveals His work in public view. Do not think that your failures disqualify you from God's new beginning. If that were true, none of us would ever rise again. God is not limited by your past. He redeems it. He takes the very mistakes you thought ruined you and turns them into stepping stones for your future. What others meant for harm, God will use for good. What seemed like a setback will be revealed as a setup. Do not let shame bind you to yesterday. God's mercy is greater than your mistakes, and His power is stronger than your regrets. If He has declared a new season over your life, then your past cannot dictate your tomorrow. When God opens a new beginning, He does so with purpose. He does not elevate you so you can boast in yourself. He lifts you so you can reflect His glory. Your new season is meant to be a testimony to others that if God could do it for you, He can do it for them. Do not hide what He has done. Declare it boldly. Let your life be a living sermon, a beacon of hope for those still trapped in their own midnight hour. For when God blesses you, it is never just about you. It is about the countless lives your story will inspire. But here is what you must understand. New beginnings demand new faith. You cannot enter tomorrow with yesterday's level of trust. You must grow. You must stretch. You must dare to believe God for more than you have ever asked before. Faith, if not active, it is active. It is unrelenting. It refuses to let fear dictate the narrative. It stands firm even when the ground shakes. It proclaims God's promise even before the evidence arrives. And when you walk with such faith, you align yourself with the very power that spoke the universe into being. There will be opposition. There will be voices that mock your hope, that tell you nothing can change, that remind you of all the times you failed. But let those voices be silenced by the truth of God's Word. For if God has spoken, that is all that matters. People may doubt, enemies may resist, even your own heart may waver. But God remains faithful. He has never broken His word, and He never will. Hold on to His promise as tightly as you hold on to your breath. For His word is life itself. And when the new beginning comes, and it will come, you will look back and understand why the delays were necessary, why the struggles were permitted, why the losses had to happen. You will see that every tear watered the soil of your testimony. You will see that every disappointment shaped your endurance. You will see that every detour was actually a straight line in God's greater plan. And you will lift your hands not in pride, but in knowing that only God could have written such a story. When God sets His hand upon your life for a new beginning, it is never a half measure. It is not a temporary patch or a fleeting glimpse of hope. It is a complete shift, a transformation that alters the very trajectory of your existence. God does not bring you out just to leave you wandering. He brings you out to establish you, to plant you, to crown you with a future that reflects His greatness. What God begins, He sustains. What He opens, He protects. What He promises, He fulfills. And when He calls you into a new season, it is not to tease your heart, but to fulfill His word. You must understand, a new beginning with God is not an escape. It is an elevation. He does not pull you out of a pit so you can return to the same valley. He raises you so that you can stand on higher ground. And from that higher ground, you see what you could not see before. From that new height, the obstacles that once intimidated you become small in comparison to His power. This is why your perspective must shift. Your eyes must be trained not on the dust of the ground, but on the horizon of His promise. For as high as the heavens are above the earth, so are God's thoughts above yours, and so are His ways beyond your ways. But do not forget, God's new beginning often requires the surrender of the old. You cannot enter into tomorrow still carrying yesterday's chains. You cannot embrace what God is placing in your hands if your fists are clenched around what He is trying to remove. Some of you are holding on to bitterness, replaying old wounds, rehearsing old betrayals, and yet asking God for something new. Let me tell you, with love and boldness, you cannot walk into your new season carrying the poison of the past. Release it. Place it into God's hand. Trust Him enough to let go so that He can replace your sorrow with joy, your bitterness with peace, your despair with hope. God's new beginning also comes with fresh responsibility. With every blessing comes stewardship. With every door He opens comes a call to walk in faithfulness. You cannot treat His gift lightly. He is not giving you a new chapter so you can live in the same old patterns. He is lifting you so that your life can be a reflection of His holiness, His strength, His mercy. To whom much is given, much is required. And when God entrusts you with a new beginning, He calls you to walk with integrity, to live with humility, to shine with courage, so that others may see His light through you. And let me assure you, God's new beginning is not fragile. It cannot be stolen by envy. It cannot be destroyed by opposition. It cannot be dismantled by the schemes of men. What God has ordained cannot be overturned. His decree is final. His word unshakable, His promise unbreakable. The world may rise against you. Voices may shout in resistance. Enemies may plot in the shadows. But all their efforts will collapse before the authority of God's command. If He has said you will rise, then rise you shall. If He has said you will be free, then freedom is already breaking forth. If He has said you will begin anew, then your tomorrow is already written in His book. This is why you cannot afford to doubt. Doubt is a thief. It robs you of courage. It blinds your vision. It weakens your resolve. But faith is the key that unlocks the gates of your new beginning. Faith is the bridge between the promise and the fulfillment. Faith is what takes God at His word, even when your eyes see no evidence. And I tell you this, even a flicker of faith, when anchored in the greatness of God, is more powerful than the loudest roar of fear. Do not despise your small faith. Offer it to God and watch Him multiply it into strength you did not know you possessed. Your journey into a new beginning may be marked by tests. Do not be alarmed by them. Tests are not meant to destroy you. They are meant to reveal the strength God has placed within you. Just as fire refines gold, trials refine your faith. Just as storms reveal the strength of a tree's roots, challenges reveal the depth of your trust in God. Every test is evidence that God is preparing you for more. Every obstacle is an opportunity for your faith to grow. Every resistance is a signal that your destiny is worth fighting for. Do not shrink back in the face of trials. Stand firm, for the one who called you is faithful. And never forget, God's new beginning is not about erasing your story. It is about redeeming it. He will take the very chapters you wish you could tear out and use them as testimony. He will turn your pain into purpose, your scars into symbols of survival, your weakness into platforms of His strength. Nothing is wasted in the hands of God. Every tear, every struggle, every detour, it all becomes part of a greater narrative, one that points not to your greatness, but to His. My friend, hear this with every fiber of your being. Your story is not ending in defeat. It is beginning in victory. God is not finished with you. He is the author of your life, and He never leaves a page incomplete. What He has started, He will bring to completion. What He has promised, He will fulfill. What He has spoken, He will bring to pass. Do not let the darkness of yesterday blind you to the sunrise of tomorrow, for God is already at work in your life. This is not the time to shrink back. This is not the time to surrender to fear. This is the time to rise, to trust, to believe with unshakable confidence that the Almighty is guiding your steps. God is your shield, your strength, your deliverer, and your guide. If He says a new beginning is coming, then you can stand firm, knowing it is already written in His plan. The doors that were shut will open. The chains that bound you will fall. The weight that crushed you will lift. And the sorrow that once drowned you will be replaced with joy that overflows. Walk forward boldly, for you are walking with God. Do not dwell on what lies in ruins behind you, for your destiny is not in the ashes of yesterday, but in the promise of tomorrow. Do not fear what you cannot see, for God already stands in the places you have yet to walk. Do not question His strength, for His power has never known defeat. Step boldly into this new season with courage, with faith, and with a flame of hope alive within your heart. For the Maker of heaven and earth has already spoken it into being. The page is turning. The chapter is changing. The story is moving forward. And it is God Himself who holds the pen to write the next line of your life. Trust His hand. Walk in His way. Yield to His will. And you will witness with your own eyes what only He can bring to pass. A divine new beginning has been spoken over your life. And when God proclaims it, no force in creation can undo it. Your future is secured. Your steps are ordered, and your victory is already written. Dear friend, pay attention. In every life there comes a season when you find yourself standing before a door that will not budge. You can see the promise waiting on the other side. You can almost taste the breakthrough within reach. Yet, no matter how long you knock, no matter how sharp your plans, no matter how fierce your efforts, the door refuses to open. And it is in that moment a humbling truth comes alive. The key rests only in God's hand. He alone can unlock the financial door no man has the power to close. That is where real victory begins. Not through human force breaking barriers, but through a surrendered heart trusting the Almighty to turn the lock. For we live in a world that equates worth with wealth, that defines success by possessions, that grants honor to those who appear to have more. Yet behind many smiling faces hides crushing debt, restless worry, and empty souls. They chase money as if it were a god, bowing before the altar of greed. But money is not a master. It is a tool. And when you let God take His rightful place as your provider, He uses even the smallest seed to produce a harvest beyond imagination. That is the foundation of true financial freedom. Not worshiping wealth, but surrendering your resources, your hopes, and your future to the one who holds the storehouses of heaven. Do not think for a moment that God is blind to your struggle. He sees the bills stacking on the table. He hears the silent cries at night when you wonder how you'll make it through the month. He knows the weight of responsibility pressing on your shoulders. But let me tell you this with all conviction. God has never forsaken the righteous. God has never abandoned those who trust in Him. The hand of God is not short. His resources are not limited. His generosity does not run dry. If He can feed the birds of the air and clothe the lilies of the field, He can open a financial door for you that no one could ever imagine. But here is where the decision comes. Will you trust Him? Will you surrender control of your finances into His hand? Too often people try to live in two worlds. They pray for God's blessing but cling to worry, doubt, and disobedience. They beg for provision but close their fists when God calls them to give. They want open doors, yet they refuse to align their steps with His truth. My friend, hear me clearly. Financial breakthrough is not just about money. It is about faith, obedience, and trust. When you place God first, when you honor Him with what you have, He opens doors that no bank, no employer, and no system could ever close. God's doors are different from man's doors. Man's door might swing on hinges of favoritism, corruption, or fleeting opportunity. But when God opens a financial door, it is rooted in eternal purpose. It does not just bless your pocket, it blesses your soul. It lifts you out of fear and places you on the solid ground of faith. It shifts your mindset from scarcity to abundance. Not because you suddenly have more, but because you realize that the source of all things is with you, for you, and working through you. You may say, "But I have nothing left. My resources are gone. My strength is exhausted. My opportunities have dried up." Then rejoice, for you are in the perfect position to see the hand of God. Throughout history, God has shown His power not when people were overflowing with resources, but when they stood empty and helpless. When a widow had only a handful of flour, God multiplied it until famine turned into feast. When a servant held only a jar of oil, God poured it out until debt was erased and abundance overflowed. When a hungry crowd had only a few loaves and fish, God created a banquet that fed thousands. And when you have little left, when you stand at the end of your rope, God delights to show you that He alone is your provider. But let us be clear, God does not open financial doors for selfishness. He does not bless greed. He does not fund pride. He blesses for His glory. He opens doors so that you may walk through them with humility, generosity, and gratitude. The question is not only will God bless me, but also what will I do with the blessing once it comes? If you hoard it, it will decay. If you idolize it, it will destroy you. But if you honor God with it, if you serve others with it, if you allow your blessing to become someone else's answer to prayer, then God will continue to pour more, for He can trust you with His treasure. I must warn you, there are false doors in this world. Promises of quick wealth, schemes that prey on desperation, paths paved with lies that lead only to ruin. Do not be deceived. When God opens a financial door, it will never require you to compromise your integrity, betray your values, or abandon your faith. God's blessing does not add sorrow. It brings peace. It does not enslave. It frees. If the door you are about to walk through demands you sell your soul, know this: it is not from God. Close it, walk away, and wait for the true door to open. Now, some of you are asking, how do I prepare for God to open my financial door? You begin with prayer. Not empty words, but desperate, honest, faith-filled prayer. Cry out to Him with the sincerity of your heart. Ask Him not only to provide, but to shape your character. Ask Him to remove greed, fear, and doubt. Ask Him to make you trustworthy with whatever He gives. And then live in obedience. Align your life with His principles: integrity in your work, generosity in your giving, humility in your attitude, discipline in your spending. For faith without action is empty, and prayer without obedience is powerless. You see, financial breakthrough is not about sitting idly and waiting for a miracle. It is about moving in faith while trusting God with the outcome. Work diligently, but remember that promotion comes from God. Give faithfully, but remember that harvest comes from God. Plan wisely, but remember that security comes from God. The farmer who plants must still depend on God to send the rain. And you, no matter how hard you work, must remember that every open door, every opportunity, every increase comes not from your effort alone, but from the hand of Almighty God. The world will tell you that money is the answer to all problems, but you know better. You know that without God, money can vanish overnight. Without God, riches can rot, investments can collapse, and banks can fail. But with God, even a little becomes enough. With God, the impossible becomes possible. With God, doors open in places you never thought existed. With God, financial freedom is not just wealth. It is peace of mind, strength of spirit, and joy that no currency could ever buy. My friend, let me speak plainly. The greatest obstacle to seeing God open your financial door is not the economy, not the lack of opportunity, not the failures of the past. It is unbelief. The door may already be unlocked, but unbelief keeps your hand from turning the handle. Doubt whispers it will never happen for you. Others may prosper, but not you. God has forgotten you, but that is a lie straight from the pit of despair. God has not forgotten you. God has not overlooked you. The timing of His blessing is perfect. The manner of His provision is precise. And the moment He chooses to open your financial door, nothing and no one can stand in the way. Faith is not wishful thinking. Faith is not closing your eyes and hoping circumstances will change. Faith is standing on the unshakable reality that God is faithful even when your bank account is empty, even when your job feels insecure, even when the doors of opportunity seem to slam in your face. Faith says, "Though I see nothing now, I will trust that God is working behind the scenes. Though I hold little in my hand, I will believe that God can multiply it. Though the world declares impossible, I will proclaim with God all things are possible." That is the faith that moves mountains. That is the faith that opens financial doors. Do not underestimate the power of gratitude in this journey. A heart that grumbles repels blessing, but a heart that gives thanks invites abundance. If you cannot thank God for the little you have now, how will you thank Him when He gives you more? Gratitude shifts your perspective. It teaches you to see provision even in the smallest things. A meal on the table, a roof over your head, the strength to work, the chance to try again. And when you give thanks in the small, you prepare yourself to receive the great. The door of abundance opens more quickly to those who walk through life with thankful hearts. Let me remind you, God's provision often begins with a test. Before the door swings wide, God may allow circumstances that press you, that strip away pride, that challenge your trust. He may take you into a wilderness season, not to destroy you, but to refine you. For it is in the wilderness where dependence on Him is born. It is in lack that faith is forged. It is in the waiting that character is proven. Many want the blessing, but few are willing to endure the testing. Yet those who endure, those who remain steadfast, those who choose to trust God when every outward sign says otherwise, those are the ones who step into doors that others never see. Understand this: God's financial door is not merely about money, it is about destiny. When God blesses, it is not only to put food on your table, but to put influence in your hand. It is not only to ease your burden, but to equip you for greater impact. When He prospers you, it is so that you may bless generations. When He opens your financial door, it is not a small gesture. It is a divine strategy. He wants to use you as a channel of provision in a world drowning in need. And the question you must answer is this: are you willing to let His blessing flow through you? Not just to you. Do not despise small beginnings. Many miss their door because they are waiting for something grand while ignoring the little opportunities right before them. That part-time job, that small project, that tiny seed of an idea. It may not look like much, but when God breathes on it, it multiplies. Remember that doors often appear ordinary before they swing open into the extraordinary. You may be faithful in what feels insignificant, but in God's eyes you are passing a test. Be faithful in the little, and He will trust you with much. Some of you are standing before doors right now, but fear is holding you back. Fear of failure, fear of risk, fear of change. Let me tell you, fear is a thief. It steals opportunities. It paralyzes progress. It blinds you to the possibilities that God has already placed before you. But faith is courage in action. Faith steps forward even trembling because it knows God walks ahead. If the door is from God, then the ground you step on is already secured by His promise. Do not let fear lock you out of the very breakthrough you have been praying for. Others are trapped by comparison. You look at someone else's blessing, someone else's financial door, and you think God has favored them more than you. But comparison is poison to your soul. What God has for you is tailored, timed, and prepared for you alone. You cannot walk through another person's door. You cannot carry another person's blessing. Stop envying what belongs to someone else and start preparing for what God has designed for you. Yeah, your door is coming, and when it opens, it will fit perfectly with your calling, your gifts, and your destiny. Let me say this with authority. Poverty is not your permanent address. Lack is not your identity. Scarcity is not your inheritance. You are not defined by what you lack, but by the one who provides. God is your source, and He delights in supplying your needs. Do not let the voice of the enemy convince you that you are forgotten or unworthy. Lift up your head, straighten your shoulders, and declare with confidence, God is my provider. God will open my door. God will make a way where there is no way. When the financial door opens, it may not come in the form you expect. God may bless you with wisdom to manage what you already have. He may give you creativity that turns into opportunity. He may align you with the right people at the right time. He may lead you into ventures that seem small at first but grow beyond measure. Do not limit God by expecting only one kind of blessing. His ways are higher than your ways, and His plans exceed your imagination. Stay open, stay alert, stay faithful, and you will not miss the door He places before you. And when that door opens, and it will, walk through it with boldness. Do not hesitate. Do not look back in doubt. Do not apologize for the blessing of God upon your life. Walk through with gratitude, humility, and the determination to honor Him with all that He gives. For your breakthrough is not just about you, it is about the testimony it will create. Others will see what God has done in your life, and they will be stirred to believe that He can do the same for them. Your blessing becomes a witness. Your increase becomes a message. Your open door becomes an invitation for others to trust in God's faithfulness. My friend, when you begin to understand that every good thing flows from the hand of God, your entire outlook on life changes. You stop striving as though everything depends on your strength. You stop panicking as though your survival rests on the shifting winds of the economy. You begin to live with a deeper peace, a holy confidence, because you know that the doors of heaven are not controlled by the opinions of men. God alone determines the season of your increase, and when He declares a door open, no one can close it. But hear this truth: God's financial doors are not simply about wealth, they are about stewardship. A steward understands that what is placed in their hands is not truly theirs. It is entrusted to them for a purpose. When God opens your financial door, He is watching not only what you will receive, but how you will manage it. Will you squander it on vanity, or will you invest it in what truly matters? Will you cling to it in fear, or will you release it in faith? The true test of abundance is not what you gain, but how you use what has been given. Some of you are standing in a season of waiting. You have prayed, you have sown, you have believed, and yet the door has not yet swung open. Let me tell you, delay does not mean denial. Waiting is not abandonment. Many times the waiting season is God's preparation season. He is stretching your faith. He is purifying your motives. He is teaching you endurance. He is protecting you from premature blessings that would harm you if they came too soon. When the farmer plants, he does not dig up the seed the next day to see if it has sprouted. He waits knowing that unseen growth is taking place underground. And in the same way, while you are waiting, God is working beneath the surface. The roots are growing. The foundation is being laid. And when the time is right, your financial door will burst open with power. Do not despise discipline in this journey. Discipline is the guardrail that protects the blessing once it comes. Without discipline, wealth destroys faster than poverty. Without discipline, increase turns into bondage. God may be holding the door closed until you are ready to handle what lies behind it. If you cannot manage little without waste, how will you manage much without ruin? If you cannot handle one stream responsibly, how will you steward a river? Discipline in finances is not about restriction. It is about positioning yourself for overflow. God's open doors are not for the careless, but for the faithful. Let me warn you that there will be resistance when God begins to open your financial door. The enemy does not rejoice when the people of God prosper, for he knows that prosperity in the hands of the righteous shakes his kingdom. You will face opposition, discouragement, even betrayal. Doors that God has ordained may attract jealousy from others, but you must not be shaken. If the door is truly from God, no enemy can shut it. No critic can block it. No scheme can derail it. Opposition is not proof that God is absent. It is often confirmation that you are on the edge of breakthrough. You must also guard your heart against pride when the door opens. Prosperity can be a greater test than poverty. In scarcity, you cry out to God. In abundance, you may be tempted to forget Him. Remember always that it is not your wisdom, not your skill, not your effort alone that opened the door. It was God. Pride whispers, "What I have done," but humility declares, "Look what God has given." Pride turns blessings into idols, but humility turns blessings into testimonies. If you keep humility at the center, God can trust you with more, for He knows you will give Him the glory. Let us not forget generosity. A closed hand cannot receive, but an open hand is ready for blessing. God does not pour into reservoirs. He pours into rivers. When your financial door opens, let the blessing flow through you to others. Be a source of hope for the weary, a light for the struggling, a vessel of God's provision in a needy world. The more you give, the more God can trust you with, because He knows you will not hoard His blessings. Your generosity becomes a key that unlocks even greater doors. Some of you may say, "But I have given and received nothing." Do not give as a transaction, as if God were a banker you can manipulate. Give as an act of worship, as a declaration of trust, as a seed sown in faith. For in due season, the harvest comes. Not always in the way you expect, not always in the time you demand, but always in the way that God knows is best. And when it comes, it will arrive pressed down, shaken together, running over in ways that leave no doubt that the source was God alone. Remember this: God's financial door is not locked by your past mistakes. You may have mismanaged before. You may have fallen into debt, wasted opportunities, made choices that brought regret. But God is a redeemer. He is the one who restores the years the locusts have eaten. He is the one who gives beauty for ashes. He is the one who takes broken vessels and fills them with new oil. Do not let shame keep you from expecting God's provision. Your failures do not cancel His faithfulness. When you turn back to Him with sincerity, He can open new doors even in the ruins of your past. And let me tell you something vital. Your financial door may be the very thing that positions you to fulfill your calling. When you are bound by lack, your vision shrinks to survival. But when God prospers you, your vision expands to destiny. You begin to think not just about making it through the day, but about building for generations to come. You begin to dream bigger, plan wider, give deeper. You see yourself not as a victim of circumstances, but as an instrument in the hands of God. That is what an open door does. It transforms you from surviving to thriving, from struggling to building, from barely holding on to lifting others up. Beloved, draw close and listen well. When God lays His hand upon your journey, every shut gate, every sealed door, every chain of lack must surrender to His command. The very voice that declared, "Let there be light," can speak over your resources and summon an opening where before there was only a barrier. What looks impossible to you is already inevitable to Him. What you label as hopeless, He has named as preparation. And what you assume is the end, God has already written as the first page of your breakthrough. Hold on to this truth with everything in you. Money itself carries no true power. But when surrendered to the authority of God, it becomes a tool that restores, builds, lifts, and propels forward. Wealth in reckless hands brings ruin, but placed in the hands of the faithful, it shines as living proof of God's goodness. This is why your prayer should never be, "Give me more money," but rather, "God, make me a worthy steward of whatever you choose to pour into my life." Because when you are prepared, when your heart is aligned, when your spirit is anchored, then when God opens the door, you will not waste the blessing. You will walk in it with purpose. Do not forget that God often begins His miracles with what you already have. The door is not always hidden in some distant opportunity. It may be right there in your house, in your skill, in your idea, in your network, in the simple thing you have overlooked. God asked Moses, "What is in your hand?" And with a staff, seas were parted and nations delivered. A widow brought only a jar of oil, and God multiplied it until lack turned into surplus. What is in your hand today? It may seem small, but if God breathes on it, that very thing could be the key to your open door. But let me speak with boldness. God will not open financial doors for those who serve money as their master. If greed is your God, the doors of heaven will remain shut, for God will not fund idolatry. But if your heart is pure, if your desire is to glorify Him, if your longing is not only to prosper, but to be a vessel of His goodness, then stand ready, because those are the hearts God delights to bless. The financial door He opens is not just for your comfort. It is for His kingdom's work, for the uplift of others, for the legacy of faith you will leave behind. There is something you must also understand. God's timing is perfect. You may think He is late, but He is never late. He may not move according to your clock, but He moves according to His divine schedule. Many give up just before the door opens, abandoning faith at the very threshold of breakthrough. But those who endure, those who refuse to quit, those who choose to trust when everything screams to doubt, they are the ones who see doors swinging open in glory. Patience is not passive. It is the active stance of faith that says, "Though the vision tarry, I will wait for it will surely come." And when the door opens, it often comes with responsibility greater than you imagined. Prosperity is not only about receiving, it is about managing well what you have been entrusted with. The world celebrates those who flaunt wealth, but heaven celebrates those who honor God with it. When your door opens, do not let arrogance creep in. Do not forget the days of prayer, the nights of weeping, the hours of struggle. Remember who it was that brought you out. Remember the lessons learned in the valley, for they will keep you grounded on the mountaintop. I must tell you this. The financial door that God opens is not just about survival, it is about vision. It is about lifting your eyes beyond your own needs to see the needs of others. It is about funding dreams that bless communities, supporting causes that bring hope, raising generations that know the value of faith and integrity. When your door opens, think generationally. Think beyond today. Think about how your obedience, your stewardship, your generosity can ripple through time, touching lives you may never even meet. That is the true mark of God's blessing. It outlives you. But take caution, for not every opportunity is a door from God. The world will present counterfeits, openings that glitter but lead to bondage, shortcuts that promise quick gain but end in sorrow. Pray for discernment and measure every opportunity against God's truth. If the path demands compromise of your character, it is not from Him. If the deal requires you to abandon your integrity, it is a trap. If the opportunity looks bright but leaves your spirit uneasy, walk away. Better to wait for the true door of God than to rush into a counterfeit that destroys what you've prayed for. And let me encourage you, do not underestimate the power of faith spoken aloud. Declare the promises of God over your finances. Speak life over your work, over your business, over your household. Do not let your lips echo only fear and worry. When you say, "I will never make it," you are closing the door with your own words. But when you declare, "God is my provider and He will make a way," you align yourself with His power. Your tongue can be a key that either locks or unlocks the financial doors God intends for you. Some of you may feel unworthy, saying, "Why would God bless me? I have failed too many times." But hear me clearly. God's blessing is not about your perfection. It is about His grace. His mercy covers your past. His power redeems your mistakes. His love restores your dignity. Do not disqualify yourself from the blessing that God has already prepared. Humble yourself before Him, surrender your pride, confess your need, and trust that He delights to bless His children. You are not too far gone. The door is not too far closed. The God who opened seas, who rained manna from heaven, who provided water from rocks, is the same God who will open your financial door. And when that door opens, let it be known that it was God and God alone. Do not attribute it to luck. Do not give the credit to coincidence. Proclaim boldly that the hand of God moved on your behalf. Testify so that others may know that what He did for you, He can do for them. Your testimony is a key that can unlock faith in someone else's heart, preparing them for their own door of breakthrough. My friend, I must tell you with urgency in my voice, the greatest lie the enemy wants you to believe is that what you see right now is all there will ever be.